Welcome to the audio version of the book, You Are God's Best Idea, Divine Acceptations and Living the Undeniable Life. I'm the author, Douglas Edward Holzmeyer, also known as Doug Daniels. This book is inspired by and dedicated to my son, Daniel. I have put my very heart into these pages so you can take my thoughts, stories, and love with you wherever you go. Also to my wife, Denise, who offers the gift of unconditional love I accept every day. And to the divine, thanks for everything. Introduction. I don't believe in coincidences. This book was meant for you. If you have little to no previous awareness of your inner and inherent divinity, you are about to receive information that can forevermore change your life for the better. The proposition that you are God's best idea, not only worthy of divine love, but that we are divine love, changes everything. What we do with our divine nature is up to us. But understanding the truth of our divine nature is the first step of divine acceptance. After hearing and accepting this truth, I believe you'll never again feel like you are alone and unloved. You'll never again feel like you have blown it or that it's too late to fulfill your dreams and promise. You are God's best idea. Where did I get this idea? Is there any doubt? God has created many things that express God's beauty and magnificence. Few would argue against the idea that an eagle, a lion, and a whale are all representations of life and expressions of the divine. It is human beings, however, who are not only expressions of the divine, but who through God continuously and divinely express. It is a person who can execute the commandment of Jesus to love God and neighbor as thyself. It is the children of divinity who have created life-saving devices that allow divine beings to have divine second chances to fulfill divine promise. God created man for God to be more fully expressed, the greatest expression being divine love. God's gift of free will, however, allows for misrepresentations of divinity, which we will explore. Tweet. This book began when a friend of mine told me she had joined Twitter and already had several hundred followers. I was intrigued. She said she was following like-minded individuals, and they usually followed back. The key was to find a leader in your area of interest, such as self-improvement, then follow that person's followers, a microcosm of how the law of attraction works. Like attracts like. How perfect. I gave it a try. I went to the Louise Hay page, followed her and her followers. Bam! I had several hundred Doug Daniels, my radio name, followers overnight. A lot of famous quotes get posted on Twitter. The 140 characters length is perfect for them. Twitter is kind of like a support group. What better way to support each other than by tweeting inspirational quotes? As I watched this stream of classic consciousness go by, I thought to myself, as an aspiring writer who is immersed in the self-improvement sciences, why not just attempt to compose some ideas and thoughts in my way and see how they go over? Like this one. The secret to failure is a lifelong admiration of what others have done. We are a world of watchers instead of participants. I felt this was a perfect avenue to participate and share positive messages. Since I became engaged in spiritual studies, many of these writings felt as though they were coming divinely through me. I started writing and sharing my thoughts in the form of quotes in May of 2009 at www.twitter.com/DougShares. I'm not sure if writing a witticism constitutes a quote. Normally, a quote comes from a larger piece of work. Although I do have a blog and did use some of these quotes in my essays, it's not the normal way people write. This book has been written, in a sense, backwards. I wrote over 700 original epigrams over an 18-month period. Over time, followers were asking if I had written a book or was planning to do so. With that nudge from the universe, I decided to do so. The epigrams. An epigram is defined as a short statement that makes an interesting, frequently profound observation about life or the world. You'll find the majority of the ones I've written sprinkled throughout the chapters. You'll find all the better ones from my Twitter sites, over 550 of them, in the epigram section. The motivation. One of the initial motivations for writing the book was an effort to put my thoughts, ideas, and wisdom on paper so my son Daniel would have a place of reference in times when he needed some fatherly advice in case I wasn't around. My dad died at age 55. The original title of the book was going to be A Father Shares. Some of the text is written as if I'm speaking directly to my son. In October 2009, a friend of mine committed suicide. She had gone through a divorce a few years before, and her mother had passed away about a year after that. She had been seeking answers. She had not yet accepted her inherent divinity. She did not quite grasp that the answer is within, whispering continually, "You are God's best idea. You are my best idea." This book, therefore, is for anyone who needs to hear the encouraging message that they are divine, loved, and the beloved. Divine Acceptations. The book's subtitle is Divine Acceptations and Living the Undeniable Life. It's very possible you've never heard the word acceptations. I stumbled upon it when I was trying to get across the idea that expectations are fine, but if you don't accept what you expect, then your expectation rots on the vine for not having been harvested. I wanted something that sounded clever for one of my epigrams that began with great expectations and was pleasantly surprised to find the word acceptations. So I wrote, great expectations begin with great acceptations. There is nothing more important to accept than your inherent divinity. The idea is that you are God's best idea and inherently divine, because God is the divine and you are most certainly a child of divinity. You don't become this way, you are this way. From personal experience, I know that as soon as I accept my divinity, everything changes for the better. Once you accept and begin to act like the divine being you are, heaven on earth is revealed in too many ways to count. When I use the word divine with a capital D, and I am speaking about God specifically, I will italicize and capitalize. When I'm speaking of your divinity with a small d, the divine nature and the God essence within you, I will italicize but not capitalize. Undeniable. The undeniable life came to me following the unexpected passing of the friend mentioned above. I wrote a piece, which comprises chapter 2, that I read at her memorial service. This book is about accepting the good that is in and all around you and living undeniably. I share some stories from my life and those of my family and friends to illustrate. Part 1 of the book lays the foundations of these divine ideas. After the divine ideas are the divine acceptations. I could have written additional acceptations and might very well do in another book. This book is not meant to be an exhaustive and comprehensive study on our inherent divinity. It is, however, meant to awaken you to the inherent power you have access to and that you can use to change your life in the most extraordinary ways because of this divinity. It is meant to remind you that you are divine just as you are. Since most of my childhood and adult life have been steeped in my love and affection for popular music, as often as possible I have used song titles to begin stories and separate sections of chapters. Thanks for allowing me to share. Douglas Edward Holzmeyer, February 14th, 2011. You are complete. You can learn and grow, and you should. But that doesn't make you any more divine than the day God thought you. Chapter 1. Start Me Up. From the moment I was born, I have been attempting to breathe deeply. My lungs collapsed at birth. I almost died. It wouldn't be the last time. I was raised in Grove City, a southwest suburb of Columbus, Ohio. Our family of 9, mom and dad plus 7 kids, the 8th would arrive 2 years later, moved there in 1964 from Belleville, Illinois. One of my earliest memories is driving past the St. Louis Arch and the family waving goodbye to it as we headed east. I think my fascination with music and radio began on that 14-hour trip. There were lots of stops, packed in the family Buick station wagon, listening to Top 40 radio on our way to a new life. It was June 1964, and the tunes traveling with us on Route 66 were by the Beach Boys, the Beatles, the Four Seasons, and Motown. Life on Sawyer Drive, in many ways, was what any family would have hoped for. It was shaped like a giant L with two large courts or cul-de-sacs. New families were moving in all the time. At one point, there were nearly 50 children in the neighborhood. Many of the parents taught at nearby schools. There was a sense of community. We were taking care of each other. It wasn't unusual to go from house to house, yard to yard, game to game, nonstop for hours. The Holzmeyers. The Holzmeyers are of German, Irish, and French ancestry and Catholic. We are big and gregarious people, loud and proud. Although our home was not kissy and huggy like a 70s sitcom, my mother, on the other hand, was quite literally, in resemblance, size, and scope, like actress Bea Arthur from Maude. As if the similarities were not already obvious, she'd remind us of them whenever Maude was on. My dad, who stood just 5'7", was usually at work or at the bar and didn't say much at all. My parents were children of the Depression. They experienced lack, an abundance of lack, and feared that it could return at any time. They feared sickness, war, and the threat of nuclear annihilation. In other words, my parents never seemed to be fully enjoying the good life they were giving us. In my family, expressing outward affection and words of adoration was not the norm. Of course, I wanted love and to be loved. I wanted to love. I remember at the age of about 4, when my parents returned from a New Year's Eve party, I was sitting next to my mother, leaning on her just to be near her. She nudged me away twice. I'm sure she was probably just tired. She could have been tipsy. Regardless, that was the last time I ever felt the warmth of mother's love in my youth. We had plenty of food, a nice 2-story, 4-bedroom house on an acre of land, decent clothes. We attended good schools, and Christmas was holly and jolly. But I never experienced an adult telling me they loved me. I was never told I was good. I was never told I was worthy. I certainly was never told the truth of divinity. In fairness to my parents, and maybe your parents too, I am not so sure that they had ever heard this good news of inherent divinity. I didn't until I was in my late 40s. They came from an era of survival, of fight or flight, the two instinctive traits of human beings when faced with fear. They lived scratching and clawing, holding on to what they were able to create with blood, sweat, and tears, hoping God thought they were doing all right by him along the way. I believe my parents did the best they could with what they knew. They did give us a great neighborhood to grow up in. We did have a nice home, and the cupboards were always full. My parents did the best they could. I thank them and bless them for the lessons they taught me. I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad. Teach your children. As parents, my wife and I made it a point that our son Daniel would always go to bed with the last words he'd hear being, "We love you." We always encourage him in every possible way. A child needs to have at least one person they can count on to be on their side, to love them unconditionally. That's what parents are for. In the spiritual classes I take on my way to what I believe will lead to a ministry, time and time again I hear stories from persons who want or wanted love from a parent, a spouse, a friend, a boss, or a child, and did not or do not perceive it as there. The love you seek is in you. When someone shows they love you, the love you feel is yours. You are inside what is inside you. One of my friends committed suicide a few years following the divorce from her husband. I, too, as a troubled teenager and later as an adult, contemplated taking my life to escape pain. This was before I fully understood the power of knowing who we inherently are and the power which operates through our divinity. If you do not recognize and embrace your divinity, pain fills the vacuum. This book is written with the purpose of letting you know how precious and important you are. You are defined by your divinity, not your marital status, job position, neighborhood, bank account, or by who you think doesn't love you. With a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house, you are still rich beyond measure, a child of God. School days. My early school days were filled mostly with fun and frivolity. Although I was shy and introverted, I had plenty of friends. I attended a Catholic school in kindergarten and first grade, Our Lady of Perpetual Help. This was 1966 to 1968. I guess I was a bit of a playboy. I loved chasing the girls on the playground. I never went through the girls have cooties phase. I did take offense to the rhyme about what little girls and boys are made of. I wanted to be made of sugar and spice too. One time at Mass, a nun suggested that all the kids who were holding their hands lazily toward the ground while praying were worshiping the devil. I was one of those kids. I knew I wasn't praying to anyone other than God. I was just tired. It was 8 a.m. It was that kind of ridiculousness, however well-meaning it may or may not have been, that caused me to question adults. There was one nun who I am very grateful to. There was a bird's nest and a bell that rang alarmingly at recess, as most school bells do. On this early spring day, apparently one of the baby birds had fallen from the nest, which was at least 50 feet high. All the kids gathered around the lifeless robin. I had a plastic sandwich bag full of cookies in my pocket. I sacrificed my cookies by throwing them on the ground for the other birds that were gathered round, placed the baby bird carefully in the bag, and then put the bag in my pocket. When we were in line to go back inside, several kids pointed to me and told this particular nun that I had a dead bird in my pocket. She kindly asked what I was going to do with the baby bird. I said, "I'm going to bury it at home so it can go to heaven." She said, "Sounds like a good idea." I carried that dead bird in a plastic bag in my pocket for the next several hours, then took it home and buried it so it could go to heaven. Setting aside the questionable hygienic part of the equation, you have to admit that nun was cool. The Prince's Speech. As I will share in one of the Divine Acceptations chapters, I had a speech impediment. Because the parochial school didn't have a visiting speech therapist, I had to leave school twice a week to take speech therapy at a downtown Columbus hospital. I did this for 2 years. All the adults involved agreed that putting me in the public school where a speech therapist visited twice a week was the best idea. I began attending the nearby elementary school starting in the fall of 1968. I got lost on that first day and stayed lost. This boy. It is interesting that the thing a child hates most is being different. Often, these are the qualities that make them uniquely interesting and successful as an adult. However, looking or acting different than the others that comprise your universe at age 7 or 8 can be painful. I have an olive complexion. As a child, I spent most of my time outside in the summer. By the time school started in early September, due to my dark pigmentation, I looked as though I were from another country. This was 1968 America, and I was living in an all-white town of about 15,000. I was asked on that first day of school where I was from. Most of the kids suggested I must be from Mexico. When I told my family that the kids in my school thought I was from south of the border, they immediately created a story about a Hispanic family dropping me off at the doorstep with a note that read, "Please take care of our little Chico." Hey, nothing like adding to the trauma of my first day at the new school with the story of me being an adopted doorstep child from Latin America. I felt like a fish out of water, hard to breathe, on that Tuesday, September 3rd, 1968. Who knew that a simple change of schools would be so devastating? I was scared. I was perpetually nervous. I had left the friends who I loved and who loved me at Our Lady. I had to make new friends, and I simply didn't know how. In elementary school, I withdrew so far that I would spend most of recess playing by myself, imagining I was driving a car or placing myself in a war movie setting. From time to time, teachers would tap me on the shoulder and ask me what I was doing. I'd tell them I was playing car or war, and off I'd go, making car sounds or explosions. Every year, I would be sent to what I know now was the school psychologist, who would ask me questions about my recess fantasy play. It would be interesting to see those reports today. So, I decided to write my old schools to see them. The records are enlightening in a number of ways. For one, they verify my memories. My first grade teacher at Our Lady wrote over 250 words regarding my progress, which is 200 more than what would be written about me from all my other teachers combined, second grade through high school graduation. I encourage you to get your records. For me, they paint an accurate yet incomplete picture of some of the difficulties I have always had. There are references to my lack of organization, being quiet and shy and lacking self-confidence. It mentions that I need constant encouragement and of my being capable of so much more. We are all capable of so much more, and recognizing our inherent divinity is the inner encouragement we can always count on. There is a note about me being a happy child in first grade. I remember being happy then too. My second grade teacher writes a comment about my lack of organization and still owing 60 cents for the weekly reader, while my third grade teacher notes, I am a middle group dreamer capable of more possible psychological problems. What is a middle group dreamer? The psychological problems are probably references to my recess solitude play. My fourth grade teacher says I need to be pushed. There is basically nothing after this. Nothing about my excessive absences in seventh grade, my being dropped from the second highest reading group to the second lowest reading group in eighth grade, which was due to a bullying episode. Nothing about the 150 absences in my 4 years of high school. I also gained weight at an alarming rate. I weighed 220 pounds by the time I was 12. I hit 300 pounds by age 15. I was so ashamed of myself that I almost dropped out of high school. My father was an alcoholic and my mother was overwhelmed. I was most happy when I was listening to the radio or my albums. Thank God for Elton John. Thank God for my younger brother and sister, Drew and Dana, too. They shared my love for music, and we would sing the songs on the radio like we were in a band. Through my spiritual work and studies, I have been able to let go of the parts of my past that serve no positive purpose. In the original draft of this book, I wrote about many more painful events. I thought it might be useful for you to know that I have been where you might be now. As I edit the final draft, it is clear to me that these old stories are now benign. They hold no power over me. They simply don't hurt anymore. They don't even exist anymore. That is where I am. This idea of inherent divinity, if accepted and embodied, will make you new. You can go from living in a lower vibration of shame to a higher level of enlightenment when you forgive yourself and others for what may have been, but is not now. The Divine Acceptations chapters will point you in the light direction. Applause, applause. Following my junior year of high school, I decided I was going to go into radio after graduation and enrolled in a couple of speech classes. It was while performing oral interpretations in the senior year classes that I discovered I could speak in front of a group and be entertaining. I performed the Elton John Bernie Taupin compositions Candle in the Wind and Ticking to wild applause and standing ovations. This was good. The kingdom of heaven is at hand and within. You're not a visitor or even a guest. You are indigenous, family, a child of heaven. Know right here and right now that you are divine. You are necessary. You are loved and the beloved. I am a DJ. Radio has been very good to me, and I have been very good to it. My stations in Wheeling, West Virginia and Rockford, Illinois were nominated for Adult Contemporary Station of the Year by distinguished trade publications. Most of the stations I worked for received stellar ratings and revenue achievements during my tenure as an on-air personality and program director. Working in radio is great fun. In 1988, while I was doing a morning show at WJLQ in Pensacola, Florida, my wife and I performed a publicity stunt that was covered by CNN and USA Today. The stunt involved the late Michael Jackson and a hunger strike. Michael was rehearsing his Bad tour in Pensacola, but wasn't planning on doing any public appearances. Denise and I decided we wouldn't eat until he publicly acknowledged his Pensacola fans. When it was all said and done, WJLQ created a Michael Jackson Appreciation Day, and Michael came out and waved at us. Denise and I lost a combined 60 pounds over a 2-week period, too. While programming WKWK in Wheeling, I was one of only a few programmers in America outside of Christian radio who played Bob Carlyle's Butterfly Kisses in the summer of 1996. After a month or so, I was the only one who kept playing it. In the fall of that year, I sent Butterfly Kisses to Delilah, the nationally syndicated love song show host. Delilah loved the song and began playing it regularly. Over the next 6 months, Butterfly Kisses grew in popularity and was eventually picked up by a major label and officially released to all of radio in April 1997. It became a #1 hit song within just a few weeks. I love discovering and sharing. As a radio program director, I have helped launch hundreds of dreams by playing the music of new artists. I helped kickstart the #1 1995 hit In the House of Stone and Light by Martin Page. I was among the first to embrace the solo piano music of Jim Brickman. I was one of the first program directors to endorse and play the Natalie Cole-Nat King Cole duet Unforgettable. Now I have something I want to share from my heart. I believe in the message this book proclaims. I know that if just one person discovers their inner divinity and lives the undeniable life because of my book, I will have fulfilled my purpose and promise. Give a little bit. My most cherished memory was not giving away a $10,000 cash prize. It was providing a mother who had lost her baby with a grave marker, so that when she visited the cemetery, she had something to touch. It was arranging to secure a new car for a mother who had to drive 260 miles round trip 3 days a week to provide her 4-year-old with life-saving dialysis. It was anchoring nonstop radio coverage of the 1990 Shadyside, Ohio flood, where nearly 24 people perished, and our station collected tens of thousands of dollars in money, goods, and services to those who were negatively affected by the disaster. I have had hundreds of opportunities to shine a little light in the lives of listeners in towns called Waverly, Columbus, Wheeling, Charleston, Pensacola, Stillwater, Rockford, Woodstock, Chicago, and Kennewick, and I am very grateful for every one of them. I have always known I wanted to do more. As much as I love radio and always will, I needed an additional way to share and the time to do it. The universe gave me what I asked for, time away from the hamster wheel. I was laid off. I had created a vision board with a publisher's logo on it. I knew what I wanted to do, share my experiences and insights through writing with those who might benefit from them. So, here we are. You are holding my vision, my dream. Wish without worry, desire without fear, know without doubt. Oh, and when your dreams come true, don't act too surprised. I'm not surprised, and neither should you be. You are what this book is about. Understanding, embracing, and accepting who you are, a limitless child of promise. Lights. My name is Douglas. Douglas is Scottish and means seeker of light or out of the darkness. I write a lot about light and illumination. If you go into the darkness to fight darkness with more darkness, it's going to be awfully hard to see. I believe in my heart that the root of all darkness is the failure to recognize the light that is inherent in all of us. How many of our children are told that they are inherently good, that they are God's best idea, that they are necessary and worthy, deserving of all of God's good and love just for being? I have never been happier. Positive experiences follow positive perceptions. Positive perceptions follow positive experiences. That is happiness. You get to choose. I could be angry and bitter about having lost my job. I certainly have been in the past, but I choose to perceive this time as sacred. I am doing what I love for whom I love. Us. How could I not be happy? The choice of understanding and living your divinity can lead only to a happier, more peaceful, and love-filled life. The key is acceptance. Whatever you expect from life must also be accepted. Abundance is everywhere. Can you accept that? Love is everywhere. Do you accept that? Freedom is here. Joy is here. Peace is here if you accept them. There are 24 synonyms for the word fight, but only one antonym: accept. Stop fighting and start accepting that you are God's best idea. Now, let's reveal more about divine acceptations and living the undeniable life. While looking through the eyes of divinity, once imagined obstacles disappear. There is no thing in your way. Part 1. The Divine Ideas. Chapter 2. The Undeniable Life. See life as your song and sing. It is your song in your voice. Your life is an individualized sonnet of God. Life is what comes from love, and love is God. All life is an expression of God, all of it. Everything that lives, God thought, God meant, and God expressed. From one cell to the 50 trillion that combined and working as one becomes you, life. You are God's best idea. Life is a gift, the gift for which everything else in creation was created for you and me, for every living thing. Without life, there would be no need for all that is. Life, experiencing life, loving life, embracing life, expressing God through living life. Celebrate life. Life is eternal. It was something, it is something, and it becomes something new, and it becomes something more. How many times it does this, we don't know. But we do know that God is back of it, and God is expressed in and through it as much as we choose to embrace God in it. Embrace life. If you want the life of your dreams, begin living the dreams of your life. No one stands in the way of the dream except the dreamer. Between the visible and the invisible is the undeniable stuff dreams are made of. Your dream life. Live undeniably. Love undeniably. Live the undeniable life. Life is not on sale. There is no rush to grab the best bargains. Abundance abounds. The supply is not limited. God doesn't promise an unlimited number of days, but God does not limit your promise, your potential to fulfill life's promise. Looking through the eyes of God, you would see everything the divine has inspired. Perfect, whole, and complete life. Love is in you. Life is in you. You are in love with life, and that is undeniable. Your life becomes all the more wonderful the moment you realize just how beautiful it already is. Chapter 3. Great Acceptations. Great expectations must begin with great acceptations. If you are like me, you probably didn't even know the word acceptation existed. It is a perfect word. It means belief, acceptance as true or valid. I keep coming back to a recurring theme of receiving, reception, allowance, acceptation. For many people, the law of attraction is about acting and attracting. And of course, that is part of it. Belief plus thought plus action plus acceptance equals manifestation results. A lot of law of attraction minded folks get most of the equation, but either forget or don't know about receptive consciousness. You give thanks with gratitude in advance for the gifts you are about to receive. That's acceptation. We don't compete for God's gifts. We receive them. If you find yourself struggling to achieve goals in order to meet your expectations, you are not in a receptive frame of mind. Your heavenly allowance is equal to your consciousness of it, with a capital I. You could even call this your acceptance. When the song is sung, the singer pauses for the applause. The farmer doesn't sow seeds only to admire the field so he can paint a picture. Don't forget to reap the harvest. Your expectations are always met to the degree you can conceive and receive. God gives more than we will ever accept because God is more accepting of us than we are of ourselves. God knows who we are because we are a part of God, and God is a part of us. You are God's best idea. The most underrated part of the law of attraction is the easiest part: acceptance. To have or have not, this is the question. The answer is acknowledgement that there is nothing too good to be true for you. Chapter 4. Inside. When all you have is love, you possess all there is to have. God is love. Know this and know all there is to really know. Everything is connected to this simple truth: God is love. Everything of God and from God is love manifest, whether spirit or form. Everything in its natural state, in the state in which God meant it, is love. When you are consciously living love, you are doing so with and through God. You are resonating with God. This God consciousness is a place everyone has experienced. When it happens, it is usually brief but oh so profound. Certainly babies possess and express this. They are just being what God created them to be: love. They know not their name, their nationality, their ethnicity. They know nothing other than that they are. Your foremost responsibility, if you call just being who you are a responsibility, is to love. The divine resides in you. So recognizing and allowing what is already inherent in you shine forth is the idea. And all of what you see is an idea. You are God's best idea. Think of that, because you are that. The love we find is equal to what we have in mind. All the emotions and feelings we use to describe bliss, joy, comfort, elation, merriment, and revelry begin with love, and love begins with God, because God is love. This is our natural way of being. We can all remember the years of our early youth when joy and peace were what we were. It is my suggestion that you can connect all human strife, from small agitations to catastrophic tragedy, to thoughts and actions, individually or collectively, that were done without love, without God. Love is God. It is important to note that I'm not speaking about love for a thing or love of a thing. Millions of people have been murdered for the love of country and for the so-called love of God. I am talking about acting through and with love, through and with God. And if God is love, as we profess, and love is kind, thoughtful, tender, mild, beautiful, joyful, and peaceful, then we know it isn't the opposite of these attributes. It is impossible to love and hate simultaneously. Love is not selfish, judgmental, unkind, and it never condemns, because there is no redemption in condemnation. God does not condemn. If a person fully recognized that their creator is love, so they could be nothing other than love, then all they would have to do is be who they already are. Where there is no peace, there is instead fear. I believe that opposition in life comes mostly from what we oppose. Opposition seeks opportunity. It can't oppose you if you haven't already suggested to the universe that you are in opposition to it. We oppose what we fear, and fear is in opposition to love. Fear opposes love like dark fears light. When there is light, there is no darkness. When there is love, there is no fear. Fear disappears in the presence of love, of light, of God. Align with love, and love aligns with you. You are in alignment. Love is the answer. The question is, what is God? Is that all there is? Yes. All there is love. If you choose to look through the eyes of divinity, all there is is peace. If you choose to live life with and through love, through peace, through God, God is divine as you are. If you are having any difficulty in fully understanding what I'm sharing, that's okay. There is no commandment to understand, just to love God and your neighbor as yourself. Remember, you love yourself just as you love everything else, through and with God. With God, you can love yourself, your neighbor, and yes, God. That is the miracle. God receives your love when you use God's love to love God. You are inside what is inside you. With this knowing comes peace. Consent to miracles, and they shall be your compass. Chapter 5, Representation. You are a representative of God, therefore, a representative of love, kindness, and peace. Anything less is a misrepresentation. Life is not a puzzle or a mystery. It is one thing, love. It doesn't matter what organized religion you follow or practice. You are, by your very creation and existence, a representation of what created you, God. However defined, it is the power behind your being. Every religion refers to this power, this first cause, as God in the English language, and as love. You are to be and express what you are, love. Love is, of course, kindness, peace, joy, happiness, forgiveness, and acceptance. Anything less than these and other divine attributes is a misrepresentation of your divinity. God doesn't expect or desire uniformity. If God did, all birds would be doves. God asks for unity in love, to love God and your brother as yourself. You can vote for whoever you want, but you must not judge them. You must love them. To suggest that you can withhold with righteousness love from even one person means it can be withheld from you. What we want and need is what we already have and are. We just need to express it. You cannot express God while judging, hating, cursing, or condemning. You are free to disagree. If you have lived as long as I have, you already know how many times your beliefs about earthly matters change. But you must love your brother because as you do so, you love yourself and God. Until you do this, unconditionally love, you are not being who you are or doing what you are here to do. Why not start unconditionally loving everyone right now? There is no commandment to agree with them about every minute aspect of the universe. Unconditionally forgive them as well. Forgiveness is the best kind of love you can show another as well as yourself. What you withhold is withheld. That is the law of attraction, the law of consequence. As you do, it is done unto you. When the saint and the sinner occupy the same place in your heart, you will occupy the same in God's. To hold animosity toward anyone is simply foolish. It places stress on oneself. It is very hard to be hugged when your arms are crossed. It is virtually impossible to receive love when your heart is closed. If you've ever been a salesperson, you know what it is to be called a representative, an account executive. We are all representing God. You are also the executive of your accounting on earth. Living in love is living in heaven, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand for he who has love in his heart. Give a good accounting of yourself and of God. After all, you are God's best idea. Love unconditionally and live the undeniable life. I would rather die proposing unconditional love than live wedded to being cherished on condition. Chapter 6. Peace, love, and understanding. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Matthew 5:5. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Matthew 5:7. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Matthew 5:9. The Bible verses above clearly tell us that the powerful and peace experience the kingdom of heaven. You will find peace only with truth and light. Unrest is the consequence of a perception of separation. In spiritual truth, there is no separation. All there is God, and God is all there is, and you are God's best idea. Some people live in fear, like a child lost at the circus. When you are 4 years old, those giant people with the blue hair, painted faces, and polka dot costumes can be mighty scary. And how about those clowns, too? We're scared, and most of us don't even know it. Persons who are not scared don't scream, don't threaten, and don't kill, unless ordered to do so by those who are. There is joy, comfort, liberty, and peace, and a consciousness of God within. We have divine privileges. Think about that. Divine privileges. It's true. Truth seekers find truth, and you are a seeker. Those who are satisfied with lies live their lives trying to get others to lie with them. And boy, do they get angry when we choose liberty and love. Truth-seeking usually comes when the discomfort of not knowing becomes unbearable, like those itchy old sweaters that eventually find their way to our attics. Our parents know and knew we'd stumble and fall. Our follies are expected and forgiven ahead of time, as are all of our mistakes and errors. Yes, a child who fears she has let a parent down feels separated from her parent's love, but the parent doesn't. Read the previous sentence again, and you may receive one of the most important and divine insights ever. A child who fears she has let a parent down feels separated from her parent's love, but the parent doesn't. Fear not. You are not lost. You are loved. We are the beloved. A divine peace, love, and understanding resides and dwells within you and walks beside you. It is already a part of your divine inheritance. It's time to read God's will. Sin and separation are a part of race consciousness, not divine consciousness. War is the absence of peace, which is caused by fear, which is the absence of love, and the absence of love, which is God, is only an illusion, because God is always present. Think back to when you were a child, when time seemed to stand still while playing with friends, catching fireflies, searching for the ends of rainbows, laughing, living, and loving. You were not seeking or searching for peace. You were peace. Peace is where the heart is, and in your heart beats the peace of our Creator, who could no more lose you than Jesus himself, because after all, like Jesus, you are a child of God. You are God's best idea. So to answer the musical question, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? The laughter you hear is the children of the world celebrating the inherent truth of peace, love, and understanding. God bless the gentle, the merciful, the peacemakers, for we shall receive our full and rightful inheritance in the kingdom of heaven, which is right here, right now. When you possess peace, every moment is an opportunity to love. When fear possesses you, every moment is a missed opportunity. Chapter 7, February 3rd. Groundhog Day 2007. I was working in Chicagoland. This wasn't just any February 2nd. This was Groundhog Day in Woodstock, Illinois. Woodstock is where movie director Harold Ramis filmed Groundhog Day, the comedy starring Bill Murray. It is one of my favorite movies. The radio station I programmed was licensed to Woodstock. I confess that I was drawn to this particular job in part because of my adoration for the Groundhog Day movie. Like most people, I thought it was filmed in Puxatawny, Pennsylvania. The town of Woodstock celebrates Groundhog Day with a bit less attention than Puxatawny, but the setting in the city square is similar to what you see in the movie. As Groundhog Day approached, I was nearly giddy. Our stations did live broadcasts that morning as temperatures dipped to near zero. The attendance for the annual weather prognostication from Woodstock Willie was among the best in the event's history. We had the unofficial world's largest toast to world peace that evening in the bar where Phil and Rita do the same. Many of us at one time or another can identify with the sardonic Phil Connors and his "is that all there is" view of life. Phil Connors is self-serving and self-absorbed through 3/4 of the movie. Screenwriter Danny Rubin suggests that Phil spends many years reliving Groundhog Day. He goes through all the stages of loss, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. It is only after he has accepted his situation and makes the best of it that he is redeemed, embraced by the entire town when he chooses to love and serve it, and in the end, loved by the angelic Rita, played perfectly by Andie MacDowell. In Groundhog Day, after Phil wakes up on February 3rd with Rita in his arms, he says, "Today is tomorrow." He realizes what a gift he has been given to see a new day in a new way, and you know he will make the most of it. Groundhog Day tops my list of inspirational movies. You can see the entire list towards the back of the book. You can visit and read the blog of Groundhog Day screenwriter Danny Rubin at www.dannyrubin.com. Make today your February 3rd, the first day of the rest of your life, fully awake and aware, grateful and ready to serve, knowing you are God's best idea. Happy February 3rd. While you are reliving yesterday and imagining tomorrow, you might be missing the best part of today. Chapter 8. Your 5-Star Life. If you were reviewing your life like a movie critic, how many stars would it receive? Would a perfect life receive 5 stars? Then your life gets 5 stars. Your life is perfect. If perfection is defined as being perfectly executed as thought. You see, you have written nearly every line of your life. You've cast all the characters. In some ways, you're actually playing all the roles, if you believe in oneness. You are definitely directing and editing. You even choose the soundtrack. You choose your friends, your job, and your education, the car you drive. You've made all those decisions. We are not strictly talking metaphorically, are we? I mean, you really have chosen the food you've eaten, at least as an adult, who you date and ultimately marry. Your physical and mental health is primarily manifestations of either lifestyle choices and or your state of mind, which is generated by your thoughts. In fact, thoughts precede everything. Some law of attraction naysayers get all hung up on the thoughts are things idea because they are imagining Elizabeth Montgomery twitching her nose and having a 7-course meal appear just seconds before Larry Tate arrives with Darren for dinner. Yet, thoughts preceded everything that you have ever done and will ever do or not do. So the story of your life, which is playing out before you in living color, is as you have thought it, as you have written and directed it. Even the things that happen due to the free will thoughts of the characters you have cast in your life, which affect you, do so because you have entered into or invited them into your world. So your life is as you have directed. It is perfect as you thought it. But if you want it to be different, you can change it right now by writing, as in thinking, up new adventures and casting new players and setting up a different set location. Make your life a triumph. Most movies with happy endings seem that much happier when contrasted with the earlier scenes anyway. So, no matter how dark things have been, the sun shines and the bluebirds sing while the audience applauds if and when you decide to take your life story in that direction, with your direction, and the inward acknowledgement of the divine producer. You are God's best idea. It is time to express and manifest with consciousness some of your best ideas too. No one can dim the dream that awakens in the enlightened heart. Chapter 9. Life is a gift exchange. There are hundreds of books that focus on the law of attraction. The three words most often used to explain the law are thoughts or things. Of course, this is an abbreviated way to describe this universal law, but there is so much more. Thoughts becoming things has almost no spiritual context. If, like most of us, we are really referring to God as the power behind all that is, then I'd prefer to use the following short phrase to sum up the law of attraction. Life is a gift exchange. God, or whatever term you want to use for source, originates in you the ability and desire to use your unique gifts. You are God's best idea. It is up to you to fully develop as many of these endowments as possible during your lifetime. Next is the sharing or giving of these gifts to others. Use your gifts to make a living and make a difference. It is important to give with a glad and open heart without an expectation of reciprocity. As you serve and share, you will receive in kind the gifts from others that you need to fulfill your promise and purpose. An exchange of energy, an exchange of God's good, given unconditionally from and through the infinite, with the free will to express God or suppress God. That is your choice. We can hang God on a wall or around our necks, but the universe wants to bring you good tidings and joy. And that happens when you exchange God in the form of the gifts God originated in you in order to express divinity, yours and God's. God is life. Life is a gift exchange. Life is a God exchange. Be grateful for the gifts you have been given to give. Chapter 10. 1. In 1985, 25 years before I had ever heard the term universal mind, I had the first of several experiences with it. I was working the overnight hours, midnight to 6, at a radio station in Columbus. My future wife was working evenings. Due to these odd hours, we were not spending much time together. I was given a rare weekday night off, and I wanted to have a date with my girl. I asked Denise if she could get the night off. She asked me what excuse she could use. I don't make a habit of lying, so coming up with this story was somewhat uncomfortable. I thought for a few seconds and said, "Tell them that Doug's sister, Donna, called and told him that his grandmother has fallen out at the lake. She's broken her hip, and they've taken her to the hospital. The doctors don't think she's going to make it through the night and have asked for the family to come and be with her." That's what Denise told her employer so she could get the evening off for our date. 24 hours later, about 3:30 in the afternoon, just minutes before Denise went to work, the phone rang. It was my sister Donna. This is what I heard her say. "Doug, grandmother has fallen out at the lake. She's broken her hip, and they've taken her to the hospital. The doctors don't think she's going to make it through the night and have asked for the family to come be with her." My jaw hit the floor, along with the phone. It was verbatim what I had stated the day before. I did not create this event. It was already a part of Universal Mind. I just, for some reason, received the message in advance. Universal Mind is the concept that there is one mind, God's mind, and we are all one with this mind. If you believe in God, you probably also believe that God knows everything that was, is, and will be. There is no other explanation for my being able to know this future event, an unusual event at that, with such detail and clarity without universal mind in play. I have had this ability for as long as I can remember. Knowing the circumstances of my grandmother's ultimate passing is just one of several cases that happened during that period. The living years. In 1986, I moved to Stillwater, Oklahoma to take another radio job. I was alone for the first couple of months. In October of that year, I went to see the movie Peggy Sue Got Married. There is a scene in the film where the Kathleen Turner character, Peggy Sue, speaks on the phone with her long-deceased grandmother. She drops the phone and weeps, for she loved her grandmother so. At that moment, chills rushed through my entire body, and I began to weep as well. I didn't understand why I was having such a visceral reaction. I enjoyed Peggy Sue Got Married because director Francis Ford Coppola explores the idea of our high school years and how unimportant they sometimes are in the long run. I like that two of the outsiders in Peggy Sue's high school achieve great success, one becoming a notable scientist and the other a published poet. There is also the realization that some of the students of whom we are most envious in school are actually experiencing the high point of their lives, and that time is the great equalizer if we use it to progress. This was certainly true for me. The most powerful idea, however, was the love of family. Peggy Sue was able to see and experience her parents at the age she was now. She recognized the sacrifices and choices they made for the benefit of family. She received the gift of being in the presence of her grandparents, whom she loved and missed terribly. And despite being able to now clearly see her husband, played perfectly by Nicolas Cage, as the foolish and ridiculous boy he really was in high school and she knew him to be now, at the end of the film, you are left with the impression that the love these two people have for each other is still powerful, still real, still divine, and still worth choosing. As I was walking home from the theater, thinking about the movie and the impact that it had on me, I got a very clear message. Someone close to me is going to die. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I began weeping. I said aloud, as dozens of Oklahoma State University students were walking by within earshot, "Someone is going to die. I need to call home." The message was clear, but how do you go about doing that? I was so disturbed that I went back to the radio station and hung out for a couple of hours with the evening DJ. Just about a week later, I got that Sunday morning call from my brother Dennis telling me that our father had suffered a heart attack and died. He was just 55. Is it possible to experience shock without surprise? I believe I did. I was fortunate that I spent 6 weeks living at home before I left for Oklahoma. My father and I were not really that close. The nicest thing he ever said to me followed a slug to the head. He was drunk and lecturing me about something. He apparently didn't like what I said, and he walloped me across the face. His hand felt like a sledgehammer. He was a very strong man. My face and brain went numb, but I just stood there, unfazed. He mumbled something about being a big man and so you think you're tough. I just stood there. My father then said, "Of all my kids, you are the most brilliant. You have the most potential. You can really be somebody." That would have been music to my ears if not for the bells still ringing in my head from the blow a moment before. Father and son. During the 6 weeks I lived at home in the late summer of 1986, my father spent a great deal of time talking to me. He had gone completely gray by this time. He looked 10 or 15 years older than he was. His business had not survived the recession of the early 1980s and the fire set by a disgruntled employee whom my father had tried to assist on numerous occasions. Dad worked with an organization in Columbus that placed troubled men in jobs. These were high-risk individuals with criminal records. My father believed in the human spirit. He believed that people just needed a chance or two to make it through. I am sure that much of my empathy for people comes from my father. At the time of the fire, Dad's company was in debt to the IRS to the tune of about $15,000. He had arranged to make small payments over the following years. There was a 2-year period where the IRS statement stopped coming. Meantime, my brother David had been renting the small cottage-like home that my father purchased for his parents in 1974. David wanted to buy the home outright, so my father approached the IRS about having my brother make the payments, which were to amount to $22,000 over time, directly to the IRS, as there was a lien on the property. It is believed that the IRS agent who was involved in my father's case had purposely buried the paperwork because he was sympathetic to my father's circumstances. This would account for there not being statements for 2 years. Regardless, the case was still active, and all kinds of penalties and interests were levied. The once bothersome debt of $15,000 became an insurmountable sum of over $50,000 practically overnight. Most of us in the family believe this was the catalyst for our father's rather rapid decline. Dad and I went golfing several times during this sacred time. I had caddied for him over the years, but had never played with him. We were able to reconcile the divisions that had existed. There were no spoken admissions of neglect or apologies for smacks to the face or belts to my ass. It was more as though the absence of conflict allowed the love of father and son to fill the space that so often was full with my animosity. The first step to unconditional love is removing the anger generated by circumstances and appearances. If the focus is always on the pain, you can't begin the healing. My father and I let go of an unfulfilled past to replenish the present with peace, love, and understanding. I am eternally grateful for that opportunity. Missing you. In the fall of 2009, I had been thinking about religion and faith and wondering if there had ever been a survey done regarding suicide rates among the various spiritual paths. I had been thinking, if your belief system is one in which you believe God is always with you and in you, it would be very difficult to fall so far into darkness that one would take their own life. I thought and thought and thought about this. Then, on a Sunday evening, I got an email informing me that a person who had been attending our church, but not so much recently, had apparently taken her life. I had seen my friend Mary Ellen a couple of weeks previously, and when we hugged, it was not the average glad to see you hug. It was intense, hard, grasping, a holding on kind of hug, one that made me feel loved, but also like we might not be seeing each other again. My friend was bright and attractive, loving and talented, but she kept seeking something outside of her for her comfort, instead of that which is right with us all the time, God and love, our divinity. One of the main reasons I am writing my book is that I wish I could have told her what I am telling you now. You are God's best idea. You are loved and the beloved. You are needed and necessary. We love you. To the audio version of the book, You Are God's Best Idea, Divine Acceptations and Living the Undeniable Life. I'm the author, Douglas Edward Holzmeyer, also known as Doug Daniels. This book is inspired by and dedicated to my son, Daniel. I have put my very heart into these pages so you can take my thoughts, stories, and love with you wherever you go. Also to my wife, Denise, who offers the gift of unconditional love I accept every day. And to the divine, thanks for everything. Introduction. I don't believe in coincidences. This book was meant for you. If you have little to no previous awareness of your inner and inherent divinity, you are about to receive information that can forevermore change your life for the better. The proposition that you are God's best idea, not only worthy of divine love, but that we are divine love, changes everything. What we do with our divine nature is up to us. But understanding the truth of our divine nature is the first step of divine acceptance. After hearing and accepting this truth, I believe you'll never again feel like you are alone and unloved. You'll never again feel like you have blown it or that it's too late to fulfill your dreams and promise. You are God's best idea. Where did I get this idea? Is there any doubt? God has created many things that express God's beauty and magnificence. Few would argue against the idea that an eagle, a lion, and a whale are all representations of life and expressions of the divine. It is human beings, however, who are not only expressions of the divine, but who through God continuously and divinely express. It is a person who can execute the commandment of Jesus to love God and neighbor as thyself. It is the children of divinity who have created life-saving devices that allow divine beings to have divine second chances to fulfill divine promise. God created man for God to be more fully expressed. the greatest expression being divine love. God's gift of free will, however, allows for misrepresentations of divinity, which we will explore. Tweet. This book began when a friend of mine told me she had joined Twitter and already had several hundred followers. I was intrigued. She said she was following like-minded individuals, and they usually followed back. The key was to find a leader in your area of interest, such as self-improvement, then follow that person's followers, a microcosm of how the law of attraction works. Like attracts like. How perfect. I gave it a try. I went to the Louise Hay page, followed her and her followers. Bam! I had several hundred Doug Daniels, my radio name, followers overnight. A lot of famous quotes get posted on Twitter. The 140 characters length is perfect for them. Twitter is kind of like a support group. What better way to support each other than by tweeting inspirational quotes? As I watched this stream of classic consciousness go by, I thought to myself, as an aspiring writer who is immersed in the self-improvement sciences, why not just attempt to compose some ideas and thoughts in my way and see how they go over? Like this one. The secret to failure is a lifelong admiration of what others have done. We are a world of watchers instead of participants. I felt this was a perfect avenue to participate and share positive messages. Since I became engaged in spiritual studies, many of these writings felt as though they were coming divinely through me. I started writing and sharing my thoughts in the form of quotes in May of 2009 at www.twitter.com/DougShares. I'm not sure if writing a witticism constitutes a quote. Normally, a quote comes from a larger piece of work. Although I do have a blog and did use some of these quotes in my essays, it's not the normal way people write. This book has been written, in a sense, backwards. I wrote over 700 original epigrams over an 18-month period. Over time, followers were asking if I had written a book or was planning to do so. With that nudge from the universe, I decided to do so. The epigrams. An epigram is defined as a short statement that makes an interesting, frequently profound observation about life or the world. You'll find the majority of the ones I've written sprinkled throughout the chapters. You'll find all the better ones from my Twitter sites, over 550 of them, in the epigram section. The motivation. One of the initial motivations for writing the book was an effort to put my thoughts, ideas, and wisdom on paper so my son Daniel would have a place of reference in times when he needed some fatherly advice in case I wasn't around. My dad died at age 55. The original title of the book was going to be A Father Shares. Some of the text is written as if I'm speaking directly to my son. In October 2009, a friend of mine committed suicide. She had gone through a divorce a few years before, and her mother had passed away about a year after that. She had been seeking answers. She had not yet accepted her inherent divinity. She did not quite grasp that the answer is within, whispering continually, "You are God's best idea. You are my best idea." This book, therefore, is for anyone who needs to hear the encouraging message that they are divine, loved, and the beloved. Divine Acceptations. The book's subtitle is Divine Acceptations and Living the Undeniable Life. It's very possible you've never heard the word acceptations. I stumbled upon it when I was trying to get across the idea that expectations are fine, but if you don't accept what you expect, then your expectation rots on the vine for not having been harvested. I wanted something that sounded clever for one of my epigrams that began with great expectations and was pleasantly surprised to find the word acceptations. So I wrote, great expectations begin with great acceptations. There is nothing more important to accept than your inherent divinity. The idea is that you are God's best idea and inherently divine, because God is the divine and you are most certainly a child of divinity. You don't become this way, you are this way. From personal experience, I know that as soon as I accept my divinity, everything changes for the better. Once you accept and begin to act like the divine being you are, heaven on earth is revealed in too many ways to count. When I use the word divine with a capital D, and I am speaking about God specifically, I will italicize and capitalize. When I'm speaking of your divinity with a small d, the divine nature and the God essence within you, I will italicize but not capitalize. Undeniable. The undeniable life came to me following the unexpected passing of the friend mentioned above. I wrote a piece, which comprises chapter 2, that I read at her memorial service. This book is about accepting the good that is in and all around you and living undeniably. I share some stories from my life and those of my family and friends to illustrate. Part 1 of the book lays the foundations of these divine ideas. After the divine ideas are the divine acceptations. I could have written additional acceptations and might very well do in another book. This book is not meant to be an exhaustive and comprehensive study on our inherent divinity. It is, however, meant to awaken you to the inherent power you have access to and that you can use to change your life in the most extraordinary ways because of this divinity. It is meant to remind you that you are divine just as you are. Since most of my childhood and adult life have been steeped in my love and affection for popular music, as often as possible I have used song titles to begin stories and separate sections of chapters. Thanks for allowing me to share. Douglas Edward Holzmeier, February 14th, 2011. You are complete. You can learn and grow, and you should. But that doesn't make you any more divine than the day God thought you. Chapter 1. Start Me Up. From the moment I was born, I have been attempting to breathe deeply. My lungs collapsed at birth. I almost died. It wouldn't be the last time. I was raised in Grove City, a southwest suburb of Columbus, Ohio. Our family of 9, mom and dad plus 7 kids, the 8th would arrive 2 years later, moved there in 1964 from Belleville, Illinois. One of my earliest memories is driving past the St. Louis Arch and the family waving goodbye to it as we headed east. I think my fascination with music and radio began on that 14-hour trip. There were lots of stops. Packed in the family Buick station wagon, listening to Top 40 radio on our way to a new life. It was June 1964, and the tunes traveling with us on Route 66 were by the Beach Boys, the Beatles, the Four Seasons, and Motown. Life on Sawyer Drive, in many ways, was what any family would have hoped for. It was shaped like a giant L with 2 large courts or cul-de-sacs. New families were moving in all the time. At one point, there were nearly 50 children in the neighborhood. Many of the parents taught at nearby schools. There was a sense of community. We were taking care of each other. It wasn't unusual to go from house to house, yard to yard, game to game, nonstop for hours. The Holzmeiers. The Holzmeiers are of German, Irish, and French ancestry and Catholic. We are big and gregarious people, loud and proud. Although our home was not kissy and huggy like a 70s sitcom, my mother, on the other hand, was quite literally, in resemblance, size, and scope, like actress Bea Arthur from Maude. As if the similarities were not already obvious, she'd remind us of them whenever Maude was on. My dad, who stood just 5'7", was usually at work or at the bar and didn't say much at all. My parents were children of the Depression. They experienced lack, an abundance of lack, and feared that it could return at any time. They feared sickness, war, and the threat of nuclear annihilation. In other words, my parents never seemed to be fully enjoying the good life they were giving us. In my family, expressing outward affection and words of adoration was not the norm. Of course, I wanted love and to be loved. I wanted to love. I remember at the age of about 4, when my parents returned from a New Year's Eve party, I was sitting next to my mother, leaning on her just to be near her. She nudged me away twice. I'm sure she was probably just tired. She could have been tipsy. Regardless, That was the last time I ever felt the warmth of mother's love in my youth. We had plenty of food, a nice 2-story, 4-bedroom house on an acre of land, decent clothes. We attended good schools, and Christmas was holly and jolly. But I never experienced an adult telling me they loved me. I was never told I was good. I was never told I was worthy. I certainly was never told the truth of divinity. In fairness to my parents, and maybe your parents too, I am not so sure that they had ever heard this good news of inherent divinity. I didn't until I was in my late 40s. They came from an era of survival, of fight or flight, the two instinctive traits of human beings when faced with fear. They lived scratching and clawing, holding on to what they were able to create with blood, sweat, and tears, hoping God thought they were doing all right by him along the way. I believe my parents did the best they could with what they knew. They did give us a great neighborhood to grow up in. We did have a nice home, and the cupboards were always full. My parents did the best they could. I thank them and bless them for the lessons they taught me. I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad. Teach your children. As parents, my wife and I made it a point that our son Daniel would always go to bed with the last words he'd hear being, "We love you." We always encourage him in every possible way. A child needs to have at least one person they can count on to be on their side, to love them unconditionally. That's what parents are for. In the spiritual classes I take on my way to what I believe will lead to a ministry, time and time again I hear stories from persons who want or wanted love from a parent, a spouse, a friend, a boss, or a child, and did not or do not perceive it as there. The love you seek is in you. When someone shows they love you, the love you feel is yours. You are inside what is inside you. One of my friends committed suicide a few years following the divorce from her husband. I, too, as a troubled teenager and later as an adult, contemplated taking my life to escape pain. This was before I fully understood the power of knowing who we inherently are and the power which operates through our divinity. If you do not recognize and embrace your divinity, pain fills the vacuum. This book is written with the purpose of letting you know how precious and important you are. You are defined by your divinity, not your marital status, job position, neighborhood, bank account, or by who you think doesn't love you. With a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house, you are still rich beyond measure, a child of God. School days. My early school days were filled mostly with fun and frivolity. Although I was shy and introverted, I had plenty of friends. I attended a Catholic school in kindergarten and first grade, Our Lady of Perpetual Help. This was 1966 to 1968. I guess I was a bit of a playboy. I loved chasing the girls on the playground. I never went through the girls have cooties phase. I did take offense to the rhyme about what little girls and boys are made of. I wanted to be made of sugar and spice too. One time at Mass, a nun suggested that all the kids who were holding their hands lazily toward the ground while praying were worshiping the devil. I was one of those kids. I knew I wasn't praying to anyone other than God. I was just tired. It was 8 a.m. It was that kind of ridiculousness, however well-meaning it may or may not have been, that caused me to question adults. There was one nun who I am very grateful to. There was a bird's nest and a bell that rang alarmingly at recess, as most school bells do. On this early spring day, apparently one of the baby birds had fallen from the nest, which was at least 50 feet high. All the kids gathered around the lifeless robin. I had a plastic sandwich bag full of cookies in my pocket. I sacrificed my cookies by throwing them on the ground for the other birds that were gathered round, placed the baby bird carefully in the bag, and then put the bag in my pocket. When we were in line to go back inside, several kids pointed to me and told this particular nun that I had a dead bird in my pocket. She kindly asked what I was going to do with the baby bird. I said, "I'm going to bury it at home so it can go to heaven." She said, "Sounds like a good idea." I carried that dead bird in a plastic bag in my pocket for the next several hours, then took it home and buried it so it could go to heaven. Setting aside the questionable hygienic part of the equation, you have to admit That nun was cool. The Prince's Speech. As I will share in one of the Divine Acceptations chapters, I had a speech impediment. Because the parochial school didn't have a visiting speech therapist, I had to leave school twice a week to take speech therapy at a downtown Columbus hospital. I did this for 2 years. All the adults involved agreed that putting me in the public school where a speech therapist visited twice a week was the best idea. I began attending the nearby elementary school starting in the fall of 1968. I got lost on that first day and stayed lost. This boy. It is interesting that the thing a child hates most is being different. Often, these are the qualities that make them uniquely interesting and successful as an adult. However, looking or acting different than the others that comprise your universe at age 7 or 8 can be painful. I have an olive complexion. As a child, I spent most of my time outside in the summer. By the time school started in early September, due to my dark pigmentation, I looked as though I were from another country. This was 1968 America, and I was living in an all-white town of about 15,000. I was asked on that first day of school where I was from. Most of the kids suggested I must be from Mexico. When I told my family that the kids in my school thought I was from south of the border, they immediately created a story about a Hispanic family dropping me off at the doorstep with a note that read, "Please take care of our little Chico." Hey, nothing like adding to the trauma of my first day at the new school with a story of me being an adopted doorstep child from Latin America. I felt like a fish out of water, hard to breathe, on that Tuesday, September 3rd, 1968. Who knew that a simple change of schools would be so devastating? I was scared. I was perpetually nervous. I had left the friends who I loved and who loved me at Our Lady. I had to make new friends, and I simply didn't know how. In elementary school, I withdrew so far that I would spend most of recess playing by myself, imagining I was driving a car or placing myself in a war movie setting. From time to time, teachers would tap me on the shoulder and ask me what I was doing. I'd tell them I was playing car or war, and off I'd go, making car sounds or explosions. Every year, I would be sent to what I know now was the school psychologist, who would ask me questions about my recess fantasy play. It would be interesting to see those reports today. So, I decided to write my old schools to see them. The records are enlightening in a number of ways. For one, they verify my memories. My first grade teacher at Our Lady wrote over 250 words regarding my progress, which is 200 more than what would be written about me from all my other teachers combined, second grade through high school graduation. I encourage you to get your records. For me, they paint an accurate yet incomplete picture of some of the difficulties I have always had. There are references to my lack of organization, being quiet and shy and lacking self-confidence. It mentions that I need constant encouragement and of my being capable of so much more. We are all capable of so much more, and recognizing our inherent divinity is the inner encouragement we can always count on. There is a note about me being a happy child in first grade. I remember being happy then, too. My second grade teacher writes a comment about my lack of organization and still owing 60 cents for the weekly reader, while my third grade teacher notes, I am a middle group dreamer capable of more possible psychological problems. What is a middle group dreamer? The psychological problems are probably references to my recess solitude play. My fourth grade teacher says, I need to be pushed. There is basically nothing after this. Nothing about my excessive absences in seventh grade, my being dropped from the second highest reading group to the second lowest reading group in eighth grade, which was due to a bullying episode. Nothing about the 150 absences in my 4 years of high school. I also gained weight at an alarming rate. I weighed 220 pounds by the time I was 12. I hit 300 pounds by age 15. I was so ashamed of myself that I almost dropped out of high school. My father was an alcoholic and my mother was overwhelmed. I was most happy when I was listening to the radio or my albums. Thank God for Elton John. Thank God for my younger brother and sister, Drew and Dana, too. They shared my love for music and we would sing the songs on the radio like we were in a band. Through my spiritual work and studies, I have been able to let go of the parts of my past that serve no positive purpose. In the original draft of this book, I wrote about many more painful events. I thought it might be useful for you to know that I have been where you might be now. As I edit the final draft, it is clear to me that these old stories are now benign. They hold no power over me. They simply don't hurt anymore. They don't even exist anymore. That is where I am. This idea of inherent divinity, if accepted and embodied, will make you new. You can go from living in a lower vibration of shame to a higher level of enlightenment when you forgive yourself and others for what may have been, but is not now. The Divine Acceptations chapters will point you in the light direction. Applause, applause. Following my junior year of high school, I decided I was going to go into radio after graduation and enrolled in a couple of speech classes. It was while performing oral interpretations in the senior year classes that I discovered I could speak in front of a group and be entertaining. I performed the Elton John Bernie Taupin compositions Candle in the Wind and Ticking to wild applause and standing ovations. This was good. The kingdom of heaven is at hand and within. You're not a visitor or even a guest. You are indigenous, family, a child of heaven. Know right here and right now that you are divine. You are necessary. You are loved and the beloved. I am a DJ. Radio has been very good to me, and I have been very good to it. My stations in Wheeling, West Virginia and Rockford, Illinois were nominated for Adult Contemporary Station of the Year by distinguished trade publications. Most of the stations I worked for received stellar ratings and revenue achievements during my tenure as an on-air personality and program director. Working in radio is great fun. In 1988, while I was doing a morning show at WJLQ in Pensacola, Florida, my wife and I performed a publicity stunt that was covered by CNN and USA Today. The stunt involved the late Michael Jackson and a hunger strike. Michael was rehearsing his Bad tour in Pensacola, but wasn't planning on doing any public appearances. Denise and I decided we wouldn't eat until he publicly acknowledged his Pensacola fans. When it was all said and done, WJLQ created a Michael Jackson Appreciation Day, and Michael came out and waved at us. Denise and I lost a combined 60 pounds over a 2-week period, too. While programming WKWK in Wheeling, I was one of only a few programmers in America outside of Christian radio who played Bob Carlyle's Butterfly Kisses in the summer of 1996. After a month or so, I was the only one who kept playing it. In the fall of that year, I sent Butterfly Kisses to Delilah, the nationally syndicated love song show host. Delilah loved the song and began playing it regularly. Over the next 6 months, Butterfly Kisses grew in popularity and was eventually picked up by a major label and officially released to all of radio in April 1997. It became a #1 hit song within just a few weeks. I love discovering and sharing. As a radio program director, I have helped launch hundreds of dreams by playing the music of new artists. I helped kickstart the #1 1995 hit In the House of Stone and Light by Martin Page. I was among the first to embrace the solo piano music of Jim Brickman. I was one of the first program directors to endorse and play the Natalie Cole-Nat King Cole duet Unforgettable. Now I have something I want to share from my heart. I believe in the message this book proclaims. I know that if just one person discovers their inner divinity and lives the undeniable life because of my book, I will have fulfilled my purpose and promise. Give a little bit. My most cherished memory was not giving away a $10,000 cash prize. It was providing a mother who had lost her baby with a grave marker, so that when she visited the cemetery, she had something to touch. It was arranging to secure a new car for a mother who had to drive 260 miles round trip 3 days a week to provide her 4-year-old with life-saving dialysis. It was anchoring nonstop radio coverage of the 1990 Shadyside, Ohio flood, where nearly 24 people perished, and our station collected tens of thousands of dollars in money, goods, and services to those who were negatively affected by the disaster. I have had hundreds of opportunities to shine a little light in the lives of listeners in towns called Waverly, Columbus, Wheeling, Charleston, Pensacola, Stillwater, Rockford, Woodstock, Chicago, and Kennewick, and I am very grateful for every one of them. I have always known I wanted to do more. As much as I love radio and always will, I needed an additional way to share and the time to do it. The universe gave me what I asked for, time away from the hamster wheel. I was laid off. I had created a vision board with a publisher's logo on it. I knew what I wanted to do, share my experiences and insights through writing with those who might benefit from them. So, here we are. You are holding my vision, my dream. Wish without worry, desire without fear, know without doubt. Oh, and when your dreams come true, don't act too surprised. I'm not surprised, and neither should you be. You are what this book is about. Understanding, embracing, and accepting who you are, a limitless child of promise. Lights. My name is Douglas. Douglas is Scottish and means seeker of light or out of the darkness. I write a lot about light and illumination. If you go into the darkness to fight darkness with more darkness, it's going to be awfully hard to see. I believe in my heart that the root of all darkness is the failure to recognize the light that is inherent in all of us. How many of our children are told that they are inherently good, that they are God's best idea, that they are necessary and worthy, deserving of all of God's good and love just for being? I have never been happier. Positive experiences follow positive perceptions. Positive perceptions follow positive experiences. That is happiness. You get to choose. I could be angry and bitter about having lost my job. I certainly have been in the past, but I choose to perceive this time as sacred. I am doing what I love for whom I love. Us. How could I not be happy? The choice of understanding and living your divinity can lead only to a happier, more peaceful, and love-filled life. The key is acceptance. Whatever you expect from life must also be accepted. Abundance is everywhere. Can you accept that? Love is everywhere. Do you accept that? Freedom is here. Joy is here. Peace is here. If you accept them. There are 24 synonyms for the word fight, but only one antonym: accept. Stop fighting and start accepting that you are God's best idea. Now, let's reveal more about divine acceptations and living the undeniable life. While looking through the eyes of divinity, once imagined obstacles disappear. There is no thing in your way. Part 1. The Divine Ideas. Chapter 2. The Undeniable Life. See life as your song and sing. It is your song in your voice. Your life is an individualized sonnet of God. Life is what comes from love, and love is God. All life is an expression of God. All of it. Everything that lives, God thought, God meant, and God expressed. From one cell to the 50 trillion that combined and working as one becomes you, life. You are God's best idea. Life is a gift, the gift for which everything else in creation was created for you and me. For every living thing. Without life, there would be no need for all that is. Life, experiencing life, loving life, embracing life, expressing God through living life. Celebrate life. Life is eternal. It was something, it is something, and it becomes something new, and it becomes something more. How many times it does this, we don't know. but we do know that God is back of it, and God is expressed in and through it. As much as we choose to embrace God in it, embrace life. If you want the life of your dreams, begin living the dreams of your life. No one stands in the way of the dream except the dreamer. Between the visible and the invisible is the undeniable stuff dreams are made of. Your dream life. Live undeniably. Love undeniably. Live the undeniable life. Life is not on sale. There is no rush to grab the best bargains. Abundance abounds. The supply is not limited. God doesn't promise an unlimited number of days, but God does not limit your promise, your potential to fulfill life's promise. Looking through the eyes of God, you would see everything the divine has inspired. Perfect, whole, and complete. Life. Love is in you. Life is in you. You are in love with life. And that is undeniable. Your life becomes all the more wonderful the moment you realize just how beautiful it already is. Chapter 3. Great Acceptations. Great expectations must begin with great acceptations. If you are like me, you probably didn't even know the word acceptation existed. It is a perfect word. It means belief, acceptance as true or valid. I keep coming back to a recurring theme of receiving, reception, allowance, acceptation. For many people, the law of attraction is about acting and attracting. And of course, that is part of it. Belief plus thought plus action plus acceptance equals manifestation results. A lot of law of attraction minded folks get most of the equation, but either forget or don't know about receptive consciousness. You give thanks with gratitude in advance for the gifts you are about to receive. That's acceptation. We don't compete for God's gifts. We receive them. If you find yourself struggling to achieve goals in order to meet your expectations, you are not in a receptive frame of mind. Your heavenly allowance is equal to your consciousness of it, with a capital I. You could even call this your acceptance. When the song is sung, the singer pauses for the applause. The farmer doesn't sow seeds only to admire the field so he can paint a picture. Don't forget to reap the harvest. Your expectations are always met to the degree you can conceive and receive. God gives more than we will ever accept because God is more accepting of us than we are of ourselves. God knows who we are because we are a part of God and God is a part of us. You are God's best idea. The most underrated part of the law of attraction is the easiest part: acceptance. To have or have not, this is the question. The answer is acknowledgement that there is nothing too good to be true for you. Chapter 4. Inside. When all you have is love, you possess all there is to have. God is love. Know this and know all there is to really know. Everything is connected to this simple truth. God is love. Everything of God and from God is love manifest, whether spirit or form. Everything in its natural state, in the state in which God meant it, is love. When you are consciously living love, you are doing so with and through God. You are resonating with God. This God consciousness is a place everyone has experienced. When it happens, it is usually brief but oh so profound. Certainly babies possess and express this. They are just being what God created them to be: love. They know not their name, their nationality, their ethnicity. They know nothing other than that they are. Your foremost responsibility, if you call just being who you are a responsibility, is to love. The divine resides in you. So recognizing and allowing what is already inherent in you shine forth is the idea. And all of what you see is an idea. You are God's best idea. Think of that, because you are that. The love we find is equal to what we have in mind. All the emotions and feelings we use to describe bliss, joy, comfort, elation, merriment, and revelry begin with love, and love begins with God, because God is love. This is our natural way of being. We can all remember the years of our early youth when joy and peace were what we were. It is my suggestion that you can connect all human strife, from small agitations to catastrophic tragedy, to thoughts and actions, individually or collectively, that were done without love, without God. Love is God. It is important to note that I'm not speaking about love for a thing or love of a thing. Millions of people have been murdered for the love of country and for the so-called love of God. I am talking about acting through and with love, through and with God. And if God is love, as we profess, and love is kind, thoughtful, tender, mild, beautiful, joyful, and peaceful, then we know it isn't the opposite of these attributes. It is impossible to love and hate simultaneously. Love is not selfish, judgmental, unkind, and it never condemns, because there is no redemption in condemnation. God does not condemn. If a person fully recognized that their Creator is love, so they could be nothing other than love, then all they would have to do is be who they already are. Where there is no peace, there is instead fear. I believe that opposition in life comes mostly from what we oppose. Opposition seeks opportunity. It can't oppose you if you haven't already suggested to the universe that you are in opposition to it. We oppose what we fear, and fear is in opposition to love. Fear opposes love like dark fears light. When there is light, there is no darkness. When there is love, there is no fear. Fear disappears in the presence of love, of light, of God. Align with love, and love aligns with you. You are in alignment. Love is the answer. The question is, what is God? Is that all there is? Yes. All there is love. If you choose to look through the eyes of divinity, all there is peace. If you choose to live life with and through love, through peace, through God, God is divine as you are. If you are having any difficulty in fully understanding what I'm sharing, that's okay. There is no commandment to understand, just to love God and your neighbor as yourself. Remember, you love yourself just as you love everything else, through and with God. With God, you can love yourself, your neighbor, and yes, God. That is the miracle. God receives your love when you use God's love to love God. You are inside what is inside you. With this knowing comes peace. Consent to miracles, and they shall be your compass. Chapter 5, Representation. You are a representative of God, therefore, a representative of love, kindness, and peace. Anything less is a misrepresentation. Life is not a puzzle or a mystery. It is one thing, love. It doesn't matter what organized religion you follow or practice. You are, by your very creation and existence, a representation of what created you, God. However defined, it is the power behind your being. Every religion refers to this power, this first cause, as God in the English language, and as love. You are to be and express what you are, love. Love is, of course, kindness, peace, joy, happiness, forgiveness, and acceptance. Anything less than these and other divine attributes is a misrepresentation of your divinity. God doesn't expect or desire uniformity. If God did, all birds would be doves. God asks for unity in love, to love God and your brother as yourself. You can vote for whoever you want, but you must not judge them. You must love them. To suggest that you can withhold with righteousness love from even one person means it can be withheld from you. What we want and need is what we already have and are. We just need to express it. You cannot express God while judging, hating, cursing, or condemning. You are free to disagree. If you have lived as long as I have, you already know how many times your beliefs about earthly matters change. But you must love your brother because as you do so, you love yourself and God. Until you do this, unconditionally love, you are not being who you are or doing what you are here to do. Why not start unconditionally loving everyone right now? There is no commandment to agree with them about every minute aspect of the universe. Unconditionally forgive them as well. Forgiveness is the best kind of love you can show another as well as yourself. What you withhold is withheld. That is the law of attraction, the law of consequence. As you do, it is done unto you. When the saint and the sinner occupy the same place in your heart, you will occupy the same in God's. To hold animosity toward anyone is simply foolish. It places stress on oneself. It is very hard to be hugged when your arms are crossed. It is virtually impossible to receive love when your heart is closed. If you've ever been a salesperson, you know what it is to be called a representative, an account executive. We are all representing God. You are also the executive of your accounting on earth. Living in love is living in heaven, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand for he who has love in his heart. Give a good accounting of yourself and of God. After all, you are God's best idea. Love unconditionally and live the undeniable life. I would rather die proposing unconditional love than live wedded to being cherished on condition. Chapter 6. Peace, love, and understanding. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Matthew 5:5. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Matthew 5:7. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Matthew 5:9. The Bible verses above clearly tell us that the powerful in peace experience the kingdom of heaven. You will find peace only with truth and light. Unrest is the consequence of a perception of separation. In spiritual truth, there is no separation. All there is God, and God is all there is, and you are God's best idea. Some people live in fear, like a child lost at the circus. When you are 4 years old, those giant people with the blue hair, painted faces, and polka dot costumes can be mighty scary. And how about those clowns, too? We're scared, and most of us don't even know it. Persons who are not scared don't scream, don't threaten, and don't kill, unless ordered to do so by those who are. There is joy, comfort, liberty, and peace, and a consciousness of God within. We have divine privileges. Think about that. Divine privileges. It's true. Truth seekers find truth, and you are a seeker. Those who are satisfied with lies live their lives trying to get others to lie with them. And boy, do they get angry when we choose liberty and love. Truth-seeking usually comes when the discomfort of not knowing becomes unbearable, like those itchy old sweaters that eventually find their way to our attics. Our parents know and knew we'd stumble and fall. Our follies are expected and forgiven ahead of time, as are all of our mistakes and errors. Yes, a child who fears she has let a parent down feels separated from her parent's love, but the parent doesn't. Read the previous sentence again, and you may receive one of the most important and divine insights ever. A child who fears she has let a parent down feels separated from her parent's love, but the parent doesn't. Fear not. You are not lost. You are loved. We are the beloved. A divine peace, love, and understanding resides and dwells within you and walks beside you. It is already a part of your divine inheritance. It's time to read God's will. Sin and separation are a part of race consciousness, not divine consciousness. War is the absence of peace, which is caused by fear, which is the absence of love, and the absence of love, which is God, is only an illusion, because God is always present. Think back to when you were a child, when time seemed to stand still while playing with friends, catching fireflies, searching for the ends of rainbows, laughing, living, and loving. You were not seeking or searching for peace. You were peace. Peace is where the heart is, and in your heart beats the peace of our Creator, who could no more lose you than Jesus himself, because after all, like Jesus, you are a child of God. You are God's best idea. So to answer the musical question, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? The laughter you hear is the children of the world celebrating the inherent truth of peace, love, and understanding. God bless the gentle, the merciful, the peacemakers, for we shall receive our full and rightful inheritance in the kingdom of heaven, which is right here, right now. When you possess peace, every moment is an opportunity to love. When fear possesses you, every moment is a missed opportunity. Chapter 7, February 3rd. Groundhog Day 2007. I was working in Chicagoland. This wasn't just any February 2nd. This was Groundhog Day in Woodstock, Illinois. Woodstock is where movie director Harold Ramis filmed Groundhog Day, the comedy starring Bill Murray. It is one of my favorite movies. The radio station I programmed was licensed to Woodstock. I confess that I was drawn to this particular job in part because of my adoration for the Groundhog Day movie. Like most people, I thought it was filmed in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. The town of Woodstock celebrates Groundhog Day with a bit less attention than Punxsutawney, but the setting in the city square is similar to what you see in the movie. As Groundhog Day approached, I was nearly giddy. Our stations did live broadcasts that morning as temperatures dipped to near zero. The attendance for the annual weather prognostication from Woodstock Willie was among the best in the event's history. We had the unofficial world's largest toast to world peace that evening in the bar where Phil and Rita do the same. Many of us at one time or another can identify with the sardonic Phil Connors and his "is that all there is" view of life. Phil Connors is self-serving and self-absorbed through 3/4 of the movie. Screenwriter Danny Rubin suggests that Phil spends many years reliving Groundhog Day. He goes through all the stages of loss, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. It is only after he has accepted his situation and makes the best of it that he is redeemed, embraced by the entire town when he chooses to love and serve it, and in the end, loved by the angelic Rita, played perfectly by Andy McDowell. In Groundhog Day, after Phil wakes up on February 3rd with Rita in his arms, he says, "Today is tomorrow." He realizes what a gift he has been given to see a new day in a new way, and you know he will make the most of it. Groundhog Day tops my list of inspirational movies. You can see the entire list towards the back of the book. You can visit and read the blog of Groundhog Day screenwriter Danny Rubin at www.dannyrubin.com. Make today your February 3rd, the first day of the rest of your life, fully awake and aware, grateful and ready to serve, knowing you are God's best idea. Happy February 3rd. While you are reliving yesterday and imagining tomorrow, you might be missing the best part of today. Chapter 8. Your 5-Star Life. If you were reviewing your life like a movie critic, how many stars would it receive? Would a perfect life receive 5 stars? then your life gets 5 stars. Your life is perfect if perfection is defined as being perfectly executed as thought. You see, you have written nearly every line of your life. You've cast all the characters. In some ways, you're actually playing all the roles, if you believe in oneness. You are definitely directing and editing. You even choose the soundtrack. You choose your friends, your job, and your education. The car you drive, you've made all those decisions. We are not strictly talking metaphorically, are we? I mean, you really have chosen the food you've eaten, at least as an adult, who you date and ultimately marry. Your physical and mental health is primarily manifestations of either lifestyle choices and or your state of mind, which is generated by your thoughts. In fact, thoughts precede everything. Some law of attraction naysayers get all hung up on the thoughts are things idea because they are imagining Elizabeth Montgomery twitching her nose and having a 7-course meal appear just seconds before Larry Tate arrives with Darren for dinner. Yet, thoughts preceded everything that you have ever done and will ever do or not do. So, the story of your life, which is playing out before you in living color, is as you have thought it, as you have written and directed it. Even the things that happen due to the free will thoughts of the characters you have cast in your life, which affect you, do so because you have entered into or invited them into your world. So, your life is as you have directed. It is perfect as you thought it. But if you want it to be different, you can change it right now by writing, as in thinking, up new adventures and casting new players and setting up a different set location. Make your life a triumph. Most movies with happy endings seem that much happier when contrasted with the earlier scenes anyway. So, no matter how dark things have been, the sun shines and the bluebirds sing while the audience applauds if and when you decide to take your life story in that direction, with your direction, and the inward acknowledgement of the divine producer. You are God's best idea. It is time to express and manifest with consciousness some of your best ideas too. No one can dim the dream that awakens in the enlightened heart. Chapter 9. Life is a gift exchange. There are hundreds of books that focus on the law of attraction. The 3 words most often used to explain the law are thoughts are things. Of course, this is an abbreviated way to describe this universal law, but there is so much more. Thoughts becoming things has almost no spiritual context. If, like most of us, we are really referring to God as the power behind all that is, then I'd prefer to use the following short phrase to sum up the law of attraction. Life is a gift exchange. God, or whatever term you want to use for source, originates in you the ability and desire to use your unique gifts. You are God's best idea. It is up to you to fully develop as many of these endowments as possible during your lifetime. Next is the sharing or giving of these gifts to others. Use your gifts to make a living and make a difference. It is important to give with a glad and open heart without an expectation of reciprocity. As you serve and share, you will receive in kind the gifts from others that you need to fulfill your promise and purpose. An exchange of energy, an exchange of God's good, given unconditionally from and through the infinite, with the free will to express God or suppress God. That is your choice. We can hang God on a wall or around our necks, but the universe wants to bring you good tidings and joy. And that happens when you exchange God in the form of the gifts God originated in you in order to express divinity, yours and God's. God is life. Life is a gift exchange. Life is a God exchange. Be grateful for the gifts you have been given to give. Chapter 10. 1. In 1985, 25 years before I had ever heard the term universal mind, I had the first of several experiences with it. I was working the overnight hours, midnight to 6, at a radio station in Columbus. My future wife was working evenings. Due to these odd hours, we were not spending much time together. I was given a rare weekday night off, and I wanted to have a date with my girl. I asked Denise if she could get the night off. She asked me what excuse she could use. I don't make a habit of lying, so coming up with this story was somewhat uncomfortable. I thought for a few seconds and said, "Tell them that Doug's sister, Donna, called and told him that his grandmother has fallen out at the lake. She's broken her hip, and they've taken her to the hospital. The doctors don't think she's going to make it through the night and have asked for the family to come and be with her." That's what Denise told her employer so she could get the evening off for our date. 24 hours later, about 3:30 in the afternoon, just minutes before Denise went to work, the phone rang. It was my sister Donna. This is what I heard her say. "Doug, grandmother has fallen out at the lake. She's broken her hip, and they've taken her to the hospital. The doctors don't think she's going to make it through the night and have asked for the family to come be with her." My jaw hit the floor, along with the phone. It was verbatim what I had stated the day before. I did not create this event. It was already a part of Universal Mind. I just, for some reason, received the message in advance. Universal Mind is the concept that there is one mind, God's mind, and we are all one with this mind. If you believe in God, you probably also believe that God knows everything that was, is, and will be. There is no other explanation for my being able to know this future event, an unusual event at that, with such detail and clarity without universal mind in play. I have had this ability for as long as I can remember. Knowing the circumstances of my grandmother's ultimate passing is just one of several cases that happened during that period. The living years. In 1986, I moved to Stillwater, Oklahoma to take another radio job. I was alone for the first couple of months. In October of that year, I went to see the movie Peggy Sue Got Married. There is a scene in the film where the Kathleen Turner character, Peggy Sue, speaks on the phone with her long-deceased grandmother. She drops the phone and weeps, for she loved her grandmother so. At that moment, chills rushed through my entire body, and I began to weep as well. I didn't understand why I was having such a visceral reaction. I enjoyed Peggy Sue Got Married because director Francis Ford Coppola explores the idea of our high school years and how unimportant they sometimes are in the long run. I like that two of the outsiders in Peggy Sue's high school achieve great success, one becoming a notable scientist and the other a published poet. There is also the realization that some of the students of whom we are most envious in school are actually experiencing the high point of their lives, and that time is the great equalizer if we use it to progress. This was certainly true for me. The most powerful idea, however, was the love of family. Peggy Sue was able to see and experience her parents at the age she was now. She recognized the sacrifices and choices they made for the benefit of family. She received the gift of being in the presence of her grandparents, whom she loved and missed terribly. And despite being able to now clearly see her husband, played perfectly by Nicolas Cage, as the foolish and ridiculous boy he really was in high school and she knew him to be now, at the end of the film, you are left with the impression that the love these two people have for each other is still powerful, still real, still divine, and still worth choosing. As I was walking home from the theater, thinking about the movie and the impact that it had on me, I got a very clear message. Someone close to me is going to die. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I began weeping. I said aloud, as dozens of Oklahoma State University students were walking by within earshot, "Someone is going to die. I need to call home." The message was clear, but how do you go about doing that? I was so disturbed that I went back to the radio station and hung out for a couple of hours with the evening DJ. Just about a week later, I got that Sunday morning call from my brother Dennis telling me that our father had suffered a heart attack and died. He was just 55. Is it possible to experience shock without surprise? I believe I did. I was fortunate that I spent 6 weeks living at home before I left for Oklahoma. My father and I were not really that close. The nicest thing he ever said to me followed a slug to the head. He was drunk and lecturing me about something. He apparently didn't like what I said, and he walloped me across the face. His hand felt like a sledgehammer. He was a very strong man. My face and brain went numb, but I just stood there, unfazed. He mumbled something about being a big man and so you think you're tough. I just stood there. My father then said, "Of all my kids, you are the most brilliant. You have the most potential. You can really be somebody." That would have been music to my ears if not for the bells still ringing in my head from the blow a moment before. Father and son. During the 6 weeks I lived at home in the late summer of 1986, my father spent a great deal of time talking to me. He had gone completely gray by this time. He looked 10 or 15 years older than he was. His business had not survived the recession of the early 1980s and the fire set by a disgruntled employee whom my father had tried to assist on numerous occasions. Dad worked with an organization in Columbus that placed troubled men in jobs. These were high-risk individuals with criminal records. My father believed in the human spirit. He believed that people just needed a chance or two to make it through. I am sure that much of my empathy for people comes from my father. At the time of the fire, Dad's company was in debt to the IRS to the tune of about $15,000. He had arranged to make small payments over the following years. There was a 2-year period where the IRS statement stopped coming. Meantime, my brother David had been renting the small cottage-like home that my father purchased for his parents in 1974. David wanted to buy the home outright, so my father approached the IRS about having my brother make the payments, which were to amount to $22,000 over time, directly to the IRS, as there was a lien on the property. It is believed that the IRS agent who was involved in my father's case had purposely buried the paperwork because he was sympathetic to my father's circumstances. This would account for there not being statements for 2 years. Regardless, the case was still active, and all kinds of penalties and interests were levied. The once bothersome debt of $15,000 became an insurmountable sum of over $50,000 practically overnight. Most of us in the family believe this was the catalyst for our father's rather rapid decline. Dad and I went golfing several times during this sacred time. I had caddied for him over the years, but had never played with him. We were able to reconcile the divisions that had existed. There were no spoken admissions of neglect or apologies for smacks to the face or belts to my ass. It was more as though the absence of conflict allowed the love of father and son to fill the space that so often was full with my animosity. The first step to unconditional love is removing the anger generated by circumstances and appearances. If the focus is always on the pain, you can't begin the healing. My father and I let go of an unfulfilled past to replenish the present with peace, love, and understanding. I am eternally grateful for that opportunity. Missing you. In the fall of 2009, I had been thinking about religion and faith and wondering if there had ever been a survey done regarding suicide rates among the various spiritual paths. I had been thinking if your belief system is one in which you believe God is always with you and in you, it would be very difficult to fall so far into darkness that one would take their own life. I thought and thought and thought about this. Then, on a Sunday evening, I got an email informing me that a person who had been attending our church, but not so much recently, had apparently taken her life. I had seen my friend Mary Ellen a couple of weeks previously, and when we hugged, it was not the average glad to see you hug. It was intense, hard, grasping, a holding on kind of hug, one that made me feel loved, but also like we might not be seeing each other again. My friend was bright and attractive, loving and talented, but she kept seeking something outside of her for her comfort, instead of that which is right with us all the time, God and love, our divinity. One of the main reasons I am writing my book is that I wish I could have told her what I am telling you now. You are God's best idea. You are loved and the beloved. You are needed and necessary. We love you. Part 2. The Divine Acceptations. Chapter 11. Divine You. The stage is set, reputation proceeding, summoning the star and the seated spectator. A performance at your command, heaven's ovation standing, God's cause for applause. Be you too full, beautiful. Don't let anyone anchored in ignorance suggest that you are anything other than perfectly divine. Imagine every child starting his or her life with the premise, told by loving parents, that they are God's best idea. It should be a requirement. Almost everything negative that a person does is because they do not believe they are good or worthy. They meet the lowered expectations of the ignorant. Imagine if you knew you were unlimited, knew you had the power to realize any and every dream. Well, now you do. But the important thing to know is why this is so. You can't get outside of what is inherently inside you. There may not be a more important thing in this book than what I am about to reveal. What we adore, we surrender to. Most parents put their children at the center of their lives. They surrender to them. Think about what we do for our children. If we can, we send them to the best possible schools, make sure they have nice clothes, proper food, access to what they need to grow and mature, the best possible medical care, recreation, and play. Our kids go to sleep knowing they are safe, secure, and loved, certainly to the best of our abilities. Well, God adores you. God has surrendered to you. I think I just saw you hit the floor. What does this mean? It means that whoever told you otherwise didn't understand the basics of the parent and child relationship. The parents I have known, on the whole, adore their children. Why would God do anything less? You are precious. You are necessary. Blessed is the person who recognizes and embraces the divine that is within. 1 John 4:7. Dear friends, let us love another, for love comes from God. Everyone who loves has been born of God and knows God. Not a single human who has ever lived did not love. As I wrote earlier, a baby is love. A baby is nothing other than love. We all began as babes, adored by God because we are from God. From the start, you are adored, and your well-being matters. It's okay to have a high opinion of yourself. God does. There is no body between you and God, no one you have to please or appease. You are fine just the way you are because God made you that way. Now, if you want to behave differently or make an improvement of some kind, go right ahead. But know that you are inherently divine, and no pennant, ribbon, or trophy makes you better than you already are in spirit. I think sometimes we are overwhelmed by the possibilities and opportunities that exist and that are continuously unfolding before us. In the old days, you had but a handful of vocational choices. How you conducted your life was far more important than how you made a living. If the eagle is just as magnificent sitting on a branch as it is flying in the air, then you are just as divine making $1 million or sitting in a chair. You are neither called nor summoned to greatness. You were sent to express your inherent greatness. How are you using your inheritance? Until you fully embody your inherent worthiness, you will fall short of your glorious birthright. How do you do that? Just be the love that you are. The answer is always within. By the time you are finished with this book, you will know how amazing you are because I'm going to keep telling you. God has already crowned human beings with glory and honor. We are princes and princesses. You are the expectation of the ages. How does that make you feel? It's true. The Bible describes you as a God and a child of the Most High. Love the one you're with, as the one within loves you. There is nothing the one of you can't do together. Got that? The power is God's. The law in which the power works is God's. You use it for good and with love. Dance with the one who thought you. You've got the one who taught Astaire and Rogers everything they knew as partner. If you have ever seen them dance together in those old movies, then you know there is God. If you have ever heard the voice of Karen Carpenter, you know God is. We all have a song in our heart, and we are the only one who can sing it. Some people dance only when their favorite song is playing, sitting out and missing all the other opportunities to trip the light fantastic. You're really not at the party if you don't get on the dance floor. It is time to get up and boogie. Dance with the divine. Play that funky music. You were made for dancing, or whatever it is you desire, because that desire is God asking for divine expression through you when you accept your inner divinity and live the undeniable life. He's not heavy. I wasn't originally going to tell this story. The book was done and being edited when I thought by putting this in, it could help a person who has a problem loving herself as she is and embracing the idea of inherent divinity. I love you in spite of my imperfection. Between 2003 and 2005, I went on a weight loss adventure to the tune of about 210 pounds. I would walk and sometimes jog up to 9 miles a day, several days a week. I also ate better food, cutting out most sugar and white flour. I was obsessed with the weight reduction and became very good at it. I certainly looked better and felt physically better, but I was still unhappy and unfulfilled on the inside. I thought that losing all that weight would make life better in all ways. It made life better only in some ways. In August 2005, I tripped over a picnic table I didn't see in the dark. I broke my leg and was unable to walk or run like I had previously. The weight began to come back. The bad eating habits returned. Over the next couple of years, I gained back much of what I had lost. I share this story for a couple of important reasons. Like a person who wins the lottery but has a poverty consciousness and loses all their money and then some, I still had an obese self-image. When happiness did not materialize as my weight came off, I just got unhappier. Then I broke my leg. Someone described me as a dry drunk. I was opposing certain foods instead of embracing my divinity, which I was not fully aware of at the time. This brings me to the second point. Whether I weigh 200 pounds or 400 pounds, it doesn't change who I inherently am. I am still divine. God doesn't love me more or less because of what the scale reads. When you were born, you are God's offering to humanity, a treasure on earth and a hope for the future. Your dreams and goals should be about expressing inner divinity, not generating a fleeting glimpse of so-called happiness. Just like with all manifestations of abundance, it is inner happiness, peace, and joy that lead to outer forms. In this particular case, as I fully express the inner peace, joy, and happiness that I now embody, my physical body will release excess weight over time. That's happening now, naturally, and with a moderate amount of activity and exercise. It is entirely possible that a person can be joyful and chubby at the same time. That Buddha at my favorite Chinese restaurant always has a smile on his face. As you embrace and express your divinity, it may lead to a slimmer body, a nicer car, home, job, etc. If these are your desires, they most certainly will be made manifest. Just understand that it isn't those things that will make you happy. Happiness will bring you those things, if that is your desire. I desire health and happiness. It will be as my divinity desires. Your desires don't determine your divinity. Your divinity determines your desires. If you accept that you are God's best idea and live the undeniable life. God doesn't ask that you be perfect, only to be perfectly you. And therein lies the perfection. Chapter 12. The Divine. Everywhere there is a where and a here, a then and a now, a what and a how. God is. A faith that takes more than an embrace to express is not a self-evident truth, but a synthetic supposition. We have covered this truth in previous chapters. God is love. Love is integrity, whole, entire, and undiminished. God is never approaching or receding, ascending or descending. God is where you are, right where you are. Yes, God is in the whole of the universe, and yet this divinity beats in your heart. You are God's best idea. The changeless is forever changing in order to reveal what it has always been. This means for some, it is easy to see God in the sunset. For others, it is the sunrise. Some see God in the mountain, some in the green valley. Some experience God on the ocean, some while they explore the high desert. For some, God is revealed through the strings of a harp, and for others, it is clearly heard via the whammy bar of an electric guitar. God is where you are today and where you will be tomorrow as your tastes and the various expressions of divinity evolve. What you turn to turns to you. Turn to a friend or a stranger. In either case, God turns to you. No one person can find God for us, but you will find God in every one of us. The thing we look with is the thing we are looking for. Is God watching? Everywhere we look. Can you do this? Take a look around. See the divinity that is clearly present, and then look closer for the divinity that is not as obvious, but just as magnificent. Is it in the architecture? Is it in the words you are reading? Put your hand on the heart of the one who is nearest you. It beats right there in them as it beats in you. Prayer is not a petition. It is a conscious unification. You are simply recognizing and accepting the divinity you are and unifying with it for the purpose in mind. Our own prayers are answered when we include others. That means if you want the doctor to see your loved one in the hospital sooner, it might be a good idea to pray for the doctor's other patients to begin getting well too. That way, the doctor can get to your loved one faster and find that she too is already well. There's nothing better than being the answer to someone's prayer, even and especially if it's your own. When you pray, you are not asking God to change the natural law and order of things, only to reveal spirit reality. The concept is that God is perfect, whole, and complete, and from perfection must come only more perfection. Our natural state of being is wellness, so your prayer is to ask for spirit reality to be revealed. In spirit, all is well. You can read many good books regarding wellness and healing consciousness. I recommend anything by Louise Hay in particular. Bruce Lipton's The Biology of Belief makes a strong case for our overall wellness being a reflection of our dominant thoughts and beliefs. The point of this book is to get you to accept your divinity. In doing so, one would think you would be living a stress-less life. We know that a large percentage of physical maladies are manifestations of stress. Back of everything is God, which means God's got your back. When God sends you a gift, don't complain about the wrapping paper. Sometimes the healer, the one with the answer, is young. Sometimes they are old. Sometimes tall, and sometimes short. Sometimes they are black. Sometimes they are white. Sometimes they are Catholic, sometimes Muslim. The understanding we find is equal to what we have in mind. Open your mind. Life is an open book, enjoyed most with the turn of the page. Don't confuse addiction with desire or familiarity with need. In radio, we used to say our listeners don't know what they want, but they want what they know. That's why most music stations play the same 300 or 400 songs all the time. Isn't it time to turn the page and do a little exploring? Don't burn the boats, build a harbor. There's so much more to discover. Listen within. Is there some great new music that might soothe your mind, body, and spirit? Some tasty new recipes to try? A new civic organization you could join? Another church you could visit? A new friend you could meet? A new world you could make? Here's an idea. Go to church and listen closely to what God has to say. You'll hear the divine best during the quiet moments. We say, God bless. God says, go bless. Magnum opus. I have a large number of friends who are musicians. Some you have heard of, some you will hear of, some you may never hear of. It is up to the individual artist whether they will introduce their music to the world. I have helped many over the years to do that, but I know other musicians who choose to be low-key. Their divine expressions are what are most important. Many great artists are discovered posthumously. I was one of the very first radio programmers who discovered and played the music of Ava Cassidy. Ava died of cancer in 1996. It was only after her death that her talent was introduced to the world through ABC's Nightline program. Her videos have been viewed by millions on YouTube. Ava Cassidy's voice is among the purest you will ever hear. I encourage you to discover her music and art at avacassidy.com. I have another musician friend who most people outside of the area where he lives have never heard. For this book, I will call him Reed. When Reed was a young boy, under the age of 5, he was taken to the hospital for what the doctors believed was pneumonia. This inflammation of his lungs had been a regular occurrence requiring frequent visits to the doctors in the hospital. Everyone was puzzled by his chronic illness, which was taking a devastating toll on this little boy's body. On this particular hospitalization, Reed stopped breathing. He died. Reed was placed in a body bag and moved to the basement floor of the hospital where the morgue was, inside the Catholic-operated facility. Reed was not aware he was dead as he walked the hospital hallways over the next several hours. He went room to room, tugging on shirts and dresses, announcing he was there, but no one acknowledged his presence. This was frustrating to Reed because he was ready to go home now. He didn't feel sick anymore. Eventually, Reed went back to say hello to his newfound friend with whom he was sharing the hospital room. His buddy told Reed he had to leave the room because he, Reed, was dead. Reed later learned that his roommate had died as well, which is why they were able to see and speak to each other. It was at that moment that Reed woke up, alive and screaming, inside the firmly zipped body bag in the morgue, several floors below. The morgue attendant, with a face of horror entirely appropriate for the circumstance, unzipped the bag. The cause of little Reed's death would be discovered in time. The miracle awakening is as much a mystery today as all such mysteries always are, up for interpretation. In Reed's hospital room the following day, a visiting nun told him that he hadn't yet done anything worthy of his Jesus-like resurrection, and that God must have something really important for him to do. I believe God has something important for all of us to do, and that all of us must experience a reawakening. In Reed's case, his reemergence was biblical in nature. Through time, therapy, and deductive reasoning, it seems clear that Reed was the victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The most likely cause of his chronic respiratory symptoms was lye soap administered by his mother. Like all caregivers who participate in this kind of behavior, they are seeking the attention and euphoria of hero, the person who saves the child just in time. About 98% of perpetrators are women. In most cases, the mother or caregiver has been the victim of horrible abuse themselves. Reed believes that his mother was just such a case. Reed's mother continued her abusive behaviors as the years passed. Sometimes Reed would be beaten with a yardstick until it broke. At one point, his mother was regarded as a pillar of society. Another time, she was committed to a psychiatric institution for a year. When Reed was about 11 or 12, he began to play the violin. He was a natural at the violin, very good in fact. His mother saw this as a reflection of her and encouraged his pursuit of excellence. It was also about the same time that Reed's mother began to show inappropriate sexual attention to the young boy. While Reed was practicing, his mother would leave him alone, so he practiced for hours and hours and hours every day. Reed is the best violin player I have ever heard. His talent and virtuosity has to be comparable to the best in the world. Every time I hear him perform, it is a reaffirmation of the existence of God. Reed can play a song at the same time he is composing it, or is it composing while he plays? These are divine expressions that have arisen out of the darkest of circumstances, just as his little 4-year-old body arose from death after being poisoned, tagged, and sent to the morgue. Love continues to heal the life of my amazing and gifted friend. Every day is better than the one before. He has forgiven his mother, and he has accepted his divinity. I believe that someday much of the world will be listening to the music expressed through this child of God. I know that God and the angels are already applauding in divine anticipation. I will repeatedly return to the idea of God as love, and love asks us to return to God. Every action or reaction must be measured by love. Is this the loving thing to do? You'll find the divine answers to your questions therein when you accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Want more love? Be more you. Chapter 13. Divine Promise. If you believe life is random with no purpose, what you'll manifest is purposeful randomness. The pointed palisade parts when presented with a prodigious purpose. You see what you believe. I see utter perfection. I see perfect purpose. Twitter, which was a catalyst for my reaching out to the universe, has brought like-minded people together from all over the globe, as has Facebook. People are empowered as never before. The internet is an instant publisher. Power to the people. We have just seen several nations get their countries back using the internet to get their messages and stories out while putting their lives on the line for freedom. Of course, this is the divine at work in and through us in order to fulfill divine promise. When what you are meant for means something to you, you will have found your purpose. Much has been written about purpose. What is your purpose? At the end of the day, or life, our bank account is not the measure of our lives. It is the fulfillment of purpose and promise. In other words, it is up to you what you do. However, I believe you are a divine child of promise, and your purpose is to fulfill your divine promise. That nagging feeling that pokes you in the gut is your divinity seeking expression. Instead of asking what's in it for me, how about what's in me for it? You are starring in the movie of your life. Why not give yourself the best lines? As we explored in one of the earlier chapters, you are the director of your life. Are you creating a love story or a horror movie? Is it a film people will want to see again and again, or one they'll walk out on? When you allow your inner divinity to unfold, it will direct you in the right direction. Would you let someone reach over your back and drive your car? Then don't let anyone else drive your life. Everyone has the keys, but few are in control. Put your hands on the wheel. It's cool to put it in cruise control from time to time when you let divinity drive. If you can compose yourself, you can write your life. The above epigram, of course, is a double entendre. Your emotions play a significant role in how your life unfolds. Your emotions and feelings are vibrating at frequencies that attract like feelings and emotions, and they repel those that don't match. If you are emotionally erratic, you are likely to repel composed people. And for the most part, composed people are the ones making most of the important decisions. The last thing any organization can afford is an erratic and overly emotional member. It is also true that you are responsible for the authorship of your life, which is your composition. Know, however, that it is perfectly okay to reference a dictionary. In my analogy, the dictionary is the limitless number of divine beings available through divinity. I needed an editor. I found one in my own church, Meg Chaffin. I found two more, Marlene McCauley and Reverend Barbara Adams at Creative Thought magazine. We're here to help. We see you. Life is good. You're going to need a bigger highlighter, I promise. You are a divine distribution center. Your purpose is to distribute the attributes of God, peace, love, and understanding. What could be better than that? Be open to the possibilities. Even when you are one of the most successful caterpillars, you are still apt to get stepped on. It's butterfly time. Are you subjecting yourself to the whims of an unbalanced boss or boyfriend? I can honestly say that in my 30 years of broadcasting, I had 2 or 3 great bosses. I attracted the good ones and all the not so good ones as well. They were all excellent teachers, and I am grateful for what they taught me. The thing I learned most was I need to be my own boss. Essentially, this is the case anyway. We are the CEOs of our lives with a dynamic partner in our divinity. I had fulfilled my original radio goals and dreams by age 28. I have since had to hit the reset button several times. You are limited only by your imagination. By the way, there is nothing wrong with borrowing another's imagination as well. Create a mastermind group. The group I created has helped me keep my dream on course. We check in with each other, brainstorm, and evaluate our progress on a regular basis. According to Napoleon Hill, author of the classic book on success, Think and Grow Rich, all the greats developed a mastermind group or alliance. For more on Napoleon Hill and mastermind groups, go to www.naphill.org. Is this all there is? Yes, and so much more. Your humanity envelops your divinity. Turn yourself inside out. The bottom line is to express God and to do it in a way that serves. You can get rich through it or be richer for it. My purpose is to express God in the way only I can. I can write. I can put words together in interesting combinations. I can inspire. I can articulate and speak, motivate, and teach. The purpose is to reach as many people as possible with the message, you are God's best idea. You are loved and you are the beloved, and no person can take away your divinity. A compromising consciousness consciously compromises your promise. Earthbound. The movie director, actor, writer Woody Allen is credited with the contemporary cliche, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. It is also the inspiration for a wonderful song, Make God Laugh, from singer-songwriter Billy Mann's 1998 Earthbound album. Billy Mann visited my radio stations in Wheeling during the promotion of this album. His debut album was released in 1996 to much critical acclaim. Billy's voice sounds like a mix of Stevie Wonder and Kenny Loggins. His songwriting is reminiscent of Paul Simon and Van Morrison. Billy Mann was going to be the next big thing. Billy Mann's record company, A&M, had difficulty marketing Billy's music. Even though they knew he was an incredible singer-songwriter, the big money is usually generated at top 40, rock, and urban radio, the formats that attract younger audiences who are more likely to spend money on music. In the mid-1990s, the dominant sound at top 40 radio was grunge rock, rap, and urban. If you were a male pop singer, you needed to be the front man of a pop alternative group like Darius Rucker of Hootie and the Blowfish or Rob Thomas of Matchbox 20 to break through. By 1996, there were very few mass appeal hit singles coming from adult artists like Michael Bolton, Billy Joel, Rod Stewart, or Phil Collins. Billy Mann was more like these artists, and pop radio wasn't playing these legends, let alone similar newcomers. Billy Mann comes from Philadelphia, one of America's most soulful cities, home of the legendary Philadelphia International record label and its hit-making producers Kenneth Gamble and Leon Huff, along with Tom Bell. In the 1970s, this record label gave us the classics of Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, the OJs, Teddy Pendergrass, Lou Rawls, the 3 Degrees, and Billy Paul. The Philadelphia International record label was to the 1970s what Motown was to the 1960s, a hit factory of the nation's best R&B. This soul music touched its native-born son, Billy Mann. It wasn't unusual to hear the 12-year-old Billy singing on Philadelphia street corners. Once Billy set out on his own, he sang on the street corners of cities such as San Francisco, Miami, London, and New York. Billy had moved to the Big Apple to be with Daisy, a waitress he'd become smitten with, chronicled in the song Killed by a Flower. He was now 23. It was while singing in a Manhattan apartment building stairwell that Billy Mann was overheard by Mariah Carey and Hall & Oates producer Rick Wake. Rick helped Billy produce a demo that led to the contract with A&M. Billy's music was going to be released on the legendary label founded by Herb Alpert and Jerry Moss, an imprint that gave us the music of the Carpenters, Peter Frampton, Cat Stevens, Supertramp, Styx, Joe Cocker, Janet Jackson, Amy Grant, Sheryl Crow, Bryan Adams, and the Police. This should have been the happiest time in Billy Mann's life. In 1995, Billy's fiancée, Rima, was diagnosed with stomach cancer. They married, and Rima died within the year. Rima was not physically there for the unveiling of the dream they'd shared together, but her spirit was. Billy told me about their love story. He told me how his longing for Rima was possibly keeping her earthbound. The album Earthbound is filled with the joy of that relationship as well as the heartache of loss, especially on the title track, and having to begin again. Earthbound, in my opinion, is one of the best albums of the 1990s. Within weeks of the release of Earthbound, the A&M record label was merged into the Universal Music Group, which had been bought out by Seagram. A&M, which carried the stamp of excellence for all intents and purposes, vanished. There was not going to be a large promotion and marketing campaign in order to introduce Billy Mann's new music. The best laid plans of mice and men. Do it for love. The one thing no one has ever quibbled about is Billy Mann's ability to write a catchy tune. Writing and producing strong songs is what he has been doing the decade plus since those original attempts to become an overnight sensation. He co-wrote Treat Her Like a Lady, which appeared on Celine Dion's 1997 album Let's Talk. His relationship with Hall & Oates generated the #1 adult contemporary hit song Do It for Love in 2003. He wrote and produced Jessica Simpson's hit With You in 2004. Billy Mann contributed 7 songs to Pink's 2006 album I'm Not Dead. The list of artists that Billy has worked with as a songwriter or producer includes Ricky Martin, Backstreet Boys, Martina McBride, Carole King, Art Garfunkel, Paula Abdul, Josh Groban, Mary J. Blige, and his former label mate, Sting. In 2006, the New York Times About.com website named Billy one of the top 10 music producers of the year. He has made contributions to recordings that have sold in excess of 85 million copies as of this writing. From 2007 through 2010, Billy was with EMI Music in several capacities, including president for New Music, A&R International, and president of Global Artists Management, overseeing content on all continents around the world. In other words, he was helping to recognize and fulfill the promise of the artists on the label, giving them the best shot possible at success. Following the 2010 earthquakes in Haiti and Chile, he led more than 50 artists from around the world to action with the Red Cross and an EMI initiative called Answer the Call. In January 2011, Billy was named President of Creative, BMG North America, leading the efforts to attract, develop, and sign new artists. Billy Mann is also a board member of Autism Speaks and co-founder of the Rima Hort Foundation, which was created in September 1995 by friends and family of Rima Hort Mann to honor her joyful and vivacious life after her untimely death at age 30. This organization acts as an advocate for emerging artists and is means of support for individuals suffering from cancer. To find out more and to donate, go to www.rimahortmanfoundation.org. Billy Mann knows what it is like to share his divinity in ways we have only touched upon here. One of the most successful music artists of the last 10 years is Pink. She says of Billy, "Heart and soul, Billy Mann, what an incredible force you are. Thanks for helping me change my life." Sting adds, Billy Mann is the new generation super producer songwriter. He seems to successfully balance his musical gifts with his big heart and warm spirit. I can attest to that spirit, even though I spent only a day with Billy. His inner light illuminated the studio with the words he spoke for his beloved Rima, and of how thrilled he was to record Earthbound with his childhood buddies. Your life is your song. The key is to be in harmony. Listening to a Billy Mann pen song is good. Hearing him sing his songs is even better. You can find his 2 studio albums on Amazon.com. I still believe he is going to be known someday as a great singer, as well as songwriter and music label executive. His voice needs to be shared with the world again. Billy remarried, and he and his family live happily in Connecticut. You can visit billymann.com and stay up to date with the various ways he is expressing God through his inherent divinity and living the undeniable life. Part of the plan. Regardless of whether your plans have materialized as you thought you imagined them, the most important idea is that you are God's plan. Did you understand what I just suggested? You are God's plan. When operating from divinity, you create divinely. Once you get this, there is no going back to an undivine life. You will still make mistakes, but you will be consciously aware. You will no longer be satisfied with mediocrity in whatever form it is offered. Once your inner divinity starts to express through you, you will acquire divine tastes. You will want the best for you and your family. You will want to create a service or product worthy of your divinity. There is no way to know how much the world can change for the better when you express your divinity and fulfill your promise. The world gets better one soul at a time. A flu virus can be contagious, so why not a quality of God as well? We've seen this historically through the messages and works of Jesus, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, and others. Why not you? Why not us? It can, when you accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Awake, ye sleeping beauties, children of God. You are the purpose, the promise, the plan. Awake, for you are God's best idea. Chapter 14, Divine Aspirations. An overwhelming desire suggests that it is within your reach. Reach within. You have as many chances as you are willing to take. We are often told tales of missed opportunities and boats that have sailed as if they are equal to the number of thumbs we have. Even the magic genie offers you 3 wishes. For a person living a limited life of hopes and wishes, hoping to be accepted here, wishing they could go there, the only opportunities they miss are the ones they fail to meet. You are the one who decides to answer opportunity. Opportunity knocks on the open door. When I die, I imagine people will talk mostly about what I did after the age of 50. This book and others to come, my motivational talks, my ministry, and more. I took this chance. Take a chance, and then create another. The most productive and lucrative years of the average American are those of their 50s. Let's get this party started. Great possibilities begin with great responsibilities. Opportunity wastes not its time on the irresponsible. For those who do not accept responsibility, squander all opportunity. You don't get to try and then blame. There's no need to blame if things don't go perfectly. I won't bore you with the long history of human accomplishments that were preceded by hundreds and thousands of so-called failures. You don't fail. You learn. I've already rewritten this book 6 or 7 times. I hope, with every modification, there is refinement. But I had to start somewhere. Start where you are. The people who receive the most responsibility are the ones who usually accept the most responsibility. There are naysayers who will try to attach to you the change they have forged for themselves. Stay free. Opportunity requires application. 2 people see the same opportunity. One applies and the other ponders. One acquires and the other wonders. We have all had the experience of seeing a TV commercial and saying, "Hey, I thought of that." No surprise. Spiritually speaking, we are all one and all have one mind. Yes, you thought it, but did you do anything with that thought? A fleeting thought must be caught as it flies by the mind. Thoughts whistle by in an effort to gain our attention and are grasped only by those who are paying attention. I was mixing cookies and candy and ice cream years before Dairy Queen was. I was also 12 years old. Got an idea? Don't sit on it. That is the divine urge, seeking expression, even if it is just for a new flavor of ice cream. There is a candy called divinity, isn't there? Great inspirations begin with great aspirations. The person who aspires to make toast will not receive the inspiration to create a multi-million-dollar bakery. The origin of aspire is the Latin to breathe upon or to pant after. What makes you pant? Make a list of your aspirations. This is not an index of wants or needs. Opportunity doesn't care to meet your needs. Opportunity is only interested in your ability to make the most of it. The right idea will pop into your head not long after you have let the universe know what you aspire to. Go ahead and write down your aspirations, dreams, goals, and ideas. Find photos of the things you want to acquire and or accomplish. After I had written about 20,000 words of this book, I printed the pages and put them in a binder. Holding this work in my hands made it all the more real. Putting positive emotion and energy behind your mental picture is important. Your thoughts think. They are waves that generate waves that generate waves until they become form or there is no longer any energy behind them. Set a date for what you contemplate. Every February 14th, there are heart-shaped boxes of candy everywhere you look because somebody was smart enough to put Valentine's Day on the calendar. Doesn't your dream deserve an aspiration date? It might be that your aspiration to be a better person, a better spouse, a better servant to mankind led you to this book. I believe that once you express a desire to aspire, what was once concealed is revealed. Resources, people, finances, ideas, and more raise and wave their hand, announcing their presence because they know you have beckoned and you are ready to rock. Are you ready to rock and get down with your bad self? Great. Be bold. Be nothing like anyone, and everyone will want to be like you. Everyone has what it takes because what it takes is what everyone has. Did you catch that? Everyone has what it takes because what it takes is what everyone has. These are original strings of words that came to me once I told the universe that I was willing and ready to be used to express God and motivate people to believe in themselves and accept their inherent divinity. You have what I have. You've got what it takes. It's inherent. How you express this divinity will be unique to you as it benefits us. Life is a gift exchange. By the way, opportunity doesn't always appear where the opening seems, but where it will be. Be here now, see what's next. There is always an open opportunity for those who aspire to welcome opportunity. Will you care if someone doesn't think you have what it takes or if they don't like your idea? All that really matters is that you are God's best idea. The entertainer. When I was living and working in Wheeling, there was a young man who would sing and play the guitar any place he could. He was from Glendale, West Virginia, where George Brett, the Hall of Fame baseball player, was born. There wasn't a fair or a carnival where he didn't strum and sing. He went off to college to learn about the music business and then came back with a signed recording contract. I was working at a radio station that was literally stationed in the historic Capitol Music Hall, home of the iconic Jamboree USA radio broadcasts on WWVA. Every giant of the country music industry performed there beginning in 1933. Our subject was allowed to open for some of these superstars in the 1990s. In 1999, his first album was finished, and he wanted to have the official release party in the Capitol Music Hall ballroom. When the request to have the party in our facility was announced at the department head meeting that week, one of the theater employees laughed and scoffed, adding several insults about the young fellow never becoming anything, and how she thought the fact he had a contract and made a record was a joke. Some others in the room snickered too. I was dismayed. Regardless of personal taste, this was a local talent who the theater representative knew. Why wouldn't she and the others be happy that he was about to embark on a dream? Sound familiar? No matter what anyone else believes, you are the only one who can drive your dream. You are the only one who knows where you want to go. This young man's aspiration was grand, as in the Grand Ole Opry. The higher the hurdle, the closer to the top you are when you clear it. The album release party did take place. The title of that album is Who Needs Pictures? And the guitar picker from Glendale is Brad Paisley. Brad won the 1999 Best New Male Vocalist of the Year and, as of this writing, Male Vocalist of the Year on several more occasions. He has had 15 and counting #1 country hits as well. On November 10th, 2010, Brad Paisley won country music's top annual prize, CMA Entertainer of the Year. Not bad for a kid who some used to chuckle at and who is now picking and grinning his way to the Country Music Hall of Fame. Brad Paisley would be the first to tell you that he didn't always sing the right notes, which may have been the reason for some of the locals' lack of faith. But a sour note is just a reminder to sweeten the tune, not to doubt the song. I don't believe in doubt. It is a liar. There is a story about Brad deciding he was going to marry actress Kimberly Williams after seeing her in the Father of the Bride movies. Brad and Kimberly married in 2003, 9 months after she appeared in one of his music videos. Now that's aspiration meeting opportunity. The Paisleys have 2 sons and are realizing all of their aspirations through the acceptance and expression of their divinity while living the undeniable life. This one's worth repeating. Give your dream an aspiration date. Chapter 15. Divine Intentions. I would rather set sail upon the uncharted seas of possibility than row across the pond of probability. Great intentions begin with great comprehensions. We all have intentions. It's the comprehensions that trip us up. Those born into wealthy families can comprehend what wealth is, what it looks like, what it feels like, even what it smells like. No wonder we have the term old money. A person who knows abundance can easily see themselves remaining abundant. The reverse is true as well. If you know poor, poor knows you. This is why it is imperative that you get to know some wealth, if being wealthy is your intention. Get to know the wealth and abundance that flows from the divinity that is within. Abundance flows from within, just as Mozart's music flowed from within. Elton John writes the melodies of his hit songs, but the music lover is the one who buys the records, and the music company is the entity that writes the royalty checks. Elton is expressing his divinity, and that is what we connect with and embrace. God's good is everywhere. Open your eyes and your heart. Everything good you see started as a divine idea before it became a reality. Appearances are the major hang-up to progress. For all the talk about people living in the past and worrying about the future, the problem of only seeing what is instead of imagining what could be can be just as paralyzing. When I was having great success with my weight reduction a few years ago, one of the things I did was plan and prepare my meals several days in advance. I didn't waste time and energy contemplating every meal. When you plan in advance, you prepare the way. My friend Meg Chaffin uses the term riding the brake. Without a vision, we are hunting and pecking our way through life. Without clear intentions, you will receive mixed signals, like trying to listen to several radio stations at once. Do you ever listen to an AM radio station and hear more than one station at a time? It usually happens if you are trying to tune in a distant station. Mixed signals, hard to enjoy. Sounds fuzzy if the antenna is broken or there's a storm and all you hear is static. Are you experiencing static cling? Do you have clear intentions? If answering a simple question like, "What do you want?" gives you chills instead of thrills, then you are going to have a problem attracting and manifesting your goals and intentions because you are not clear. The trivial matters of life are clinging to the important matters. While you're attending to the trivial, you neglect the consequential. There is a way to attend to all things in a way that is productive and divine. It is to simply look at everything as sacred. This is a powerful way of living. I admit it has been a problem for me. If the mundane things in life that must be done are frowned upon as meaningless and time-wasting, then that will be the vibration you are in while doing them. Remaining in a higher vibration of gratitude is essential to realizing objectives. Getting upset about minor annoyances lowers your vibration and detracts from life's peace and joy and slows the manifesting process. Proverbs 17:22 reads, "A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones." How many of our hearts become as brittle as bones because of a lack of gratitude? The Bible suggests that the heart withers before the body. Life is sacred. Work and play with reverence for life, and life responds in kind. You externalize what you internalize. Try this little exercise. Pretend you are an interviewer on television, and you are interviewing the richer, more abundant, and happy you. Let the fully realized and sacred you tell all about how you became so successful and happy. You will be surprised just how clear and direct this already successful and sacred you is in telling your story. You become the story you tell yourself. Tell yourself a beautiful story. You are a beautiful story. You are God's best idea. What's coming out is already within. If your intentions, as well as comprehensions, are fully focused and the picture clearly imagined in mind, you are well on your way. Book of Love. The realization of this book has been my dominant thought and intention for nearly 2 years. Every time the question has been posed regarding what I'm going to do, the answer is always, write a book with my original epigrams in order to help people see and realize their inner and inherent divinity. No hesitation whatsoever. This is something I wanted to give to my son on his high school graduation day. You allow time for what you love. I wanted to write this book. I knew it was going to take real time and attention. The universe gave me what I needed, time, in the form of a pink slip. As people move through life, they choose to get better or be bitter. You don't want to be the bitter person nearing the end of life, wondering if you could have. Of course you could have. We all can. The thing that keeps people from following through on intentions is they fear they will fail. Who cares? Seriously, I'm writing the very best book I can, having never written one before. I know that my son will enjoy it and have it forevermore. I know that this is my way of expressing God's divinity within me. Any success beyond this realization is a bonus. Just writing the book is an exercise in success. I like that. Become a practitioner of success. This book is not about encouraging you to spend more time wishing and hoping. I'm here to tell you that you are inherently divine and worthy of all that you can conceive. But your conception must be followed by intention and action in order for the blueprint to take form. The ways and means are as unlimited as God. Intend and begin. Whatever good you intend, know that the ways and means will be revealed once the clear intention is expressed. That means taking steps toward the ultimate finish line. If man can send a probe to Pluto, you can get a new job, lose a few pounds, and start a new career or life. Intend and begin. I have two additional thoughts about the ultimate finish line. You probably will find that the journey and the process toward the goal will be what you cherish. Also, if you accept the idea of eternity and infinity, finish lines are really going to be launching points to new and greater adventures and enlightenment. Things have never been better, but they can be. Don't look at what's now as bad. Bad is a poor jumping off point. Things just are. Think instead, we're getting even better. You need to appreciate where you are and the power that went into creating it. You'll need the same appreciation and power to intend something new. At this point, I want to pause and reflect. As I write these words, Spirit is suggesting that I make sure I am reaching all the different readers who have picked up this book. For some, this is a book to reinforce what you already know, a book to set alongside other books on success and inspiration. For others, it is far more personal and immediate. You are hurting, confused, and in pain. So I will repeat. I wrote this book to tell those who did not know and to remind those who do know. You are divine. You are beautiful and necessary. You are God's best idea. You matter right here and right now, just as you are. It doesn't matter what you ultimately acquire or achieve. Your divinity is assured. You are not obligated to do anything other than love God and your neighbor as yourself. All the rest is a bonus. If you want to give yourself a bigger bonus while uplifting the world, great, but it won't make you any more divine. Life is a dance to progress or a chance to regress. One leads to discovery and the other to another's history. It's possible. This chapter began with one of the last epigrams I wrote for the book. I would rather set sail upon the uncharted seas of possibility than row across a pond of probability. I was inspired to write this while reading a book by author Raymond Charles Barker titled You Are Invisible. In chapter 8, he writes about possibility and probability. There is a huge difference between the two. Ironically, we inadvertently encourage our children to pursue the probable instead of the possible. It seems that the path of least resistance is the pursuit of the probable. It seems more probable that one will land the $50,000 a year job instead of the $100,000 a year position. That is the conventional thinking. You believe you are overqualified for the lower paying position and underqualified for the higher paying position, so you apply for the probable instead of the possible. What is missed in this equation, however, is that since most people think this way, the lower paying jobs receive the highest number of applicants, while the higher paying jobs receive the lowest number of applications. The odds are in your favor if you go for the biggest prize, the possible. The biggest prize, whether it is a job or some great new scientific discovery, isn't found on the other side of the easy-to-cross pond. It awaits the bold, the adventurer, the person who believes they are great enough to sail the uncharted seas of possibility, to receive the treasure sought. You don't need to look the part of hero to play the part of hero. Great looks matter most in high school and the modeling industry. High school is in the past, and most fashion models have short careers. The person who has recognized and accepted their inner divinity, their inner beauty, is just this kind of being, the one who believes all things are possible with God, instead of the one who settles for the mediocrity of probability. As Raymond Charles Barker suggested, possibility is of the spirit, probability is of the human mind. Your intentions become your reality when you express and accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Life is a correspondence course where success is determined by your correspondence with God. Chapter 16, Divine Dreams. Stop chasing your dreams. They haven't run away. Between the visible and invisible is the undeniable stuff that dreams are made of. It's all there. Every manifestation that has ever been, is, and will be is already there in the invisible. This book was an idea, a thought. It is only a tangible object because of the follow-through. This is my expression of God, the divinity within. It's my dream, and you are welcome to it. May I share in yours? No one stands between you and your dreams except the dreamer. Power your dreams, not your doubts. Tell yourself a positive story. What is it you want to do? What is it you're going to do? You don't need someone outside of you to say, yes, you can. We are the only ones who can give ourselves permission. Every great accomplishment has been the result of ignoring sage advice. Read the previous sentence again. I'll do it for you. Every great accomplishment has been the result of ignoring sage advice. I'm glad there was dissatisfaction with the game of cricket that gave us baseball. Dissatisfaction with rugby and soccer gave us American football. Color outside the lines, or better yet, draw your own lines and create your own colors. It's the divinity within seeking expression. Collected dreams tucked between pages, perched high on a shelf, a flight of fancy, an inspiration you chose to close to yourself. Most of my epigrams are written to inspire. A few are written as virtual finger snaps. When I hear a friend lamenting about bygone days and opportunities, I tell them to snap out of it. It is not too late. How many dreams are sitting in literal attics, garages, and on closet shelves, or the equivalent ones in our minds? Whatever you love to do and would love to share must be done from the perspective of expressing your divine gifts. Life is a gift exchange. If you are seeking fame and fortune without the idea that what it is you're creating is going to bring joy and improve lives, then all you really have is a vain vehicle to pay bills. There is nothing wrong with a job, and it can be done with sacred reverence, but a means to an end isn't a dream or promise fulfilled. Celebrity is fine. I have been a celebrity for 30 years, but it is what I could do with that celebrity that really mattered. I could ask advertisers to pony up cash and merchandise for the Christmas wish promotions. I could raise money for people and charities by putting my reputation and word behind it. Using celebrity to move hearts and minds in order to express God's good is appropriate because the effects can be everlasting. Using it to get adoration from fans can be empty and fleeting. Many people fall short of their dreams because they thought they were competing for them. You are not competing, you are creating. You create your dreams in mind, and you fulfill them indeed. If you want the life of your dreams, begin living the dreams of your life. The universe is abundant. There is no limitation to God, and as a child of God, you are limitless as well. You are God's best idea. Like a bee in a field of flowers, what you desire is all around you. Wake up and show us your dream. Marianne Williamson writes in her book, Return to Love, "Your playing small doesn't serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you." My picture is in the dictionary next to shrinking. I am usually the tallest one in the room. I am always the largest one in the room. I had a well-meaning mentor once tell me that I should purposely drop something before going into an interview in order to put the interviewer at ease. He said that my presence is intimidating to most people and I should act oafish so they feel in control. This is bad advice. You don't marry the girl you don't respect. You want your next job to be a long-term relationship built on mutual respect. I'm usually one of the smarter ones in the room as well, but intelligence and corporate America are often at odds. It doesn't take a lick of intelligence to fire people in order to improve the bottom line. It does take intelligence to create ways to generate money while not laying people off. The former is the proverbial cutting off your nose to spite your face. The latter is what I have always done well, but it takes time to manifest the money, and there is little patience in business. This is not a book about finances. Those books all say, however, that the worst way to become monetarily wealthy is to work for someone else. The corporate system is set up so those who are running the show reap the greatest rewards while you get what they allow to trickle down. Don't miss the banquet on the table while picking up the crumbs on the floor. Your dream is your own business. It deserves your full attention. Don't cut and run from your dreams. Delaying satisfaction is what the most successful people are able to do. There was an experiment done in 1972 at Stanford University where a group of children between the ages of 4 and 6 were given a marshmallow or a choice of an Oreo cookie or a pretzel and told that if they could wait 15 minutes before eating it, they'd get another. Some of the kids simply ate the treat immediately after the adult left the room, while others covered their eyes or looked away in order to resist temptation. Only 1/3 of the 600 children were able to defer gratification long enough to earn the doubling of their selected snack. Although the experiment was originally designed to see if one's age played a role in the ability to defer gratification, it was the follow-up study that was most telling. The children who were able to delay gratification in order to reap a greater bounty scored much higher on their college entrance exams and were evaluated as being the more competent of the children. Whether we are talking about leaving money in an account that is compounding interest or being patient enough to let a dream unfold, you get the idea. It would not surprise me if there have been times when I have settled for the first decent job that came along in order to make ends meet, instead of delaying gratification long enough to land the larger market position of my dream. The key in your decision-making is that feeling in your gut, your intuition. Are you pulling the trigger because you are afraid that there might not be another opportunity? There are always more opportunities, as many as you choose to accept. If you are choosing out of an emotion of fear, you are not allowing your divinity to operate through you. God is not afraid, and neither is the divine you. I'm not saying to never take a menial job. There can be great fun in flipping burgers, and the friends you create may be life-changing in the long run. Just don't do it out of fear. At the time of this writing, I began a fast. I am drinking only fluids and a bit of broth. I'm on day 9 of what I plan to be a 21-day fast to end 2010 and begin 2011. Every day I have had that moment where I stare longingly into the refrigerator filled with holiday goodies. Hello, pumpkin pie and whipped cream. How have you been doing, Mr. Honey Glazed Ham? I am actually less hungry now than I was on day 4. I am delaying gratification because I know the benefits of fasting are considerable. I've already lost 24 pounds. I am detoxifying, and my wife has commented on my glow. Fasting is one of the 3 things God asks us to do, besides love, in the Bible: give, pray, and fast. Most people regularly do the first two. Fasting is a way to heighten the awareness of your divinity. The empty sensation from your gut is a constant reminder of the sacred thing you are doing. Many people can testify to hearing or receiving divine messages while fasting. Be still and know that I am God. Jesus did not perform the miracles until after the 40 days of fasting and communion with his Father. There are over 200 passages with the word fast or fasting in the Bible, less than 25 using the word liar. Fasting is something we should do from time to time to clear our minds and body in order to be ever aware of spirit. Consult your physician. I believe if I can fast during the holidays, there is nothing I cannot do. It's the can-do spirit within, your divinity, that awaits expression. Pilot of the airwaves. When I was a child, I had a pronounced speech impediment. Yellow was pronounced wello. Radio was wadio. From age 5 until 9, I took speech classes in and out of school. I was the last kid you would think would make a career out of speaking on the radio. When I was 14 or so, I was listening to WCOL in Columbus, a legendary AM Top 40 giant. I had just been the 9th caller and won a copy of Alice Cooper's Welcome to My Nightmare album. From 1974 to 1977, I probably won over 100 albums from Super COL. The DJ took my address, one which he should have memorized by now, and said, "So, you want to be a DJ, kid?" I replied, "I don't know." Of course I did. That and being a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds is all I thought about outside of girls. He added, "Well, you've got a good voice for it." One word of unsolicited encouragement, yet from a universal mind standpoint, maybe not so unsolicited. One word of unsolicited encouragement from my radio idol launched a dream of working at 22 South Young Street in downtown Columbus, where the WCOL studios were, and where my mom went every week to pick up the albums I'd won. Yes, she did love me. WCOL AM changed formats from top 40 to middle of the road in 1977. In 1978, the spirit of WCOL moved to WCOL FM and became top 40 Most Music 92X WXGT. In 1988, 9 years after entering radio and working at 9 different radio stations, I landed the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. slot on one of America's great contemporary hit radio stations, 92X at 22 South Young Street. Not bad for a kid who once upon a time couldn't even pronounce radio. Words. As I sit at my computer typing these words describing my life and times, I don't want to miss the illustration above with regards to the power and influence we have in our word. The air personality at WCOL who offered that nod of encouragement was what this shy boy needed to hear. My desire to be a radio star was a vibration in my very being that was being transmitted and received and reflected back to me as an affirmation that this dream could come true. This is one of the reasons I have been able to so easily accept the idea of vibrations, frequencies, receiving and transmitting energies. These are radio terms. It is how radio works. The transmitter sends radio waves with bits of information vibrating at a particular frequency. If your radio is tuned to that frequency, you receive what is being transmitted. Tests have been conducted that prove our hearts and brains, yes, our minds, transmit measurable waves. Just like the radio transmission waves, these bits of information in the broadcasts of our hearts are received by those tuned into us, missed by those who are not. Are you and your dream on the same wavelength? Your passion to see this dream unfold should be almost overwhelming. It should be on your mind like a new lover. When I fall in love with an idea, it stays with me until it is birthed into physical form. If the dream you have in mind really isn't on your mind, it may just be a fancy similar to a 6th grade crush. Most people run for cover in a misguided attempt to hide their perfection from the world. Come out and play. What you can do, nobody else can. The way you can. I know your dream will be a hit when you accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Dreams are not meant to be followed. They are meant to be followed through. Chapter 17, Divine Expectations. Great expectations begin with great acceptations. You simply must introduce yourself to your expectations in order to meet them. Whatever your expectations, you must be ready and willing to receive, to accept. You must believe you are worthy of the things you want. As a divine child of God, of course you are. You are God's best idea. Most people live in a thick fog, daydreaming about abundance, money, and all kinds of material goodies while never really defining exactly what those things are and what the means are to get there. Knowing the how isn't as important as knowing the what, because without the what, the universe isn't going to provide you the hows anyway. What you prepare for, you invite through expectation. Prepare for the best. A writer writes, a singer sings, a mother mothers, and a lover loves. Be the thing you desire, and the thing you desire becomes you. You know what it is you want to do. Are you willing to set aside a couple of nights of television a week to take an art class, a yoga class, a cooking class, or get a college degree? I love watching college football on Saturdays in the fall. In order to become a licensed practitioner in my church and ultimately an ordained minister, I am taking a class every Saturday for nearly 18 months. That's 2 college football seasons I am setting aside in order to take the courses I need to fulfill the third step requirements toward a ministry. After these, I'm sure there will be a year or more of additional courses to take. I've learned how to use my DVR recorder very well. We allow time for what we love. What do you love more, the satisfaction of a moment or the gratification of purpose? What is your life expectancy? Why not expect the best? We are not talking about the number of years you expect to live, although we could be. Imagine your expectations. Find pictures of the things you expect out of life and put them in your life. Ask the guy or girl you'd like to marry on a date, for goodness sake. Go to open houses in the neighborhoods you want to move to. Spend a weekend in the town you'd like to live in. If I were to start my radio career over again, I would be more proactive about calling program directors and asking if I could take a tour or just chat about the business. Once you can clearly see yourself inside a dream, it is easier to realize. It is no surprise to me that kids who had jobs as ushers in Broadway theaters or television studios became actors and directors in those same theaters and studios. Take a test drive in the place you want to be. Do an internship or volunteer in some capacity. If you are always on the outside of your dream looking in, and there is an unfamiliarity or discomfort vibration in your being, the universe isn't going to put you there. I created a vision board that has scenes of southern Germany, where my ancestors are from and where I want to visit, a 1968 Buick Wildcat 4-door like my father owned, a photo of a skinnier me, a beautiful house, a church sanctuary, and the logo of a prominent publisher. 1 down, 5 to go. Denise Scooby-Doo. Between the age of 18 and 20, I worked at a small-town radio station in Waverly, Ohio, 60 miles south of Columbus on Route 23. Those 2 years were my first away from home. Now, I wasn't always away from home. I quit my job at least 3 times because of withheld paychecks, only to return. In 1980, at age 18, I was most likely the youngest program director in America. I was doing for real what I had practiced doing with a hairbrush and a Kenner close and play starting at age 3. Although I usually programmed the songs that were on the Billboard Top 40 charts, I had the pleasure of playing Rick Springfield's Jesse's Girl well before it had charted in 1981. I remembered Rick from his 1972 hit Speak to the Sky when I was 11. I thought Jesse's Girl would be a smash. I think it was the subject matter that got to me. I was longing for any girl. I had experienced a couple of mutual teenage crushes, but nothing mutually satisfying. I didn't have a lot in common with these country girls. One night, While thinking I was the world's oldest remaining virgin, I got down on my knees and prayed for a partner. I asked specifically for a girl from Columbus, cute, freckles, and a slightly turned up nose. Somebody who could relate to my love of music and radio and my passion for the Ohio State Buckeyes. A few months later, after I had quit the station and gone home to live again with the parents, they did love me, I decided to give WXIZ one more try. While I was gone, my ex-roommate Dan, the one who had stolen one of my crushes, had hired a girl from the broadcasting school we both had attended. Dan had left to take a job elsewhere, giving me the opportunity to return to Waverly. It was December 1981. The girls at the station made Christmas stockings for the jocks. Denise, the new girl from Columbus, made mine. I was Mickey Mouse, she was Minnie. When I saw Denise in the hallway of the radio station the day I arrived, I fell in love immediately. She was exactly what I had prayed to God for. Cute, freckles, with a slightly turned up nose. She was a lover of music and, of course, radio. Her cousin, by marriage, Tim Spencer, was the starting running back for the Ohio State Buckeyes. This was the best Christmas gift of my life. God is good. Don't hesitate to share your expectations with God. Chances are they were God's expectations for you anyway. Denise eventually became my wife, my divine expectation and acceptation, one of God's best ideas. We are living the undeniable life. What did you determine today? Determine what you desire and put determination behind it. You are the determinator. Chapter 18. Divine Acceptance. When you give up the need to be right, others won't need to find you wrong. Barking dogs eventually lose their voice and credibility. You can watch endless hours of television with people debating the right and wrong of everything. Politics, religion, sports, and where you can find America's best barbecue. A lot of time and energy is spent trying to convince us that they are right and we are wrong, and vice versa. It is entertaining when we're discussing and sampling barbecue. It is divisive and fruitless when speaking of truth. When I was writing this book, Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert had held the Rally to Restore Sanity in Washington, D.C. Over 200,000 peaceful people showed up, representing different political views, and had a good time. I believe what the Bible suggests. We are all children of the Most High. If there comes a time when I need heart surgery, I'll be asking about competency, not what kind of hot beverage they drink or who they voted for in the most recent election. To me, life isn't about being right. It's about right being love. History is paved with the blood of the angry, those who fought to the death to prove they were right. History always recording that they were wrong. Ernest Holmes wrote in his book, The Hidden Power of the Bible, only peace can enter the gates of reality and sit at the table of love. The divine host serves not his bounty to confusion, but distributes his gifts to those who enter his gates with peace in their minds and love in their hearts. Truth needs no defense. God needs no defense. There are 24 synonyms for the word fight, but only one antonym: accept. It's time to stop fighting about who's right and who's wrong and start accepting and celebrating our differences. Setting aside differences sounds nice, but they are still there. Love lets you see the divine necessity for our differences. I recently watched the BBC series called Earth. It was so interesting learning how all of the contrasting elements come together in order for life to be and for life to be sustained. Carbon monoxide is as important to life as oxygen is. After the Earth froze over, it was the violent eruptions of the volcanoes, spewing carbon monoxide into the atmosphere that led to the thaw. The continental plates crashing together that created the largest mountains. All of it necessary in order for Earth to be the paradise it is for all of God's creatures. What's on your mind? Pure energy. I want to drop a little science in here. Let's talk about our human bodies. Did you know that you and I are 99.99% identical? There is only a 1/100th of 1% difference between one human being and another. When I look at the suggested friends list on my Facebook page, it is amazing how similar the expressions on the faces are. The idea of oneness is not just a religious or metaphysical concept. It is readily observable if you are willing to open your eyes. The limbic system of our brains plays a role in our emotions. As a newborn, these cells become hardwired. It is why we are so susceptible to having our buttons pushed and acting like an infant. It is why most human beings share similar emotional reactions, for better or worse. It takes awareness to consciously override these normal emotions, or we can become a slave to them. So, if you have been saying to yourself that it is normal to get angry at negative events and circumstances, you are correct. But this is where you can grow beyond the percentages of the average, and with divine awareness, harness and focus your emotions to create excellence. The amygdala, part of the limbic system, is filtering outside stimuli in order to determine whether you are in danger or not. When our brains perceive something as unfamiliar, it may send messages to us that unfamiliar means danger. This works well when we are bumping up against large furry animals in the forest, but it is not necessarily useful when interacting with persons from other countries and cultures. Unfamiliar costumes and customs should not trump the 99.99% of biological identicalness or our shared divinity. Science also confirms the metaphysical notions of magnetic energy fields regarding the law of attraction. In her book, My Stroke of Insight, brain scientist and internet phenomenon Jill Bolte Taylor, PhD, writes, "Because everything around us, the air we breathe, even the materials we use to build with, are composed of spinning and vibrating atomic particles, you and I are literally swimming in a turbulent sea of electromagnetic fields. We are a part of it. We are enveloped in it. And through our sensory apparatus, we experience what it is." To see the TED TV video presentation that made Jill Bolte Taylor an overnight internet sensation, go to www.drjilltaylor.com. Our brains determine whether we like or dislike certain tastes and smells. Our brains are working constantly comparing and judging for survival purposes. These sensory functions have played important roles in our survival, but not always positively in regards to our progress toward acceptance and brotherhood. We are literally and figuratively from and of the same stuff. It is why it is paramount that we treat each other as family, because we undoubtedly are. We don't become brothers by doing anything beyond being. I believe the family will someday recognize and accept our shared divinity and be one with God. The Rose. My wife's mother, Rose, grew up in the rugged hills of Wheeling in the 1930s and 40s. She never knew her biological father. Her mother married a rough and tumble coal miner and created a large family during the Depression years. Rose was a stepdaughter and treated like those of familiar fairy tales. But there were no fairy godmothers dropping by the Armstrong house. Rose was smart. She wanted to be a writer. She had stories to tell. Rose dropped out of her senior year of high school because she had just one dress to wear. Like many women of the post-war era, she married young. Her husband, like her stepfather, was an abusive man. Life was hard, tough as nails, in fact. Wheeling was known for years as Nail City. This was also steel and coal country. Before long, there were 2 children, Cindy and Dutchie. Toward the end of this volatile union, Denise was born. It was 1963. One day, Harold, the estranged husband, decided to kidnap the children who were in Rose's custody. She was now seeing a black man named Rusty, a truck driver who frequented the diner where Rose worked. Rusty had one of those sunny dispositions. It was no surprise that a woman, now aged 30, would be attracted to a man who was the polar opposite of the husband she'd left. But this was 1963 West Virginia, where miscegenation laws were in effect until 1967. It was illegal for whites and blacks to marry, and you could forget about anything short of that as well. Harold successfully abducted Cindy and Dutchie from school. Denise, the 3rd child, was at a babysitter's. Rose took Denise, and she and Rusty moved to Columbus, Ohio, 130 miles to the west. Rose didn't see her other 2 children very often over the next 10 or so years. Her life had been threatened, and she knew he was serious. The reason I share this story is that Rose had the courage to accept that her first marriage was a dead end, one way or the other. She also accepted the divinity in the heart of another man, a relationship which society and even the state forbade. She could not save all 3 of her children from another decade of abuse, but she saved one, my future wife, the mother of our son. Rusty became to Rose the loving husband and doting father he'd failed to be in previous unions. Denise was well cared for and loved. I have no doubt that much of Denise's attitude toward being open and loving to all the people she meets is an emulation of Rusty, who would punctuate the end of every sentence with a hearty chuckle and smile. Even in the far more progressive city of Columbus, there were plenty of stares and sneers when this happily mixed family would go to restaurants and parks. Rusty would just smile and wave. Rusty found divine acceptance from a beautiful Rose, and they lived the undeniable life. You go wrong only when you think you have to be right. A poem by the Sufi poet Rumi has inspired many, including this soul. The poem refers to a field beyond right doing and wrongdoing. Here is an excerpt from my poem, Rumi's Field, the entirety of which is located at the beginning of the book. There is a place beyond ideas of right and wrong, a field sown with seeds of peace, love, and understanding. I'll meet you there. Chapter 19. Divine Happiness. Happy is the man who was foolish enough to believe he could, and in doing so, did. Your level of happiness is equal to the truth you are living. Right below, and for some, right above love, is the quest for happiness. I emphasize quest because most believe happiness arrives attached to outside events you create. Your desire to be happy is your soul's way of telling you who you are and how you are meant to be, divinely happy. Some suggest that happiness is about lowering expectations. I cannot tell you how happy the cavemen were, but I am glad one of them decided to discover fire and another to invent the wheel. There is a difference between happiness and satisfaction. You can be completely happy while being dissatisfied. That might not make sense, but allow me to explain. It is perfectly fine to be grateful and happy about the job you presently have while knowing you are capable of so much more. Just don't let your dissatisfaction result in a lower vibration of ingratitude or unhappiness. I know of several women who are going through divorce proceedings, and not a one of them is unhappy. Yet they were certainly not satisfied with their unions. While married, they were no longer living the truth of who they are. I am not promoting divorce, just stating that these couples have decided they are no longer serving God and mankind by being in miserable marriages. Happiness is always right where you left it. Have you left your happiness behind? Are you being true to who you are? You are a divine child of God, designed by happiness for happiness. I am not talking about the kind of happiness you get from an outside source, such as eating ice cream or cotton candy. Getting a sugar fix is closer to pacification than inner happiness. Covering up or numbing states of unhappiness are due to feelings of lack. If you feel unloved, gorging on pizza can help, but only temporarily. And at what expense? You must begin to love yourself, God, and your sister, and you'll soon find that your love for them and their love for you is far more satisfying than a third helping of chicken and dumplings. Happy people just don't think unhappily. You know those people who are always happy no matter what? What are they so happy about? The better question, what are you so unhappy about? After all, you are God's best idea. Positive experiences follow positive perceptions. Positive perceptions follow positive experiences. That's happiness. Get the ball rolling. Be happy. As you resonate happiness, happiness appears all around, which makes you happy. Or you can perceive happiness first, which shouldn't be that difficult. Think of the kid from the movie A Christmas Story standing there in the pink fuzzy bunny pajamas. Watch a Jerry Lewis movie. Your happiness is not delegable. You can't rent happiness from another. But if renting a funny movie begins to tickle your funny bone, that's fine. Keep it going. Know that the one or two things you are not thrilled about do not and should not trump the thousands of blessings you have received. No person can prove peace while clinging to unhappiness. Happy endings begin with happy beginnings. See the happy ending as you begin. Only the miserable can speak of misery because they have accepted misery instead of triumph as their truth. I really get a little peeved when I hear someone suggest that they are sorry that something didn't work out. I had a radio consultant once say something to that effect after I had spent 3 years turning a station around. The station had billed under $600,000 the year before I got there and was billing $2.5 million annually when I left. Everyone associated with that station was far richer after I performed my programming magic than before they hired me. Just because the ending wasn't sunshine and roses didn't mean that the process hadn't been successful. Just because your marriage ends at some point doesn't mean it was an unsuccessful marriage. Life is eternal. Most everything else is temporary, and it is just the forms that change. Take a look around. Everything you see used to be something else. The things made of wood used to be a tree. You were once invisible, and you may become invisible again. What resonates through eternity is the love we generated from our hearts. Who knows? There may come a day when all there will be is a continuous vibration of unconditional love. That day is the day all else may very well disappear, and it will be the happiest day of all time. Going through life miserable makes as much sense as attending school to study truancy. I know a few things about truancy. I was so unhappy as a teenager that I missed about 80 days of school in my junior year and 70 in my sophomore year. No one came to my house to check on me. It was as if I didn't even exist. My experiences as a child are a mixed bag of memories. I could write a screenplay for a scary movie or a merry melody cartoon, depending on what I decided to emphasize. What do you emphasize? Do you place more weight on the handful of things you perceived didn't go well, or the thousands of things you know have gone well? Therein will be the state of happiness you choose to be in. Accepting my divinity now helps me forgive the indignity of then. Life is not an audition for heaven. It is an expression of God. There is research that suggests people who believe in a duality of powers, a power for good being God, and a power for evil in the form of a devil, is the reason so many people who say they believe in God are so unhappy. No offense intended, but the most miserable acting people I have ever known have been the most pious. They believe they have to do many things to earn favor with God, all the while abstaining from bad things in order to avoid being cast into hell. What is worse, and downright silly, is the idea that God is bipolar. Believing in a God that is just as likely to kill you as love you is lunacy. God is good. The root of the word God is good. God simply means self-existent good. Every Friday on Twitter, there is a tradition called Follow Friday. This is where people with Twitter accounts recommend other Twitter accounts to follow. I will type God's best ideas in my tweets, followed by some of my favorite social network friends. I got a nice reply from a lovely lady thanking me for the mention, but telling me she doesn't believe in God or a creator. My reply was, there is a creative energy in the universe that is forever unfolding with or without us. You can call it anything other than non-existent. No one denies there is a life principle, an energy that operates with perfect precision. I don't care what human symbols you use to describe the indescribable, but your existence proves that existence is. Life is. Love is. Love is God. If you have loved, and all have, you have demonstrated God. God is peace, joy, happiness, abundance, power, understanding, and love. These divine attributes are a part of you and are expressed regardless of proper attribution. It is why you are here, to express your divine nature. You are God's best idea. Happiness is ours now when we accept. The photograph. Working in radio, you get to meet all kinds of people, mostly at remote broadcasts. These live appearances are usually at stores or car dealerships. Unless you are giving away free money, the only people who show up are diehard fans of you and or the radio station. Sue was one of these people. Sue lived at a home for mentally challenged adults. She was very high functioning and acutely aware of why she was the way she was. Her mother had been a heavy drinker. Sue had fetal alcohol syndrome. According to the Mayo Clinic website, the symptoms of fetal alcohol syndrome include small eyes and smooth skin, vision difficulties, delayed development, and mental retardation. I met Sue around the time of Denise's pregnancy with our son Daniel. Sue would earnestly say to us every time she came to a broadcast, "Do not drink alcohol. You have to think of the baby. My mother drank alcohol, and it made me the way I am. Love your baby. Don't drink alcohol while you're pregnant. You don't want your child to be like me." It was simultaneously heartwarming and heartbreaking. Boomer. Sue was a huge fan of Chris Boomer Berman from ESPN. Chris is the anchor who makes up funny nicknames for professional athletes. It's his trademark. Sue was a big fan, so big that she considered the photograph she had of Chris her most treasured possession. I assumed that she had sent a letter to ESPN requesting an autographed glossy photo. I told her I'd love to see it. She said she'd show it to me someday. Over the next couple of years, we'd see Sue a couple of times a month. She always asked about our son Danny and talked about watching Boomer on ESPN, never failing to refer to her precious picture. Sue had an angelic look. I didn't realize at the time that her facial features were symptoms of the condition. So are heart defects. Sue was the happiest person I had ever known. Her smile was the kind that would light up a cloudy day. The joy and happiness she got from life was equal to the happiness and joy she gave to life. She was aware of her medical circumstances, and it didn't detract from her happiness. While at the radio station near Christmas time, a gentleman came in and introduced himself as Sue's brother. Apparently, she had talked often about me and Denise, probably like she spoke to us about Chris Berman. He informed us that Sue had passed away quietly in her sleep a few days before. Needless to say, we were saddened. Sue's brother said he remembered she'd always promised she was going to show Doug from WKWK her beloved photograph of Chris Berman. And then he pulled the picture out of his pocket. It was a faded and frayed piece of paper, no larger than a 3x5 index card. An advertisement for ESPN featuring Chris Berman from a long ago issue of TV Guide. This was her pride and joy, her precious treasure, a wrinkled old clipping from a TV Guide. Sue, one of God's best ideas, was an example of happiness being found in happiness. By the way, you were wrong, Sue. We'd love our baby boy to be just like you. Being happy is your natural state of being when you accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. The happiness we find is equal to what we have in mind. Life is a gift exchange. Life is a gift exchange. I've repeated the above epigram because it was one of the first I wrote and still expresses a powerful truth worth repeating. Everyone has been given certain talents and skills to explore and develop, ways in which you ultimately express God. The very first lesson a child learns in the sandbox at preschool is to be nice and share. If you did, you had many hours of fun and friends. If you didn't, you got a bucket of sand on your head. In the giving is the seeding. What you send out comes back multiplied. If you do this regularly, embody the state of perpetual giving, you will be in a consistent vibration of gratitude and giving. These good vibrations will unfold your good from within. Some theologians use the unfolding from within analogy, while others use the attraction principles. I use both. I believe God expresses through us from within us. I also believe the divinity within others receives our messages and responds in kind. I may provide you what you desire while you provide another what they desire, and someone totally different will provide me with the resource I need to fulfill my promise. Something's got to give, and it might as well start with you. As you go through life, you will find that every day is a gift exchange. Sometimes you'll exchange your brilliance for a paycheck. Other times it will be an exchange of love. Hopefully, your job is a labor of love. All the gifts you share come back to you in kind. That is why having a consciousness of love behind your exchanges assures that what returns with love. Never exchange the gift of free will and self-reliance for the chains of certainty. I often hear people complain about the way things are. They want everyone to make all the right choices and do the right thing so there would be no conflicts or problems. What they are really saying is that they want everyone to agree and make their choices and do things their way. The right way is the love way. I can make a tasty donut or delicious Danish. I can plant an apple tree or a place perfect for the partridge. Thank God for diversity and variety expressed through our divinity. The poor choices we make that result in less than perfect outcomes serve as lessons in not how to do a given thing, and therefore have served a divine purpose. View your gifts knowing that when they are fully expressed, you are accomplishing what you came here for. This is your life, and you can make it as grand as you imagine. At our church, we have what we call the abundance table. Members bring gently used items and place them on the table. Other members can take them for a small donation or for free if they wish. This is a practice of the law of circulation. The blood in our veins must flow to provide oxygen to the various parts of our body, or they begin to die. A body of water that doesn't have a tributary, adding a fresh source of water to it, will stagnate and cause the pond or lake to become a death zone. When you exchange your gifts, they benefit others, while providing room for you to receive the good of others. These are not just metaphysical concepts. If you have ever seen that television show about hoarders, you know what I mean. In the final scene of my favorite movie of all time, Citizen Kane, there is a panoramic view of the untold riches acquired over his lifetime, a life void of the divine love of his mother, represented in the sleigh Rosebud from his childhood. Charles Foster Kane possessed divinity within. He just didn't know or recognize it. He tried to buy it, acquiring treasures from every part of the globe. Yet it is free and already in our possession, something that needs to be expressed and shared. We are all contagious. The only question, what are we giving each other? That's what love is all about. In the early 90s, Michael Bolton mania was at full throttle. He was Oprah Winfrey's favorite singer and appeared on her show several times. He was especially popular in Pittsburgh, where he set attendance records at what was then known as Star Lake Amphitheater. My station, WDK-WDK-FM, received tickets to most of the pop music shows at Star Lake, including the 1993 sold-out Michael Bolton concert. One of our contest winners was the mother of a 12-year-old blind girl. When Mom won the tickets, she put her child on the phone and her daughter expressed pure divine joy. This is what I live for. The youngster explained that she was Michael's biggest fan. The Bolton concert was a few days later. The record label had set me up with front row tickets. Kenny G was the opening act. Shortly before the show began, while walking in the lawn area, I heard my name shouted. At 6'4", I'm hard to miss. It was mother and daughter, the winners from my morning show. This beautiful child of promise had straight blonde hair and an angel face, which was alight with the love she had for Michael Bolton, and I would suspect for life. I just had to arrange for this family to meet Michael Bolton. I had backstage passes. I was going to accompany Ellen, the daughter of our business manager, who was a big fan too, backstage during the Kenny G portion of the show. When I approached the record label representative with the idea, no dice, is what he said. I pushed a little harder and asked why. I was willing to give up my pass. Ellen was willing to give up her pass as well. Still no go. This was the night that Michael Bolton's NBC television special, This Is Michael Bolton, was being taped. Those in charge didn't want anybody backstage besides a couple of prominent program directors. I said, what could be better than to have Michael meet this lovely little sightless child instead of me, a jaded program director who had already met Michael 3 times before? The record rep insisted yet again, cannot do. After seeing Mr. Bolton backstage, where he said something like, oh, you again? Denise and I watched Kenny G from our front row seats. Denise was as upset as I. When the lights came up following Kenny G's last song, I asked my wife to walk back with me to the lawn. There they were, Mom and Michael Bolton's biggest fan, all 4.5 feet of her, anxiously waiting his appearance. I had an idea. Reach out, I'll be there. During a Michael Bolton concert, there is a part in this show where he manages to pop up in the middle of the audience and sing a song. Then, while still singing, makes his way back to the stage. He was going to be walking right by our front row seats. I gave our tickets to the mother and child and watched from afar. About halfway through the show, as expected, America's favorite singer emerged in the center of the audience and sang Georgia on My Mind. And then, as expected, he started making his way back to the stage through the record Starlight crowd of over 24,000. Despite the overwhelming sound of the music and crowd noise, I could hear the heartbeats of a pair of hopeful souls with fingers crossed. As Michael started up the stairs to the stage, he glimpsed the child with outstretched arms, stopped, walked back down to where she was standing and listening to the voice she so adored, and took her hand. He sat on those stairs, the child now sitting on his bended knee, and sang directly to her. That is what love is all about. Love was in charge and would not be denied. That little girl is now nearly 30 years old. I would imagine there isn't a week that goes by that she doesn't remember that magic moment. She remembers the experience of the moment, for she was unable to see it. I remember it fondly. It is a gift I gave that keeps on giving for all of us. Love is the gift that is received by all open hearts. What is it you can do to shine a little light and love into someone's life? Just a smile and a kind word have been known to alter lives significantly. This is something we can do every day. I invite you to begin to experience life. Peace and love isn't something we see as much as it is what we experience. Share your experience. Our job is to exchange the gifts of God. What did you exchange today? Life is a gift exchange when you accept your inherent divinity and live the undeniable life. Chapter 21. Until the most loving person you know is yourself, there is more your life is paved with the miracles that lead to God's heart. Miracles rarely introduce themselves accompanied by choirs, harps, and halos. One of the definitions of a miracle is simply an effect considered the work of God. I believe that this entire world is a work of God and therefore a miracle. If you have seen the aforementioned BBC series Earth, you get an idea of how many things had to happen perfectly for life to begin here and continue as it has. It really is a miracle. Graphically speaking, the number of sperm in an average ejaculation can number 300 million. You are a 1 in 300 million miracle. Congratulations, you are God's best idea. I see miracles in everything. I see God in everything. And where I don't, I see the reflection of an ignorant consciousness. God trusts you. It is called free will. You are free to see and make miracles or not. You can make choices based on God's trust and love and watch miracles unfold. Yes, you can be a miracle worker. You already are. Great destinations begin with great originations. God's heart is where you originated. You've forgotten the thousands of miracles you have already illuminated the world with. As I wrote this book, all these stories have returned to me. Every day I receive emails, tweets, and Facebook updates telling me how much my writings remind them of how wonderful their life is. Our lives are full of miracles. Every smile that leads to another smile is a miracle mile of smiles that leads to love and healing. The answer to most miracles is simply because someone thought so. Love thought so. Someone thought to paint a picture, adopt a child, be that mentor, make a change for the better. God making miracles through you. If we use an analogy of our ever-unfolding knowledge as a measurement of expressions of divinity and miracles, there was a time when mankind's collective knowledge doubled over a 1,750-year period. Then it doubled again over the next 150 years. It doubled again over the following 50 years, and most experts suggest our collective knowledge is doubling every 5 years at present. By 2020, however, what will be known to us may double in as few as 73 days. There are now almost 7 billion souls on the face of the earth with varying degrees of consciousness. The idea of this book is to raise the level of consciousness. My conscious message is peace, love, and understanding. Let me stop and reflect here. As a radio personality, I have enjoyed a degree of celebrity. It is nice to be recognized, although it is usually my voice that people respond to. There have been some perks over the years, and I am grateful, mostly to the wonderful listeners who consider me a friend. This celebrity, however, isn't what makes me divine. Celebrity doesn't assure financial security or physical safety. It has nothing to do with my place in eternity. If this book sells 1 million copies, it won't make me any more divine. But it will inform 1 million people about their inherent divinity, and in doing so, make 1 million more lives a little bit better. That makes this worth doing, but doesn't make me a more worthy being. Right now, the miracle you seek is seeking you. Hey, baby. Denise and I lived together from late 1981 until we married in 1992. Frankly, we never lived anywhere long enough to set a wedding date. Most of my jobs in the 1980s lasted under 2 years, and I didn't make over $30,000 annually until, you guessed it, 1992. Not to be overly explicit, but we did not take any extraordinary birth control precautions in the decade before we officially became Mr. and Mrs. We had both expressed an interest in having a child, but didn't want to bring one into a situation that was as financially unstable as ours. In the spring of 1992, the prospects of our gig in Wheeling being long-term looked good. I told Denise to buy the wedding dress. In the summer, I took a road trip back to Belleville, Illinois, where I was born. Dad had made his transition in 1986. I hadn't been back there since 1969. I wanted to see my original home. As I got closer to my destination, I purposely went off I-70 so I could drive some of Route 66, the road my father used when we left for Ohio in 1964. The pavement was rough. There wasn't much to see anymore. Still, I'm glad I drove some of that famous road. I dropped in on one of our cousins, Helen and Augie Warner. Helen was my father's favorite cousin. At my dad's funeral, she told me my dad was her favorite as well. Our families were almost mirror images. My parents stopped at 8 children, while Augie and Helen eventually had 14. They offered a room for me to stay in while I visited. I accepted. Over the next several days, I spent hours hearing about my family, especially my father. Dad didn't talk much. I found out that my grandfather and his brother Otto had been professional wrestlers, that Uncle Frank had been a soldier and had died from a fall at a construction site, never having had a chance to create a family. Uncle Peck had been in a group of small-time criminals called the Ping Pong Gang. Uncle Charles was killed outside a pub by a jealous bar owner. So many stories, but my favorite ones were about my pop. Augie showed me the places that the families would go to socialize back in the 1950s and 1960s, the restaurants and bars. He talked of card parties and beer, cigars and fishing. This was Belleville, Illinois, a German settlement just across the Mississippi River from St. Louis. In 1851, tens of thousands of Germans escaped the tyranny of the times following the unsuccessful revolution of 1848. Seeking freedom and social justice, they came to America, many settling in Midwestern cities such as Cincinnati, Milwaukee, Chicago, and St. Louis. There are more Americans of German ancestry than any other country. I soaked it all in. We drove past the house Augie and Father built. It was far too small for the family of 9 that lived there once upon a time. He told me what he knew of the circumstances that led to the move to Ohio, something about an illness and Dad feeling disrespected at work during the recovery period. The part of the pilgrimage that had the greatest effect on me was our visit to the cemeteries. We went to at least 3 to search the surnames associated with the family: Jocko, Johnson, Sanford, and Holzmeyer. There is something very powerful and sobering about seeing your last name carved in cold stone. I arrived back in Columbus on my birthday, July 18th. Denise was staying at my sister Dana's house. Knowing we were getting married in September, I looked her in the eye and said, "Hey, baby, do you want to have a baby?" After a tear-filled affirmative nod, we commenced. 2 weeks later, the pregnancy test confirmed the miracle we had claimed. We were married on Saturday, September 26, 1992. For Christmas, the last present I had Denise open was a baby boy's jumper suit. Daniel arrived on the morning of April 22, 1993, Earth Day. On that blessed morning, one of our favorite radio listeners, Bob, a great big lug of a man, was the first to drop off a beautiful basket of blue flowers accentuated with baby's breath, welcoming the arrival of our child. 2 days later, we learned that Bob had passed away at the very young age of 52. Life is forever and gloriously beginning, ending, and beginning again. We did not have another child. Daniel came along at a time when we were ready to accept our collective divinity in the form of a miracle, one of God's best ideas, and together as family, live the undeniable life. Consent to miracles, and they shall be your compass. Chapter 22. Divine compassions. The best thing you could say about yourself will come in a compliment you pay another. When the time comes that nothing goes forth from you other than that which you would be glad to have return, you shall have become. The universe goes in circles. Seasons change only to return right on time. What goes around comes around. Although it may seem that some people are getting away with the things they do, they are not. You simply can't run fast enough to avoid running into what you've set in motion. Even if you could, you'd run into it on the other side. So, if we know that what we send out is either coming back or, minimally, that we're going to meet it up ahead, would it not make sense to send out the best of you, an expression of your divinity? This is not just a metaphysical notion. In this age of the internet creating permanent records of things we blog, chat, or post about, what will these long ago forgotten messages say about you? YouTube has become the bane of every politician who doesn't care to remember what their positions were a few years ago, a few months ago, or even a few days before. Compassion, to the degree you express it now, will be availed to you in your time of need. Be kind and compassionate. Set love in motion. Set peace and understanding, joy and happiness in motion today. And when you bump into it down the road, you can say, I know you. That is how life and living works. You know this if you've read this far. The road is as smooth as you pave it with your thoughts, motives, and actions. Only those who wield the hammer lie on the bed of nails. Create a joyful consciousness. Begin by being aware of just how amazing life is. This is a wonderful place. These are wonderful times. Heaven is at hand. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, miracles in the form of unfolding divine knowledge is increasing and multiplying every day. Could it be that the expected and accepted suffering of poverty and disease will be eradicated within our children's lifetimes? What you can do now is express appreciation and gratitude for what is, while having the expectation in mind that the future will be even better. I am going to pause and reflect right here as Spirit speaks to me. What I am about to share is a revelation regarding pain. Nobody who lives any number of years avoids pain. If you are angry and bitter about an event that happened many years ago, and part of that anger is rooted in the idea that the person who hurt you did not pay some kind of price for what they did, you need to let that idea go. If a person lives to the age of 75, for instance, in their lifetime, they will experience the death of all their grandparents, their parents, some siblings, friends, and possibly their spouse. They may even experience the passing of one of their children. They may experience a variety of illnesses and injuries as well. Nobody is getting away with anything. Everyone suffers loss and, to some degree, perceived injustice. The person who hurt you has long ago paid their penance. Don't sentence yourself to a lifetime of additional suffering because this person out of the past never apologized to you. Be the compassionate one, and compassion will be yours in your time of loss. The only opposition we have in life comes from what we oppose. Beware the echo effect. What you assume about a person is whispered into their consciousness. Assume the best. Yes, the thoughts you have about your boss, your spouse, your children, your neighbor, your friends are heard subconsciously. How many times have you been thinking something negative about somebody, and then they act like they are mad at you? A shallow person would think, well, I guess I was right about what I was thinking. A consciously enlightened soul would say, I got just what I had in mind. All right now. In early 2003, I had taken a job in Columbia, South Carolina. I had been out of work for 4 months. I was excited. This job was in a top 100 radio market. It was with the largest radio company in the nation. If I did well there, I could work my way up to the major markets and realize a 6-figure income. After I got there, however, things turned sour right away. Out of the box, they wanted me to fire 6 employees. Nothing like being tagged a hatchet man your first week on the job. Why wasn't this done before I got there? Before I spent that first week trying to win hearts and minds? This was not what I had in mind. There was no way I could effectively manage this group of people after terminating 6 of their friends. I went back to West Virginia and basically destroyed any future opportunity with this company. While back home, I was depressed about where I was in my life. I had just walked out on a $55,000 annual salary. Life didn't make any sense. I did what I usually do when I'm stressed. I went out to eat dinner by myself at a favorite Mexican restaurant. While enjoying a plate of totally delicious cheesy nachos, a waitress came over to my table. Not my waitress, the other one who was there. She looked me in the eye, put her hand on my shoulder, and said, "I've never done this before. Your spirit guide is standing right next to you, and he wants me to tell you not to worry. Everything is going to be all right." Well, that doesn't happen every day. There was no obvious reason for her to believe that anything was wrong. She didn't know me. I don't believe I was frowning, munching on those delicious cheesy chips. Nevertheless, I did share a few things with her, such as being unemployed and not knowing what the heck I was going to do next. She patted me on the shoulder and once again said, "Everything is going to be all right." Daniel, our boy, was almost 10 at the time. He had a habit of getting up in the middle of the night and crawling into our bed. He experienced night terrors from time to time, sitting upright in his bed and screaming while still asleep. We were sensitive to these episodes and trying to be compassionate parents, but I really wanted to break him of this habit. I told him explicitly to go to his bed at 10 p.m. and not mommy's. I stayed up and watched a little more television. About an hour later, I heard screams from our bedroom. Danny was having a seizure. He had slipped in next to his mother. I ran in, tried to pull his mouth open, never tried to do that, and ran to 2 neighbors' houses, banging on their doors and telling them to call an ambulance. A boy on Daniel's football team died of a seizure in his sleep that same year. The paramedics came and did whatever it is they do in these circumstances. They put our son in the ambulance and took him to the nearest hospital. We didn't know if he had come to or was going to. Then I remembered what the waitress at the restaurant had told me. Not to worry. Everything is going to be all right. We stayed by Daniel's bed all night long. He was in and out of consciousness, mostly looking like he was simply sleeping. It wasn't until morning, sometime after 9, that he spoke his first words. He was all right. What if I had still been in South Carolina? The family wasn't planning to move down until the end of the school year. My compassion for the employees they wanted me to fire led me back to where I needed to be and bought those folks several more months of employment. The compassion of the stranger who shared her divinity with me, letting me know that no matter what, everything was going to be all right, gave me peace in an otherwise frightening situation. It is easy to be compassionate toward the person who has been dealt a blow. It is good and right to show compassion to those who hurt. What about the person who clearly brought their suffering on? Are we as compassionate in those situations? Does the surgeon have less compassion for the patient with heart disease or cancer caused from smoking than for the person who suffers the same ailments but who lives a relatively healthy lifestyle? Of course not. I hear people sometimes boast about how they never give change to a homeless person. They somehow believe that giving a person a quarter is encouraging their behavior, as if being a beggar is equivalent to being a burglar, which is another behavior a homeless person could choose. I'd rather meet a desperate person asking for $1 in the light of day than the same person demanding all my money in the dark of night. Your compassion for a homeless person is a reflection of your consciousness. I am not speaking of pity or even sympathy, but of seeing this person as having potential. Even if you are just recognizing that this person has consciously chosen to exist as they do, you are honoring their free will choice. Next time you compassionately give a couple of quarters to a person living on the street, do so believing that your spare change represents the possibility of positive change for them. At the time I was writing this chapter, my son Daniel had just played the role of the spirit of Christmas present in his school's production of A Christmas Carol. One of my favorite scenes is when the ghost opens his robe to show Scrooge the huddling boy and girl beneath, while warning the audience of the consequences of neglecting the needs of our brothers. An arrogant heart that never imagines that they will ever live in an alley doesn't assure that they will be immune to some other kind of heartache and hardship. The compassion you show will be the compassion you know. All right now. It is all right because it is all God, and you are God's best idea. Remember this now, for the times ahead, although bumpy, are still all right. It is so when you accept your divinity and choose to live the undeniable life. Regret arrives ahead of the person who does not leave their best behind. Chapter 23. Divine Forgiveness. Loving the unlovable and forgiving the unforgivable is the light that illuminates your hour of darkness. The chains of the unforgiven are carried by the unforgiving, those who withhold the key to conciliation. Forgiveness, as it has been written, is the gift you give yourself. The pain of the unforgiven pounds heaviest in the hearts of the unforgiving. If you allow yourself to look at even one soul as being unequal, you open the door to that one being you. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, everyone suffers pain and loss. When somebody throws you a ball of dissension, you not only don't have to throw it back, you can simply allow it to fall to the ground. We need to start loving and forgiving each other, as it is not only the least we can do, it is the most we can do. A person who celebrates misfortune invites it in for cake and ice cream. What you counter, you encounter. What you oppose will set up residency next door because the opposition to it resides in your mind. The key to freedom is found in forgiveness. Every day is a great day to present a pardon, if not in person, then in spirit. Pardon precedes peace. If you have ever wondered why there are nations who have been at odds, fighting for thousands of years, it is because neither has pardoned the other for real or imagined injustices. There is no peace without forgiveness. A person who attacks is trying to destroy what they don't love in themselves. You cannot love a person while judging them. You are the only one judging. You cannot worship God while holding contempt for your brother, because he was put here by God for you. Sentence yourself and your sister to peace. The mercy you share is the God you show. The mercy you show is the God you share. When the saint and the sinner occupy the same place in your heart, you will occupy the same in God's. Not that we are ever not in God's heart, but you understand the sentiment. We all understand how hard it is to forgive sometimes. For prideful people, forgiveness seems like a concession. The only concession is to love. I guess that is what I'm trying to say. Concede to love. Instead of holding on to hate, embrace love. Be merciful. The day of your last judgment is the first day of your eternal pardon. If you are holding out for an apology, you are creating a vacuum in your mind or heart which you will fill with something less than love. Why compound the pain of a real or imagined injustice? You are picking at your own scab, suggesting that the person who caused it is the only one who can heal it. God heals the cuts on your arm as well as the scars on your heart. Allow yourself to heal by loving yourself and accepting and embracing the divinity within. Hard to say I'm sorry. I have had the privilege of meeting many of the top pop music performers of the past few decades. Some of the nicest people were the biggest stars like Elton John, Phil Collins, Celine Dion, Lionel Richie, Bob Seger, Amy Grant, Barry Manilow, Hall & Oates, and Pat Benatar. I also loved meeting Taylor Dayne, the group America, and Janis Ian, who all came to perform for my radio station in the 1990s while I was programming WDK-WDK-FM. Janis gave our son Daniel a child-sized guitar. Janis Ian is one of our most treasured artists. I highly encourage you to discover her rich catalog of amazing music. She has also written an incredible autobiography on the ups and downs of life in the music industry, Society's Child, which was the title of her 1967 hit single. I have also met or interviewed members of supergroups such as Journey, Chicago, Styx, Three Dog Night, and REO Speedwagon. These groups are presently missing important parts of their legacy. In 1997, I met Peter Cetera at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. He had a new album to promote. I asked him about the prospects of getting back with Chicago, and he said there had been some talk about a reunion for the 30th anniversary tour, but it didn't materialize. A few months later, I was at the Star Lake Amphitheater with my friend B.E. Taylor, who was opening for Chicago. During the Chicago meet and greet, I told the band I had talked with Peter in Cleveland and how he was disappointed that things didn't work out regarding the tour. Most of the band was complimentary of Peter, adding that they hadn't seen him in person since he left the band in the mid-1980s. There was a positive comment made about Peter's vocals on his latest album. I could see in the eyes of the founding members that they loved Peter. There was genuine affection present while we were speaking about the former lead vocalist on Chicago classics like If You Leave Me Now, You're the Inspiration, and Hard to Say I'm Sorry. I heard similar sentiments when speaking with Chuck Negron about Corey Wells and Danny Hutton of Three Dog Night, Dennis DeYoung when discussing Styx, Steve Perry and Jonathan Cain of Journey fame, and Kevin Cronin of REO Speedwagon talking of longtime lead guitarist Gary Richrath. You could tell there was much love and affection for these former bands of brothers, but a degree of vanity was overriding divinity, causing separation and unresolved differences. As a fan of all these bands, I hope there will come a day of reconciliation and brotherhood, not to a compromise of principle, but as a concession to love. And know that I'll be first in line to buy a ticket to the show. When you can look upon the happy man and are happier for having done so, even envy is acquiescent. There is a process called radical forgiveness. It is a book written by Colin C. Tipping. I learned about this in one of my religion classes. The idea is simply to stop parsing forgiveness and forgive. We all know about unconditional love. How about unconditional forgiveness? The gift of forgiveness isn't a gift at all if it comes with strings attached. We have to stop seeing others as impediments to our happiness and success. As long as you are placing your prospects for peace, love, and success in the hands and hearts of others, you make them the gatekeepers to your miracles, when of course they all unfold from within us. You are responsible for the acceptance or rejection of God's abundance in all forms. Receive forgiveness through forgiving. To learn more about forgiveness, go to www.radicalforgiveness.com. The day you decide you have had enough suffering, you will have had enough suffering. Forgive your divine family and accept your inner divinity and live the undeniable life. Love and forgiveness, with condition, is but a crumb of cheese atop a trap. Unconditional love and forgiveness sets you free. Chapter 24, Divine Appreciations. Gratefulness paves the way to blissfulness. Gratitude for this moment improves the next. Life is grateful for your appreciation. What you appreciate will appreciate you, and what you depreciate depreciates you. Remember the time someone made a nice comment about you? You felt appreciated, and you appreciated the person who delivered it. I am not talking about shallow flattery. Flattery creates a tepid vibration at best. Heartfelt gratitude is far more powerful as it comes from love, through love, and is received by the universe in general, and to another's divinity specifically. As I wrote earlier, the best thing you could say about yourself will come in a compliment you pay another. Even if you want a new job, you must be in a state of gratitude for the one you have, or you may lose it before finding the next one. Been there, done that. It is amazing how fast the universe works. For those who are skeptical about universal laws like the law of attraction, just think about the times you decided you wanted a new or different job, boyfriend, or place to live. As soon as that desire is sown with conviction, the wheels begin to turn. It is one thing to announce you are moving on. It is quite another to be shown the door. As the old song says, be thankful for what you got. How often do we thank God for what is before pulling out the week's want list? Step out from behind your hurt. Stop worrying about what people are thinking about you. They're not. If you are going to imagine you know what people are thinking anyway, might as well imagine they adore you. This isn't a delusion of grandeur. After all, you are God's best idea. It may take the rest of the world a little more time to catch up to what you know now. That's okay. They'll find out when they're ready. You are here to express divinity the best you can. The ripples of your life will be felt for generations to come. There is an old saying that suggests that people rarely remember what you have done, but never forget how you made them feel. Are you making people feel good with sincere appreciation? As I am going through the final edit of my book, there are smiley faces in the margins from the editors. This makes me feel good. I love my editors. Shine bright and light the way. People who attempt to burst other people's bubbles do so because they haven't blown any of their own. As hinted above, your success may make some people nervous. It is a reminder to them that they are not fulfilling their goals and dreams. When I lost more than 200 pounds several years ago, there were those who were happy and those who were not. I had one male friend who actually told me he was jealous. He was always inviting me to eat at greasy fast food restaurants. Sometimes it is the people who are closest to you who become the most intimidated by your success. Unstoppable. In 1999, when recording artist Christina Aguilera went to her senior prom, the DJ played Christina's #1 hit, Genie in a Bottle. It cleared the dance floor. It wasn't the song, but the jealousy of her classmates. The lesson here is that whatever you do it with divinity, not for vanity. Truth is that most people are so wrapped up in their own drama to concern themselves with yours. Your success is a reminder of their lack of success. Your difficulty is a reminder that something similar might be around the corner for them. How many of your coworkers called you after you were fired from your last job? How many of them defriended you from Facebook? Love them anyway. Did you know that the extraordinary works of Emily Dickinson, Vincent van Gogh, Johann Sebastian Bach, John Keats, Ava Cassidy, Victor Hugo, Franz Kafka, and many others were posthumously discovered and applauded? If you knew that your expressions of God would change the world only after your passing, would you still create them? Do what you do because you love to do it, and know that others will share in your divinity in divine time. Seek first the kingdom. I have always held a special place in my heart for those who made their way past my shyness and social clumsiness to offer me encouragement, support, and gratitude. They showed me how to love and appreciate. Initiating appreciation is a special gift to share, and it will always come back to you multiplied. And I thank you. My life in radio has allowed me to meet the creators of some of the best music ever produced. The recurring theme I've discovered is the bigger the star, the more gracious they are. Surprised? You shouldn't be. As you know with the law of attraction, what you appreciate appreciates. What you don't appreciate depreciates. The artists who have been the most successful have been the ones who appreciated their fans as much as their fans adored them. When I got to meet Bob Seger in the mid-1990s, he had arranged a sizable meet and greet after the show, complete with food, drinks, autographs, and photos. He conversed with those in attendance and hung around for the whole thing. An added bonus was meeting Mark Chatfield, a touring member of the Silver Bullet Band who went to my high school. It was a great time. I just recently read where Bob invited a newspaper reviewer who had been especially critical of his previous Still City concert backstage for a chat and a hearty handshake. Bob Seger has been sold short by critics since the 1960s. He wasn't elected to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame until 2004. Bob Seger believed in his dream while running against the wind of critics' slings and arrows, still standing high above it all, like a rock. In the early 90s, Hall & Oates performed at the Capitol Music Hall in Wheeling. The show was fantastic. The audience loved every minute of it. Following the show, Daryl and John came out to meet the radio folks and contest winners. Still sweating and with eyes wide open, they opined, "Wow, the audience was incredible. We had a great time performing tonight." They gladly gave their time, chatted, posed for pictures, and signed autographs. They love their fans, and their fans love them. In 1992, singer Celine Dion opened for Michael Bolton in Pittsburgh. Her career was just beginning to take off. My wife and I were the only ones waiting to see her following her 35-minute set. She was so happy to meet us. She was so lovely, so beautiful. She placed her cheek next to mine as we posed for a photo. I could feel not only the warmth of her face, but the glow of her divine spirit. Talent aside, it has been no mystery to me why Celine Dion is a contemporary superstar. Graciousness and gratefulness. Speaking of icons, no one has been as consistently successful as Elton John over the past 40 years. In October 2001, I went to see him in Columbus and got to take my son backstage. Although I had seen Elton perform many times before, I had never had the opportunity to share the experience with my son and meet my favorite artist of all time. I met Nigel Olsson and Davy Johnstone first. Then Elton was ushered in. Sir Elton graciously greeted each of us with that legendary, gregarious grin. When he came up to me and my boy, he bowed slightly and shook Daniel's hand. Danny enthusiastically said, "You beat Phil Collins." Elton said, "I did what to Phil Collins?" Danny's favorite movies were Disney's The Lion King and Tarzan. Elton composed the music for the former, Phil Collins for the latter. There was a chorus of laughter and a Dickens-like pat on the head. Oh, yes, in case you're wondering, my son is named after the Elton John Bernie Taupin song, Daniel. You declare your appreciation for life with every breath you take. Breathe deeply. There is a reason these great artists are beloved. The music business is not for the faint of heart. It is brutal. If you wonder why artists tend to come and go so quickly, it is because record companies are always looking for the next big thing. There is almost zero loyalty. Radio stations are almost as bad. In America, there is this insatiable appetite to kill whatever the critics deem unhip. If the definition of hip is Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd, anything short of them is comparatively less so. I often just shake my head at the unabashed praise rock critics have had for the British exports while doing their best to take the knees out from under the American talent. The irony is that it was the appreciation of Elvis, Roy Orbison, Buddy Holly, Chuck Berry, and Little Richard by the Beatles, as well as the appreciation for American blues music from Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Leadbelly, and Howlin' Wolf that influenced the Rolling Stones, Eric Clapton, and the aforementioned Led Zeppelin that paved the way for the British music invasion in the first place. Love and appreciation for divine expressions lead to additional expressions of divinity. My love and appreciation for the expressions of Ernest Holmes, Thomas Troward, Louise Hay, Michael Bernard Beckwith, and of course, Jesus the Christ, has led me to create these expressions of my inherent divinity. What do you appreciate? How might you express your appreciation? You can share with us what you appreciate when you accept your divinity and contribute to and live the undeniable life. You must elevate your perception to appreciate your station. Chapter 25, Divine Affections. Every beat of your heart is the tapping of the infinite, reminding you where love resides. Great effectuations begin with great affections. An effectuation is an accomplishment. Effectuate means to bring about. If you want to bring about a great accomplishment, it must begin with affection. Your dreams and goals won't come through if you have little affection for the process or result in mind. If you desire a compass, start with your heart. Open your opportunities. Answer your heart. Your heart is a living center in which the love of God flows. Open your heart. Let God express through you. Every day you can simply choose to be the love you are. Leave the criticisms and detractions to others. You can recognize when a situation is not optimum through critical analysis, which is usually uneasiness in your gut. However, the best thing you can do is to add love to the eternal now, and then love will always be present. In other words, you can realize there is a snake in your boot without deciding the answer to the dilemma is to get angry and stomp. All you end up with is a dead snake and a dead you. Sometimes my heart breaks from the love it cannot contain. Fill your mind and heart with thoughts of love, affection, peace, and joy for the times you can't think straight. It's called being prayed up. As a child of God, you are already in spirit perfect, whole, and complete. But reading this book and 100 others with sage advice won't improve the circumstances of your life until you embody and practice the ideas offered. The more you immerse yourself in the idea and habitude of your divinity, the clearer the path to the divine and undeniable life. Affirm who and what you are, and even what you want to manifest. I am divine, I am. I am love, I am. I am abundant, I am. I am healthy, I am. I am peace, I am. I am trustworthy, I am. I am my perfect weight, I am. And the times when something has happened that could incite an angry or frustrated feeling, I pause and say to myself, I am the love of God. I am the peace of God. I consciously embody the awareness and feeling of peace and love. Our brains operate in a computer-like way. There is nothing wrong with consciously firing neurons in order to create new neural pathways of love and affection for oneself. If biologically our bodies are prone to go into a default mode in times of confusion, positively programming yourself toward a positive default is not a bad idea. Humility is at the heart of the hero. When people say they see or know who you are, it is the heart they see, your divinity. It is your heart, your affection we experience. Anybody can be a hero for a day. It is the humility in the heart of our heroes or sheroes that sustain our love and admiration of historic figures like Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, and present-day icons like Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, and Louise Hay. Humility creates stability. The trip of the humble is but a stumble, whereas the fall of the arrogant is akin to a belly flop. There will always be helping hands and hearts to support those who uphold the one command Jesus brought to us: love God and your neighbor as yourself. Jesus said in no uncertain terms, "Do this and you shall live." There are no caveats. Love God and your neighbor as yourself, and you will live. By loving yourself and your neighbor, you have loved God. God is love. No one who is loved has been lost. The earliest human beings did not have Bible references or any spoken or written language other than the language of love. They embraced. Reunited. My 25th high school reunion took place in 2004. My high school days were not filled with much fun and frivolity. I didn't play sports or a musical instrument or sing in the choir. I wasn't part of a single club or extracurricular activity. No plays, no nothing. The years 1975 to 1979 were the height of my father's alcoholism, my mother's despair, and my reclusiveness. Our high school held reunions regularly every 5 years. I had not attended any of them. As I grew older, the pain of a troubled childhood lessened. It wasn't the memories so much as I have been blessed or cursed with near total memory recall. By 2004, I had been a successful radio broadcaster for 25 years, respected in the industry, a local celebrity in every market I'd performed in, had a long and successful relationship that resulted in marriage, a wonderful son, and I was aging very well for 44. I decided I'd go to my 25th. The class president was and is one of the most wonderful people on planet Earth, Mary Mulvaney. I knew her as Mary Segrist. She was a pal from kindergarten and first grade at Our Lady of Perpetual Help. Mary's father would take me and Mary's youngest sister to Mount Carmel Hospital in Columbus for speech therapy on the days my mother couldn't. I have a special place in my heart for Mary and her family. Mary was sending out reunion notices via email. I noticed one name right away, Catherine Mountain. Kathy was another student at OLPH, my first crush, my first sweetheart, my first love. She had blonde hair, a button nose, and a sweet smile. I loved her. I sent her an email wondering if she'd remember me. The old school yard. Mary and Kathy went to the parochial school through 8th grade and then enrolled at Grove City High School. Mary became class president and Kathy was crowned homecoming queen her senior year. Although I was in several classes over the years with Kathy, I didn't socialize much in those days. I was embarrassed by how I had changed for the worse between the age of 7 and 14. I was fat. My hair was unmanageable during the blow-dried days of the 70s. My glasses were held together by masking tape, and my face was constantly plastered with pimples due to raging hormones and stress. I was sure Kathy wouldn't remember me fondly as the bow-tied little boy who chased her on the playground. The happy little boy, the one who loved people without reservation or condition, disappeared sometime after 1968 and hadn't been seen much since. Within minutes, I received Kathy's reply. She did remember. She recalled the carnivals, the plays, the prayers, the tiny parsley potatoes, and the playground. She remembered the mutual adoration and even said that she let me catch her in the old school yard. She remembered the little boy who had hidden himself deep inside my consciousness to avoid the pain of those post-parochial school years. Even my wife had seen only glimpses of him, the boy with the perpetual smile, open arms and heart. Homecoming. In July 2004, my wife's mother, Rose, passed away unexpectedly. The money we used to go back and forth from Rockford to Columbus squeezed our finances. It looked like I was going to have to skip the reunion after all. I was really looking forward to seeing old friends, especially the ones from OLPH. 1 week before the reunion, I got an email from Mary asking if I was still coming, as I had not RSVP'd. I told her about the financial situation, and she said not to worry. A classmate was going to pick up the cost of tickets for a few folks in situations like mine. I accepted and headed to the old home. I had been at the reunion site for only a few minutes when Catherine walked in. She saw me. We embraced. I was 6 again. There were Bobby Brady fireworks. King for a day. Kathy was alone, and so was I. Neither of our spouses was able to be there. This was our night, the one almost 40 years in the making. Kathy paraded me around to everyone like I was the king of the prom, and she, still the homecoming queen. One by one, the class of 79 said they remembered the guy whose senior picture was clipped to my shirt, but not the man standing in front of them, nor aware of the divine little boy who came back to hold hands with his childhood sweetheart. We laughed and danced. Kathy put her head on my heart, and appropriately, she gave me the kind of kiss a 6-year-old would give, an affectionate one. Believe. At Christmas, I sent Catherine a card and a copy of the book The Polar Express, the story of the boy who still hears the ringing of the Christmas bell because he still believes. Kathy found the little boy in me, the one who believes, and asked him to come out and play again in the schoolyard of dreams, where there is no right or wrong, just laughter and love. What makes this story all the more magical is, I eventually learned that my anonymous reunion ticket donor was Catherine. She had no idea who the recipient of her gift was. Life is a gift exchange. You get what you give. Give love. The things that are meant to be become reality when you fill your life full of divine affection. Accept your divinity. Know that you are God's best idea and live the undeniable life. Live your affections, not your resentments. Chapter 26. Divine Assistance. Many people try so hard to make their life important, as if having God as the artist of their very being weren't enough. There's no need to take a swim in the ocean if you just want a tuna fish sandwich. Swimming for fish. That's what I call making life harder than it is. Speaking of bodies of water, if your complaint is how wet you are, get inside the boat. Try the exercise I mentioned in an earlier chapter. Pretend you are interviewing the more enlightened you, the divine you, the one that inherently knows. I assure you that the divine you, your divinity, will point you in the right direction. Take a quiet walk in a park or by a riverside. You have the answer. You are the answer. The cat doesn't complain about the size of the dog's bowl in order to get an additional morsel or two. It purrs. Your boss has little interest in what you think of another employee, unless it is complimentary. Your boss wants to know how you can make the company more money. The squeaky wheel may get more attention, but it is more likely that the tire will simply be changed. Office politics is not my strong suit. It is why I am now my own boss. In reality, we are all our own bosses, but you don't have to do everything by yourself. Play to your strengths. Delegate your weaknesses. This works outside of the workplace too. There are 2 ways to have the best reputation in town. Build yours up or knock others down. Build yours up. Help your friends. What's the point of the penthouse view if your friends aren't up there to enjoy it with you? Don't slap the hand that helps you. I had a friend whom I know the universe put in my life to help. Her brother had been killed in an accident involving an intoxicated driver. Although it had been over a dozen years since the accident, my friend hung on to her hurt. This pain was always just beneath the surface, blanketing her divinity. This bitterness eventually drove a wedge between her and her mother, as well as her fiancé. She wanted the love of her brother and would not see or accept it from anyone else. Understand that there is only one love, divine love, and it exists in all of us for all of us. My friend's refusal to pardon the person who accidentally killed her brother causes her perpetual unrest. All the while, her brother rests in peace. I'm sure he whispers peace into her consciousness. I pray that someday she will hear him. We are not so much servants as we are divine assistants. What you need, somebody else already has. Exchange your gifts. What is so cool about looking at life as a gift exchange is that you get to keep what you share, and what you share returns to you multiplied. The Bible speaks of this concept in Matthew 13:12. Whoever has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. You may believe that it is not right or fair that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Fat people get fatter unless they change their consciousness. Would it be right or fair if fat people all of a sudden got skinny without a change in consciousness or effort? That does happen when certain surgeries are done to bypass a change of consciousness. Lasting results have proven mixed. As an obese person, I prefer to change my consciousness in order to have long-term results. I'm not criticizing those who would find it necessary to take the shortcut. I may opt to do the same myself. I'm just using this as an illustration as to why the Bible encourages us to take the first step toward positive change by helping ourselves. More assistance comes from the universe when we take the action. Metaphysically, the answer to this riddle is simple. An abundant mindset creates your initial abundance. Your abundance attracts more abundance. A poverty state of mind creates a lack of abundance, which detracts from what little one may have. We are here for each other. There is somebody right now who not only has what you want, but it will bring them great joy to provide it for you. Missing the hidden gems is not nearly as unfortunate as ignoring the obvious ones. Life is fair, made up of millions of moments, most of them glorious. But take comfort in your discomfort. The intelligent turn their irritations into inspirations, just as the oyster turns hers into pearls. Oysters also change from male to female multiple times in their lives. Talk about going with the flow. If somebody rains on your parade, make like Gene Kelly and start singing. Remember, the criticism you receive from others is often loaded with their own projections of envy, bitterness, and jealousy. Even a well-meaning person who just wants to help you avoid the pain of rejection doesn't understand that rejections are often just divine directions in disguise. Life is as hard as you think it is. Not every solution is accompanied by a problem. I refer you back to the mastermind group or alliance concept from Napoleon Hill. In the age of the internet, it is easy to find like-minded people. There is meetup.com, where you can find groups that gather and discuss almost everything. Just make sure you are gathering with groups with ideas of peace, love, and understanding on their minds, not division. Better yet, start a meetup group yourself. This book is about empowerment. Sometimes that means combining your energy with others who have already begun. Sometimes it means being the beginning. I love assisting. I love sharing. The blog I began in 2007 is called Doug Shares at www.dougshares.blogspot.com. I love bringing attention to the talents of others. I was one of the very early believers and supporters of pianist Jim Brickman. Jim came to my station in Wheeling on several occasions, assisting me in my efforts to give my listeners great entertainment. There is an artist I recently discovered who I'd love for you to hear. Her name is Michelle Armstrong. Michelle has been expressing her divinity through her music, which you can find by Googling Michelle Armstrong music. She is a great songwriter with a powerful voice and a positive message. There is a fellow who lives less than a mile from my house who I believe will be a major recording act. His name is Chase Thompson. His band is called Goodnight Argent. His music is very contemporary with positive messages. You can find Chase's music at www.goodnightargent.com. Sometimes getting knocked down is simply a reminder to keep moving. The person I have the toughest time promoting is me. My first grade teacher's earliest written observations about me were about my lack of self-confidence. I will stand up for the lowliest of the low, not that anyone really is, while remaining silent for myself. Is this true of you too? Why is it so easy to believe in others more than ourselves? Love believes in you. Life believes in you. I believe in you. You are God's best idea. God did not put you here to be poor, to be ill, or to be a punching bag. You don't pull someone out of poverty by becoming poor along with them. You don't heal by becoming sick. You don't wean a person of violence by absorbing their blows. Martyrdom is a lousy and unnecessary way to get in touch with your inner divinity. You are always more useful alive and loving than dead and buried. If you insist in holding on, you may miss the best of what else is going on. Freedom. I met Linda, not her real name, while I was attempting to lose weight a few years ago. Linda had been overweight and lost over 160 pounds. She was going to help me do the same. Linda was divorced. She had been in a physically abusive marriage. Despite the annulment, she was still being subjected to violence. Shortly after I began my friendship with her, she ended up in the hospital. She told everyone she'd had a seizure and fell. She fell, but it wasn't because of a seizure. Linda and her ex-husband have a son. They shared custody. The most dangerous time for her was when she dropped the boy off at the father's or picked him up. On one occasion, he'd hit her so hard, her ear was bleeding from an embedded earring following a slap to the head. This went on for months. All efforts to get her to turn in her ex to the police fell on deaf ears. No surprise considering how hard they'd been slapped. No matter how much abuse Linda took, she always managed to put on the happy face. The abuse continued. Eventually, the former husband was charged with assault and spent some time in jail. This was only because neighbors witnessed what happened, called the authorities, and he was still there when the officers arrived. Linda was unconscious on the floor. He was now on parole. There was yet another episode a month or so later. Linda wouldn't make the call to the police, ironically, because now it would mean he'd really have to do some serious jail time. I made the call for her. I never told her I did this. I informed the officer my friend had been beaten yet again by a fellow they were now familiar with. The officer was upset at me. For several minutes, I was scolded for having made that call. He said because I had made this report, he would have to investigate. I said, yeah, that's the idea. Mr. Not So Wonderful was arrested. This time, the sentence was much longer, long enough for Linda to get her head on straight after picking it up off the floor. She met a man during the safe period. By the time the ex got out of jail, Linda had protection, a new beau. Linda and Gary, not his real name either, have now been married for several years, and her boy has a father he can be proud of because of a little divine assistance. Linda has accepted that she is worthy of love and peace. She now knows that living is better for all of us who love her than being a sacrificial lamb for another who is yet to find his own heart. Linda has accepted her divinity and is living the undeniable life. When you possess peace, every moment is an opportunity to love. When fear possesses you, every moment is a missed opportunity. Chapter 27, Divine Decisions. The thorn knows not who it pricks, but prick it must if a fool doth touch. So it is with all foolishness, consequences, not judgment. There is futility in condemnation, power in love. You cast the role of friend or stranger. Accept the whole world as friend, who be thy enemy? See everyone as they are, God's best idea. Can you do this? Try it. Start with 1 hour. Go to the mall and witness everyone as good. Decide to see the goth teenager, the nerdy bookworm, the tattooed motorcycle rider, the overweight pretzel maker, the homeless person seeking shelter, and yes, even the mall cop as divine. Offer no judgments about attire, age, hygiene, income, status, prospects, or religion. See them as family. See them as love. If you can do this for 1 hour, try doing it for a day and another day. They will see you as you see them. There is a term you may have heard and wondered what it means. Namaste. It originated in India and means, I honor the spirit in you that is also in me. Or, the divinity within me perceives and adores the divinity in you. At our center, we say, the Christ in me recognizes the Christ in you. The movie Avatar reflects this idea when the characters say, I see you. What we know of ourselves, we suspect of others. We can enjoy each other or destroy each other, living either a constructive or destructive life. When you judge another, their behavior will bear witness to your concept of them. I was just at the movie theater watching Romeo and Juliet. It is a computer-generated adaptation of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The red gnomes don't like the blue gnomes and vice versa. Sound familiar? Think well of yourself. God does. Think well of your brother. God does. You are all God's best idea. People will criticize others for standing up and stepping out by calling them show-offs. What a juvenile perspective. I love that Jerry Lewis and Robin Williams were class clowns and show-offs. They have made me laugh thousands of times by sharing their divinity. Showing off is just another way of expressing God. Are you funny? Are you holding back? Come on and make us laugh. Make me smile. He's so shy. When I was a child, I was blamed for everything. I was the sixth of 8 kids. I was quiet and shy. It didn't take long before my older brothers and sisters would just say I did whatever they did that was wrong, and I wouldn't stick up for myself. I didn't understand what they were doing, so I got blamed, and I would just stand there with a dumb smile on my face because I thought everyone could see truth clearly, as I have always been able to do. After years of this, I did begin to do some of these wrong things. I became my parents' expectations. Are you your parents' expectations? Sometimes I would surprise my mother by going beyond her expectations of me. When I got my first radio job, she said she admired my gumption. It was one of the nicest things she had ever said to me up to that time. I charted my own course after leaving home and began creating my own expectations. Now, I make them divine expectations as I consciously express God. When my sister Diane showed some of my original inspirational writings from the internet to my mother and told her I was writing this book, my mom said, in a way only she could while meaning to be complimentary, I didn't know he was that smart. Thanks, Mom. I think. I don't know how smart I am. Frankly, I am only interested in expressing my divinity, which has the IQ of the infinite. If we'd spend more time telling our loved ones they were winners instead of sinners, there would be a little more love in the world. Life is lived. You will make mistakes. There will be consequences. This is not punishment from God, just consequences from mistakes. Make divine decisions as often as possible. Think, is this choice one I really want to express? It starts with awareness and consciousness. Everyone experiences difficulties. It is the poise in the face of trial that determines the lessons learned. Time after time, we see a person make a mistake, and then the crime they commit and the cover-up of their mistake carries a far greater punishment, legal or societal. Decide to own your mistakes, learn from them, and begin again. Everybody loves the comeback story. Looking in a mirror searching for someone else is like reading a thesaurus to find a synonym for thesaurus. Genius is not personified by knowledge. It is the acknowledgement that there is so much more to know. Until what you need to know is what you want to know, it won't matter how many times you hear it. I don't believe life is tragic or wasted. That would be an insult to the power behind it. Not that God could be insulted. I do believe in promise, as previously explored in another chapter. You have a promise that the divine urge would love to see expressed for the betterment of all divinity. Great accomplishments begin with great disillusionments. What is he talking about? The definition of disillusion is being freed from illusion. What is the illusion you need to be freed from? Were you told you were to this for that, or to that for this? Or even worse, not enough for this, or not enough for that. You are more than enough, 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 enough. I don't believe in a literal devil, but doubt has the same number of letters and accomplishes the same thing. Doubt is the hesitation that disheartens the angels and dims your expression of divinity. Doubt whispers the echoes of a dead past that wants to live again, knowing it is extinguished with every enlightened word you speak and share. Power your dreams, not your doubts. Second chance. When I launched a new radio station in 1990, I hired a staff from scratch. There was me and Denise, Kim, and Joel. The four of us had become very close in the weeks leading up to and right after the launch on January 1st. The last piece of the puzzle was Jim Connor from Joplin, Missouri. We all wondered how or if Jim would fit in. Light Rock K97 FM was a success from the start. For the next 10 years, WDK-FM, the official call letters, was among the top 2 or 3 stations in the market, according to Arbitron, the radio ratings company. In 1994, we were the 4th highest rated light rock station in America and twice nominated for AC Station of the Year in 1997 and 1998 by a prestigious industry magazine. Over the years, the staff would change, with me, Denise, and Jim being the consistent pieces. Jim fit in. Sort of. Jim liked to drink. A lot and often. It became an ever-increasing problem. On several occasions, he just didn't show up for work. I'd have to go to his house, knock on the door, and wake him up. His shift started at 10 a.m. The general manager and I discussed the issue with him many times. Jim was stopped by the police several times while suspected to be driving under the influence. His drinking problem could become a question of life and death, and not just for him. We didn't want to give up on Jim, but we were reaching a breaking point. In 1996, WDK was bought and consolidated with a cluster of other area stations. I had a new boss. So did Jim. When Jim didn't show up for work one morning, Larry, the new boss, wanted to know what was up. He wasn't as forgiving. Jim was fired. A week later, Jim called me on the phone, intoxicated, wanting his job back. About 2 weeks later, I get another phone call from him, drunk, wanting to return to work. I said, "Jim, you were fired because of your drinking problem, and you are calling me while you're drunk. Call me when you're sober and when you're serious." A week later, he did. You are not being judged or condemned for going through the learning process. Life is a living lesson. We brought Jim back at a reduced salary and with a one strike and you're out condition. That was 1997. Jim didn't swing and miss again. He cleaned up his act, enrolled in Wheeling Jesuit College, and got his degree. Not long after Denise and I took jobs in Charleston in 2000, Jim was promoted to my old position as program director. Jim Connor is still doing mornings and programming WDK as of the publication of this book. I wrote Jim to get permission to share his story of redemption, and this is his reply. I sure did live to party once upon a time, and in retrospect, it stemmed in some way from knowing I hadn't lived up to certain potentials because of drinking, and then drank because of that disappointment in self. So I did it with a vengeance. I have no problem talking about it. I made a divine decision to give Jim a second chance. And he made the divine decision to snap out of living a life of illusion, accept his divinity, and live the undeniable life. I almost wrote the book on procrastination. Chapter 28. Divine Success. Envy is the bane of abundance. Condemning successful people is just about the surest way of remaining unsuccessful. Start with seeing the world as friend, not foe. See yourself as successful, having your cake and sharing it too. See yourself as you are, God's best idea. If you create negative vibrations due to negative beliefs that become negative feelings that outpicture as negative emotions regarding those who are successful, you are sending the universe a clear message that you don't want or desire success. The universe will give you what you desire, a degree of abundance that you are comfortable with. Think about this. If success makes you uncomfortable, and your desire is to be comfortable, guess what you're not going to get? Success. Actually, you're going to be very successful at not being successful. Succeeding at success or failure, regardless, is succeeding at what you think you deserve. There is a difference in being grateful for the good you have and the greater good you desire. Don't confuse the two. Also, it is important to note that power and law are impersonal. Electricity doesn't know whether you are directing it for good or not. Gravity doesn't make exceptions for accidents. You get what you choose, consciously or subconsciously. Listen within for divine clarity. Meditate. In its simplest form, meditation is quiet contemplation. The voice of God is silent. When you hear it while meditating, it is distinct and clear. Sometimes success is simply seeing the thing you desire in the seat of the situation before you. Most people choose security over success. Be bold. You get both when you make an agreement with success. Safety and security are byproducts of expression and expansion, not repression and contraction. What do I mean by this? In terms of career, the more you express your divinity, the more people benefit from your expanded expressions. Assuming your divine expressions are associated with abundance and financial well-being, it makes sense that the more you express, the greater your success and financial security. Repressing your divine power serves no one. Seeds need to be sown to be reaped. Great impressions begin with great expressions. Expressions become impressions in the fertile soil of divine mind. The seed in my unemployment situation was the time I needed to write this book, while receiving enough in severance and unemployment benefits to live without worry. If I had failed to see this blessing, I would have spent this time lamenting my job loss and being frightened of the future. I can honestly say on days I write, I express and expand this work so more of my divinity comes through, providing me with spiritual nourishment as well as additional clarity for you, the reader. Repression leads to depression. There is a reason we call sadness depression. Depression is often a symptom of a failure to express and expand. During my mastermind group meeting prior to my abrupt exit from radio, I was expressing to the group how unhappy I was. The consensus was that I had so much more to give and needed an expanded way to do so. I got what I wanted, and I am blessed. If you are having trouble fitting in, it could be a sign you are meant to lead. Leaders do first what the rest do next. Success is about appliance, not compliance. Appliance is the application of free will. Compliance is the supplication of the soul. You do not have to appeal to or implore expression of your divinity. On the contrary, it, with a capital I, needs you to uniquely express its glory. In the Ayn Rand classic, The Fountainhead, the character of Howard Rourke insists on expressing his original visions, not copying old ideas or complying with convention. Howard Rourke was an individual who wanted to express the best of who and what he was, a human being. I believe each of us is a human being who is also an individualization of the divine, thus a divine being. Regardless, there is no line to stand in when you are standing in for God. The self-sufficient always have the best support. You have the free will to do and be what you want. Don't chain yourself to a cubicle if being in nature is what you desire. Now that you have seen a glimpse of the possibilities, knowing you are divine and meant for more, begin charting the rest of your days. Do you keep getting the same boss? Would you rather be your own boss? Always look within and allow your divinity to lead. Great affirmations begin with great convictions. An affirmation without conviction is like a message in a bottle set upon the ocean, hoping someone is fishing for bottles. This book is not about hopes, wishing, or fishing. You are already in possession of everything you could ever hope and wish for. You are divine. You are God's best idea. A dream that doesn't touch another heart dies with the dreamer. Right now, get out a piece of paper and write down what it is you love to do. Think of 3 or 4 occasions where you did something that brought you to a state of bliss. Go ahead, close your eyes, unless you're driving, and think of several life highlight moments. I'll wait while you do this. Cue the game show music. What I did for love. What was the common denominator in those blissful moments? When I did this exercise, I remembered some of the stories I have shared in the book. Giving the blind girl my front row ticket so she could meet Michael Bolton. Arranging to have a monument company create a headstone for a mother who had lost her child so she'd have something she could touch while visiting her baby's gravesite. Doing the food and clothing drives for the underprivileged at Christmas time in all of the radio markets I worked in. Being a radio celebrity was not the kick for me. It was serving the communities, helping people, expressing God through my divinity, even if I wasn't consciously aware that was what I was doing. Great realizations begin with great idealizations. You cannot realize $1 million if you can't idealize $1 million. Take a field trip to a bank. Call in advance. Let me know when you're going because I have had a hard time idealizing $1 million too. Most people love showing other people the things they love to do. Over the years, I have had hundreds of people watch me do my radio shows. The early years were the fun ones where I would show my guests how to cue up a record. I would explain why I was playing this particular record next instead of some other song. Before computers, the jocks picked the order in which the music would play. I would try to match tempo and texture along with era and style. It was all in my head, and I had a blast explaining the show part of the radio business. There was an art to doing a music show in the 1970s and 1980s that is missing on many of the relatively sterile stations of today. What is it that you love so much that you would love showing others just how much you love doing it? What would be ideal? This is an important clue to what you should explore divinely expressing. A realist runs in place while the idealist determines their place. By the way, you might not have the divine urge to make $1 million in a calendar year. On the other hand, your divine urge fully manifest may generate that kind of income anyway. I believe the most important step is to realize what it is you want to do to fulfill your promise. A professional athlete plays his or her sport for the love of the game and the divinity they express through it. The money is simply the byproduct of their love. Satisfying needs starve potential. You're meant for more. Enlarge your consciousness, and you increase the mold that God's good can fill. To clarify the above epigram, what I'm suggesting is that if you are living paycheck to paycheck, happy to have enough money left at the end of your month, you are meeting basic needs. That's cool if you are fully expressing your inherent divinity in other glorious ways. However, all of us have a minimum obligation to shoot for our fullest potential. If meeting a monetary need shelves your dreams and potential, know you have permission to fulfill divine promise. To reach your dream, you must touch our hearts. One voice. In early 1990, I was doing the morning show on WKWK-FM, and I asked the listeners who were some of the famous people who had lived in the Ohio Valley. The names came fast and furious, mostly sports greats: John Havlicek, Joe and Phil Necro, Lou Groza, Bill Mazeroski, Chuck Howley, Bill Jobco, George Brett, and the group Wild Cherry. One caller mentioned B.E. Taylor. The name was somewhat familiar. The B.E. Taylor Group had scored some regional hits in an MTV video and Billboard Top 100 song in 1984 called Vitamin L. I said, well, I'm looking for famous people, real celebrities, like all the ones we've already mentioned. I could hear the air go out of the phone. The gentleman was cordial and explained that he was B.E. Taylor's father-in-law and that B.E. certainly was somebody to them. I felt like a jerk, apologized, and said goodbye. In the summer of 1994, I saw B.E. Taylor and his friends at an outdoor street festival. His voice is truly amazing, sounding like a mix of Steve Perry and Seal. He sang a song called Love You All Over Again. I loved it and wanted to get a copy. I called him. B.E. told me the song had never been recorded, but he had some Christmas music he wanted me to hear instead. In November, William Edward Taylor dropped by the station with his freshly recorded B.E. Taylor Christmas album. I was interested in Love You All Over Again. We chatted a bit, and he left. I put the CD on and began hearing the best contemporary Christmas music I had ever heard. It was extraordinary. These contemporized versions of Christmas classics were unlike anything anyone had ever done. Better than anything I'd ever heard. Again, I felt like a jerk. I hadn't given B.E. much time after realizing he didn't have the song I wanted. I called him back and told him how great the CD was. We started playing the Christmas songs in heavy rotation. Listeners loved it. Over the next couple of weeks, I tried to get him to agree to do a Christmas show for our listeners. B.E. was hesitant, to say the least. He wasn't sure if people would come to see a rock and roll-oriented Christmas show from a guy who had almost made it. Intermission. The B.E. Taylor Group recorded 3 nationally released albums in the 1980s, 2 with MCA and 1 with Epic CBS Associated. All had sold reasonably well in the tri-state area of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia. But due to lack of label support and that one breakthrough single, they disbanded in 1987. Actually, before the breakup, a CBS label executive, in order to keep the band on the label, had asked B.E. to record a song with inappropriate lyrics, which someone else had written. The B.E. Taylor Group was known for recording positive message songs about love, life, and God. B.E. declined to record that song, and the label dropped the band. Bill, as I call him, went to work with his father-in-law, laying bricks at construction sites. He also became the music director and house band for the award-winning video music show Light Music, which was seen on Christian cable networks for several years in the late 80s and early 90s. Your Cake is Calling. I got to know Bill Taylor a little better over the next 12 months. The following December, I booked the Glessner Auditorium at historic Ogilvy Park, called BE and said, "We're doing a Christmas show." He started to hedge and I said, "Too late, I've already booked it." We started giving away the tickets as it was a listener appreciation show. The demand was so high, people insisted on buying tickets to assure they'd have a seat. We gave the proceeds to a local charity. On December 22nd, 1995, as snow fell across the valley, the annual B.E. Taylor Christmas Show was born. Joy to the world. In 1996, we moved the show to the even more historic and spacious 2,500-seat Capitol Music Hall. The same person who laughed about Brad Paisley becoming a national recording artist in an earlier chapter also scoffed at the idea of doing the Christmas show in this large venue with B.E. Taylor. The show was a sellout. In 1997, we decided to do 2 shows on back-to-back nights, plus shows in Morgantown and Pittsburgh. All the shows were well attended, and in 1998, B.E. added a second night at the 2,800-seat Heinz Hall in Pittsburgh. Over the past 16 years, from humble and reluctant beginnings, B.E. Taylor and friends have performed more than 200 inspirational, family-oriented Christmas shows, bringing the message of divine love to hundreds of thousands of appreciative fans with a rock and roll beat. The music from the 2 B.E. Taylor Christmas CDs has been played on hundreds of radio stations worldwide, the most notable being the definitive version of Mary's Boy Child. B.E. Taylor's name is so synonymous with Christmas in the Wheeling-Pittsburgh area that he is now known as Mr. Christmas. In 2010, 150 PBS TV stations aired the B.E. Taylor Christmas Show recorded live at Heinz Hall Concert, which is also available on DVD. Also in 2010, B.E. performed an entire week of shows with Academy Award-winning composer Marvin Hamlisch and the Pittsburgh Symphony, featuring songs from his patriotic CD, One Nation Under God. B.E., who is known as The Voice in Pittsburgh, was elected to the Pittsburgh Music Hall of Fame in 2008. Oh, and that song that first drew me to B.E. Taylor, Love You All Over Again, was recorded for the album Try Love. The single broke into the top 30 of the adult contemporary charts in 1997 and continues to receive regular airplay on the syndicated love songs radio show Delilah. Bill Taylor has thanked me many times for reminding him of his gift, his divinity, which I insisted he share with the world in the form of his Christmas music and shows. He did. And now when people ask who are the famous people from Wheeling, B.E. Taylor's name is the first mentioned. To find out more about B.E. Taylor and his music, go to www.betaylor.com. Your greatest success will always come from expressing and accepting your divinity on your way to living the undeniable life. No one has ever succeeded who didn't know in advance that they would. Chapter 29. Divine Healing. When perched on the shoulders of God, you can see that all is well, and well are all. Healing is a consistent consciousness of health. All the material in this book points toward a divine consciousness. It begins not only with the acceptance of your divinity, but manifests outwardly with your predominant thoughts. I have used the word embody or embodiment several times. You may be wondering what I mean. I can use a couple of examples that might give you a better idea. You have probably read about actors who got so far into the role they were playing that even when the director said cut, the actor remained in character. They are embodying the spirit, so to speak, of the character. There is a great scene in the movie American Graffiti when the Richard Dreyfuss character, Kurt, visits the radio station where he thinks Wolfman Jack is. At first, the operator at the radio control board says the Wolfman is broadcasting from a place far away across the Mexico border. As the disappointed Kurt walks away, Wolfman's voice is heard and Dreyfuss turns around to see that, indeed, it is the Wolfman, now in character at the radio controls. Earlier in my career, when I was a hit-cranking, hot-rocking, top 40 air personality, I would go into character and embody the persona of a happening radio jock. It was fun. If you go to my website, you can hear examples of those days. The point is, you can't change who you inherently are, nor would you want to, a divine child of God, but you can and do choose the states of consciousness you embody. The poor and abused child of Mississippi can choose to be anything she wants, and did, and is now the richest woman on the planet. Her name is Oprah Winfrey. Where you are born is not who you are born to be, although it can play a role, one way or another, in what you choose to do. I suggest that whatever you choose, that it is a choice based on service and with divinity. You are helping the universe unfold truth, and that is an awesome role to play. Think. Every second of your waking day is filled with thoughts. The human brain and mind is never at rest unless you are meditating, and for the most part, even in meditative states, thoughts are present. It is said that the average person has 60,000 thoughts a day. That's one for every 60 seconds in a minute, times 60 minutes in an hour, times the hours you are awake. 60 times 60 equals 3,600 thoughts an hour. 3,600 times 17 awake hours equals 61,200. So let's go with 60,000 thoughts a day. 60,000 times 365 days a year equals 21,900,000 thoughts a year. That is 21,900,000 thoughts. If you live to the age of 80 and your first conscious thoughts begin around the age of 3, you would accumulate thoughts for 77 years. Let's do the math. 21,900,000 times 77 years equals 1,686,300,000. That's 1,686,300,000 thoughts in a lifetime. And we are not even including the thoughts you have during the 7 to 8 hours of sleeping thinking, our dreams. The question for everyone is, how many of these billion plus thoughts are positive and how many are negative? Every physician, psychiatrist, or psychologist will affirm that an accumulation of negative thoughts create and add to the stress of a human being. And we know that stress is scientifically linked to illnesses of many kinds, such as headaches, stomach aches, sleeplessness, depression, and anxiety. Chronic stress can contribute to high blood pressure and heart disease. Most experts believe stress suppresses the immune system, which can leave a body susceptible to a myriad of conditions, including cancer. If you consider yourself a person of average happiness, meaning half your thoughts are positive and half are negative, according to our calculations above, you are generating in the neighborhood of 843,150,000 stress-inducing thoughts over a lifetime. Let me spell that out. 843,150,000 negative thoughts, which are not adding to your peace, joy, happiness, abundance, and health. Each thought with a positive or negative vibration, seeking and attracting like vibrations. Birds of a feather flock together. What's the stock of your flock? We are talking about half your life. That's 38 and a half years of misery. If half of your waking hours are spent generating negative, lower vibrations that seek like matches, is it any wonder we are, or at least feel that we are, ill? Anyone who has trouble managing obesity can tell you how much negativity contributes to our waistline. The stress eating associated with the worry about our inward health and outward appearance is a reason 95 to 98% of conventional diets fail to generate long-term success. Misery loves company, and that's bad for business. The cycle can be literally head-spinning. The negativity, real or imagined, that led to negative thoughts, that led to more outpictured negative appearances, that then lead to tons of stress, that feel negative, and that then lead to more negative thoughts and negative actions and negative reactions that lead to more stress that ultimately break you down mentally and physically, is a vicious cycle that costs us our physical and mental well-being, as well as, collectively, billions of dollars annually. Whether you are reading this through conventional ears or metaphysical clarity, the truth of the matter is self-evident. Negative thoughts reduce the positive expressions of the God attributes, attributes we share with the divine through our inherent divinity. Grand illusion. By the way, a large number of your thoughts are just brain activity, neurons firing along the well-worn neural pathways you have developed over time. If we are not consciously thinking, our brains go into automatic mode and just fill up our heads with previous thoughts by default. This is unconscious or subconscious activity, which is operating and running our lives most of the time. The further we consciously, unconsciously, or just ignorantly separate ourselves from our divine state, the more we see and or experience negativity. This may result in broken relationships or broken bones. Are you reading this book because you feel separated from your good, separated from God? It is not spiritually possible to be apart from your divinity, only to experience the illusion that you are. This is why being disillusioned, in this example, is actually a good idea. As a human being, we seek well-being, and the best way to well-being is to remember you are a divine being. You are God's best idea. You deserve to experience the undeniable life. Start now to believe and accept the health that is true in spirit reality, divine truth. It starts with love. Love for your mind, body, and spirit. Get back. In the more than 30 years I worked in day-to-day radio, I can count on one hand the number of sick days I took. I loved my work and my listeners so much that nothing could keep me off the air. Fact is, I just didn't get sick very often. I had a positive mindset when it came to my vocation. I even broke my leg in 2005 and didn't miss a minute of work. I was walking in the dark and stepped right into and over the top of a picnic table. The lump that protruded from my leg just above the chin, right below the knee, was the size of a golf ball. My leg turned 20 different colors before healing. I didn't miss a single radio show. There was one time, in the fall of 2001, where I injured my back. I had been throwing a football around in the backyard with my son and a couple of boys from the neighborhood. After we finished, I went into the house and sat on a chair. About 3 hours later, I couldn't move. I would eventually find out that my lower lumbar disc had been crushed. I had back spasms that would last for more than a month. I could not get into a position that wasn't excruciatingly painful. Just walking from the living room to the bedroom was like 1,000 red-hot knives being stabbed into my back, hips, legs, and even feet. The sciatic nerve was in constant stress, sending lightning bolts down through my hips, leg, and toes. Help. Once I got to the bed, I stayed there for the next 3 weeks. I was an invalid. I could do nothing for myself. It was humiliating and humbling. I was vulnerable for the first time since my childhood. I did do some computer work from home, creating the music logs for the radio station, but not much else. I had a massage therapist in and a chiropractor. They did the best they could, but I was in severe pain. Although I had a doctor's permit to be off work, the business manager called and alerted me to the plans of the company to fire me. He told me I had to somehow get back to work within the next 5 days or I was done. Denise took me to the hospital to get x-rays. It took me 1 hour to walk from the bedroom to the van, which was parked near the porch. Every step was walking death, meaning death would have been better than this. Just bending my head low enough to get into the van was like jagged nails in my spine. The x-ray ordeal was a nightmare. The technicians had trouble generating an x-ray that could penetrate my body, so I had to go to a second hospital to use a more powerful x-ray machine. Just getting up and down from the wheelchair was mind-numbingly painful. The memory of getting onto and off that x-ray table still sends shivers through my body. Getting better. I was motivated. My doctor told me that a normal person would have gone on disability for a year or more. I came back in less than a month. I used a walker for several months, then a cane for a few more. I could walk without the cane and just a little pain after 9 months. I should have had surgery. I should have been on disability. I asked God, the divinity within, to give me what I needed to get up and move to ultimately heal. Love is powerful. My love for family, wanting to continue to provide for them, got me out of that bed, along with the love for and from my listeners. The experience of being an invalid for those 3 weeks has given me great empathy for those in similar or worse situations. If you have the ability to move, the gift of motion, never take it for granted. Don't neglect yourself to the point where you can no longer enjoy the simple things like getting on the floor to play with your child or grandchild. Most of us enjoy divine health without a consciousness of gratitude. Imagine how much better our health could be experienced with a consciousness of gratitude. The world doesn't need a cure. It needs to care. The cure for what ails us will be in the caring for us. As I mentioned earlier in the book, when it comes to health and healing, I refer you to You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay at www.hayhouse.com, as well as the inspired works of Ernest Holmes. As of this writing, I am taking the licensed practitioner course at the Center for Spiritual Living. The concept of healing is that most illnesses are manifestations of the mind. Simply put, a person who always believes they get sick at certain times of the year will get sick at certain times of the year. A consciousness of fear regarding health will almost certainly manifest the condition feared. Feeling stronger every day. As powerful as the divinity within is, our minds are fertile ground for ideas, good and not so good. Did you know that Jesus was told by his mother, his father, and his aunt that he was destined for greatness? All three had slightly different ideas of how it was going to materialize, but divinity did emerge and unfold unlike it had ever before. Divine healings, divine understanding, divinity itself. Do you think Jesus, being told incessantly as a child he was destined for greatness, was led to recognize his divinity and express God like none had before or since? Do you think a child who is told they are less than good or no good might be led to express something less than their divinity? Do you think that being told hundreds of times a day via commercials on TV and radio, magazines and newspapers, and now the internet, that you are just a dirty door handle away from a cold might condition the mind and body to accept ill health as the norm instead of an aberration? Remember, we are thinking 60,000 thoughts a day, and the pattern and direction of those thoughts are nudged in all kinds of directions. No matter what you are ready to fully believe or embrace at this moment, you know people who are seemingly always sick and out of the office. They are usually not the happy people. They are the ones who are constantly complaining about their husbands or wives, their kids, their job, and their lives. They are consistently in agitated states, crying and blowing their noses and blathering "why me" epithets. At the top of this section, I put "feeling stronger every day," a reference to a Chicago song. If you think about it, you can interpret those words in two ways. The obvious way is that each and every day we are getting stronger. The other way is a directive to feel stronger every day. Did you catch that? This is life and living in a nutshell. Most people wait for outside influences to make them feel better. In reality, you are to feel better in order to feel better. Are you living actively or reactively? This makes all the difference in your level of joy, happiness, and health. Before I conclude this section on divine healing, I want to be clear about healings. An illness can be a blessing. My episode with my back made me a far more empathic person. You become very humble when you can't go to the bathroom without assistance. An illness or accident is almost always a turning point filled with blessings. I don't believe those lessons and blessings had to be delivered through dis-ease. But if you are headed in the wrong direction, sometimes the U-turn sign comes in the form of a pain in the backside to get you back on the divine side. Toward the end of this book is a suggested reading list. There are several titles that deal with the subject of health. These books go into great detail on health consciousness and the developing science that is proving that how and what we think directly affects our state of health. The work of Dr. Emoto regarding experiments with water has been well documented. Since then, he did another experiment where he placed 3 jars of rice and water on a table. One jar he addressed daily for a month with an affirmative, "Thank you." The second jar is addressed daily with, "You're an idiot." The third jar was ignored. After 30 days, jar 1 was beginning to ferment, creating a pleasant aroma. The rice in jar 2 turned black. The rice in jar 3 began to rot. Human beings are made up of about 70% water. If we are being told we are ugly, unworthy, sinners, and worse, while accepting and embodying these false ideas, internalizing them as our beliefs, which then are expressed as our feelings and emotions, is it any wonder that the health of our bodies mirror these beliefs? We literally can rot from the inside. Go ahead and declare your divine right to good health. You are God's best idea. Accept your divinity and healingly live the undeniable life. Speak in the tongue of health and wealth. Listen with joy and love. Chapter 30. Divine Expressions. The secret to failure is a lifelong admiration of what others have done. The secret to failure is a lifelong admiration of what others have done. I am repeating the opening epigram again here because you may be wondering what I mean. I'm not talking about gratitude and appreciation for what others have accomplished and shared with mankind. I am speaking to the divine urge in all of us to express our uniqueness. The divinity we share is the same. How it is expressed through us is unique. Life is a gift exchange. Did the universe need another book about the power of love and the law of attraction? I had a divine urge to express this material, and you have been attracted to it. And if you have read this far, it must be resonating with you. The idea that you are God's best idea apparently needed to be shared. I am happy to be God's vessel in sharing this good news. I love music. Like most people, I enjoy the songs others have written. There was a time in my youth where I wrote lyrics to songs. I have begun to write songs again. It is very easy to fall into a mindset where you think there are already enough songs, actors, writers, lawyers, and doctors, so you put your dreams away. You can admire Mozart while creating your own masterpiece. John Lennon and Paul McCartney were inspired by the works of Little Richard, Buddy Holly, and Chuck Berry to create the music of the Beatles. The idea is to turn your admirations into inspirations. I've read and enjoyed hundreds of books, but I had at least one of my own to divinely express. With the myriad of ways today that anyone can be seen and heard via the internet, where you can self-publish, record songs at home, blog, start a business online, show the world on YouTube what is on your mind and in your heart, there really are no more roadblocks or excuses to self-expression and success, especially if you desire to express the divine. There is a fellow, Gary Vaynerchuk, who is in the wine sales business. He took to the internet and started Wine Library TV. He reviews wines in an everyman kind of way. If the wine has a rubber tire essence, he says so, and doesn't necessarily mean that in a bad way. He is a big hit and has written a book called Crush It. The book is about cashing in on your passion. What is your passion? Your desire is to express life, and your life is for expressing your desires. Metaphorically, millions, if not billions of people live their lives listening to the music others have composed without writing and sharing their own. You can have so much more than just a swipe of the icing. You can have your cake and share it too. The failure to succeed can be reduced to 3 words: lack of imagination. When a person throws in the towel, it is usually because they won't take responsibility for the mess they've made. Take responsibility and let the within begin. You can disown only what you own up to. If you are an elected official, like a mayor or a governor, you don't cause the snowstorm, but the people hold you responsible for its timely removal. They may have voted for you because of your smile and $500 haircut, but you'll be reelected because you rolled up your sleeves and got the job done. Be of service, and your service will be desired. Once you are no longer of service, you'll be dismissed. You are always divine. Your divinity will never be taken away. I believe that if you are allowing divinity to work through you, you will always be in demand, because there will always be people searching and seeking the light you are expressing. The simple first step to success is an ability to talk yourself into opportunity more effectively than you can talk yourself out. We've gone over this several times. Now that you know you are God's best idea, there is no reason to feel inadequate. Just because those who should have been your cheerleaders didn't know of your or their own divinity doesn't mean you have to stay in the dark or wait for the next life. I'll be your cheerleader. You are limited only by your imagination, and your divine side has a vivid imagination. Just take a look around. Express the desires to do things right, and you'll receive the right desires to express. The 2 most powerful words are, I am. The 2 weakest are, I can't. Where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is no will, there is no way. Get a piece of paper and write, I am, followed by all the positive attributes you can think of. Because you are from God, for God, these attributes are divinely a part of you too. Write and announce, I am wise, good, gracious, beautiful, powerful, joyful, peaceful, truthful, light, spirit, abundant, kind, merciful, forgiving, faithful, and love. You could go on and on. Affirm these and other positive things about you and God. Affirm that you are healthy by saying, I am healthy. I am wealthy. I am God's best idea. Oh, that is good and worth repeating. I am God's best idea. On the shores of humanity lie the bones of those who waited for their ship to come in, never realizing all along that the water was only knee-deep. There are thousands of stories of those who, but for giving up a year, a month, a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute too soon, missed what they sought. The door is closed only to the one who fails to open it. God doesn't use locks. The key to success is that there isn't a key. The abundance of the universe is available to those who recognize its, with a capital I, existence and claim it. The doors are open. You are welcomed, for you are family, a child of God. If you thought you failed, think again. You have nothing to overthrow, overpower, or overcome. God has already done that for you. Divine direction is available at all times. Be still and know that God is within. God bless the child with a vivid imagination, for he fashions the formless. Daniel. Our son's name is Daniel. Don't call him Danny. Why? Because Daniel is his name. It says it right on the birth certificate. Daniel. He is a literalist. He has always called his mother Denise. It is her name, he says. Daniel has Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's syndrome, AS, is a neurobiological disorder that is part of a group of conditions called autism spectrum disorders. Asperger's was almost unheard of before the 1990s. Now, for reasons that are hotly debated and controversial, every classroom in America has one or more children with the diagnosis. Symptoms include poor social interactions, obsessions, few facial expressions, and hypersensitivity to sound, light, or touch. According to kidshealth.org, people with AS are capable of functioning in everyday life, but tend to be somewhat socially immature and may be seen by others as odd or eccentric. Another characteristic of AS is these kids are often brilliant. That's our Daniel. There is speculation that persons like Albert Einstein, Andy Kaufman, Bill Gates, Mark Twain, and Thomas Jefferson would be considered AS candidates. Our son was reciting the alphabet at age 2, reading books by 3, and memorizing the names, cities, and mascots of all 119 Division I college football teams by age 4. By age 5, the educators at his school were recommending that Daniel repeat preschool. It seems that when Daniel took the test that determines whether a child moves on to kindergarten, he answered the question, "What animals come from eggs?" with dinosaurs. Apparently, there are rules for tests like these. You can't just give a correct answer. You have to give only the correct answer that is approved. The approved truth on this test was birds, chickens, or ducks come from eggs. Daniel had watched the Land Before Time movie often. He knew dinosaurs were laying eggs well before bluebirds were. The school's principal strongly suggested Daniel repeat preschool, emphasizing the question of maturity and the egg thing. We said no. In our opinion, this was really about how the teacher in the school would be able to handle Daniel's eccentricities, not his education or ability to succeed. The wave of kids with autism was already sweeping the nation by the late 1990s. It was time to put the kids first. It was a new day. Daniel moved on to kindergarten. Emotions. We knew there would be occasional emotional breakdowns with Daniel. We prepared all the teachers every year. Each year was better than the one before. Things do get better. The important thing to do was make sure that Daniel was unconditionally loved and accepted on our end, and that the educators bought into partnering with us on navigating the emotional and social bumps in the road. This would have been difficult only if we were fighting the syndrome every step of the way. Instead, we embraced the positive parts, there are many, and accepted the detours for what they were, minor inconveniences. We were going to do our best to give Daniel a chance to express his inherent divinity. Guitar Hero. In 2005, the game Guitar Hero was released. We got Daniel the game for Christmas 2006. This was the magic moment, the turning point. His love of music and the Asperger's trait of a fascination with patterns was a perfect combination. He became very good at the game. He joined online networks and eventually became known as one of the better players. He would often post some of the best individual scores for the guitar and later for the bass. He was good at the drumming and singing parts too. He was asked to join in Skype game conferences where the participants would give tips on how to be better players. He began creating charts for songs that were not yet available for Guitar Hero or Rock Band. He was 15 and was internationally known in the Guitar Hero Rock Band gaming circles. At the time of this writing, Daniel is midway through his senior year of high school. He has had roles in several of the school's Shakespearean plays and is the lead singer and bass player in the Tri-Cities Prep no-name rock band. He has taken the SATs twice, receiving a 1990 composite score, and has received inquiries from schools across the country, including an Ivy League school. He has already been accepted by his 3 favorite colleges. Not bad for a kid who doesn't understand where eggs come from. The day you need absolutely nothing is the day you shall have absolutely everything you need. Even if Daniel weren't as high functioning as he is, he would still be spiritually perfect, whole and complete, still a child of God and of promise, and still good and worthy of the gifts God has given him in order to express his inner divinity. This is true of all of us. You are God's best idea. You accept this truth when you accept and express your divinity and live the undeniable life. The successful person knows that the best reason in life to get ahead is to show the way. Chapter 31. Divine Today. Don't lose today for yesterday. Regrets are for those who offer time only to memories instead of to adventure. Every day is Christmas morning when we are open to the present possibilities. Do you wake up each day thrilled to be alive and ready to be your best? This day is just as important as yesterday was and tomorrow will be. Each day is full of promise and opportunity, but you must also appreciate the day itself because the day is life. Love the days you've had, love the days to come, but most of all, love this day. It is the only one you've presently got. I love days. This is the greatest day for someone. That makes this a great day. Did you hear that? Every single day is somebody's greatest day. The day they fell in love, the day they started their dream job, the day their first child was born. So if every day is a great day for someone, why not make it great for you too? Every day we tip the dominoes of life in positive or negative directions. Be a good tipper. What makes a great day anyway? In the early days of civilization, not being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger may have been considered a great day. In the desert, a day where it rains might be considered a great day. In a hospital, an additional day of life for a terminally ill friend might be a great day, just as that same friend ending their suffering by transitioning could be perceived as a great day. The past says hello again tomorrow when you don't tell it goodbye today. I don't believe a lost day is a lost opportunity because we have as many opportunities as we make and take. We do need to rest. I found that not writing for a few days gave me time to pause and reflect, bringing additional stories and clarity to these chapters, like what I am writing right now. Now is all we have, and yet it is an eternal now. Not everything has to be done today, but every day should be honored. The day is life. In some spiritual circles, the suggestion is that we're never done. In others, the suggestion is that there is nothing that necessarily needs to be done but love. Don't feel like you have to fill up the now. Enjoy it for what it is. If inspiration is pouring forth, let it flow. If it's time to get a good night's sleep, then let it rest. You are eternally divine. This is not a use it or lose it proposition. However, the possibilities when you do use it, your divinity, well, It is heaven at hand. Someday is an appointment never kept. Delete someday from your vocabulary. It is the bane of every lost expression of individual greatness. Someday means delay. Delay is not one of the 7 days of the week. Is this what you want to do? Delay the expression of your inherent divinity? It is perfectly fine to rest. Resting is better than rushing. The idea is to express divinity, not rush divinity. When things are rushed, you often get mush. Great anticipations begin with great preparations. Every day is the day you've waited for if seeds were sown in preparation for its anticipation. If your days seem unfulfilled, it is because you failed to prepare for them. Every day is a day of harvest one way or the other. What is great about the sowing of seeds is that from one seed, entire fields and forests emerge over time. Every action you take with intention and conviction causes a reverberation, ripples of positivity or negativity. You don't have to sow 1,000,000 seeds to generate 1,000,000 trees or $1 million. Sow the expression of your divinity and impress upon and allow God's laws to do the multiplication. Stuck in the middle with you. It was Super Bowl Sunday 2002. The family was eating at Outback Steakhouse with plans to watch the big game, Patriots versus Rams in the Superdome. I was having my usual filet and Denise the New York strip. I had picked up a habit of saving money at restaurants by ordering extra lemon wedges, squeezing them into my water glass, adding a sweetener, and thereby creating free lemonade. Lemons are supposed to aid in weight loss, and, as usual, despite having steak, I was trying to be a little health conscious. I drank at least 3 full glasses of the lemon water before it happened. I had just swallowed a bite of my Victoria's filet when Denise offered me a portion of her New York strip. I put it in my mouth when she then said, "Look, Mariah Carey is about to sing." I turned around and glanced at the TV just as Fox was breaking for a commercial. I turned back around and swallowed, forgetting that I had just inserted a large piece of steak in my mouth, which I hadn't chewed at all. It lodged in my throat. Regardless of the Outback motto, there are rules when it comes to eating steak. You must chew before swallowing. Every breath you take. You know that feeling when, as a child, you hit the ground hard during a game of football or soccer and you can't catch your breath? But as awful as that is, you know within moments that you're going to be able to breathe. Well, this was like that, without the breathing part. I was not breathing. I was choking. I was dying. I stood up, looking around the room for someone who might look like a doctor. I think there ought to be a law that states that if you are a doctor capable of performing an emergency tracheotomy, you should wear something around your neck that flashes, "I am a doctor." Meantime, Denise was trying to give me the Heimlich maneuver, but she was doing it from the side because I was too large for her to get her arms fully around. Relax. There was a moment of realization as the sounds around me lessened, as well as the prospects of living to see the opening kickoff, that I was going to die. Right there in an Outback Steakhouse on Super Bowl Sunday. Because I forgot to do what mothers tell all children to do from the age of 2. Chew your food. I would have laughed out loud if I could have. Then there was peace. I stood there knowing that within moments I was going to be dead, headed somewhere else, and totally at and with peace. No fear, no pain, no strain, no regrets. I relaxed. Denise hadn't given up. She was bound and determined I was going to see and hear Mariah Carey sing that national anthem, or me, was going to die trying. She was squeezing me like the lemons I had used to make the lemonade, and saved my life, just in time for me to hear Mariah sing, "And the home of the brave." Apparently, Denise pumped the lemon water I had been swigging back up my throat just enough to dislodge the chunk of steak, and when it went back down, it dropped right below the windpipe. It stayed there, or so it seemed, for hours. Every time I swallowed, the discomfort was a reminder of just how close I came to moving on. Denise said she'd seen my eyes begin to glaze over just before water began to seep out the sides of my mouth. Talk about turning lemons into lemonade. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter so much whether promises were kept to you. It's whether you've honored your own. The point of this story is twofold. Had I died that day, it would have been fine, even divine. I was at peace. There were no regrets. I am not sure I would have fulfilled all of my purpose and promise, but as you have read so far in this book, I had lived an eventful life. Life is not tragic, no matter how the curtain closes. Because there were and are more days, I use each one as an opportunity to accept and express my divinity and live the undeniable life. What you already know, you've already done. Today is simply yesterday if you haven't begun. Chapter 32. Divine Directions. You show faith in the things you choose, and the things you choose faithfully show. Life is an engagement, an agreement with you and the thoughts you choose to engage. For 5 months, this chapter had been called Divine Victory. As I was editing the content, it occurred to me that the chapter was really about direction. I was having a terrible attack of indigestion and was close to going to the hospital because the pain was intolerable when I asked God for direction. Not a petition for help, but an idea on what to do. Within moments, I was creating a combination of juices and olive oil that did the trick. This was also a wake-up call to increase the amount of fruits and vegetables I'm consuming and back off a bit on the burgers. How you see your ending dominates your direction. See success. This is your life. Are you going to be the kid who got into a bumper car at the fair and didn't take hold of the wheel? Sitting there as one car after another decided to crash into him, sending his vehicle spinning aimlessly around in circles, not knowing from which direction the next impact would be coming. And when they find themselves in the proverbial ditch, they blame those who ran them over instead of the person who failed to take the wheel themselves. It's better to build a harbor than burn the boats. There's always more to discover. Claim all of your experiences. No matter what anyone else does, you can choose victim or victor. A winner knows the tracks of success can be up and down like a roller coaster. That's the fun of it. Early in my radio career, I was complaining about how many times I had to move. Between 1980 and 1988, I had lived in Waverly, Galion, Delaware, and Columbus, Ohio. I'd also lived in Wheeling, West Virginia, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Pensacola, Florida, and Alexandria, Louisiana. My sister Donna said, "You are so fortunate you've had the opportunity to live and work in so many different and exciting places." She was right. I had been on a virtual paid vacation to 8 different cities and 5 states. It had been a fun and interesting ride. Don't be the person who, when they don't get their way, grabs their ball and goes home. Those people trade their divinity for triviality. Instead of inheriting the kingdom, they are the fools of empty courts. I don't know about you, but there is just something unsettling when I see coaches of sports teams who are making multi-million-dollar annual salaries moan and groan after the game about the referees or players. They gleefully accept and cash those large paychecks, but refuse to accept their role in their team's loss. You can tell who is being actively directed by the divine and who's being directed by ego. My favorite coach is Jim Tressel of the Ohio State Buckeyes. He has coached and won more BCS bowls than any other coach. He has the second highest number of victories among active Division I coaches to the legendary Joe Paterno. I have never seen Jim blame a referee's call or a player's mistake for a loss. His players conduct themselves with class on and off the field. When a young man fails to live up to the standards that have been set and agreed upon, they accept the consequences and become better men for it. Jim is a man of faith. I have placed Jim Tressel's book, The Winner's Manual, on my suggested reading list. It would be a perfect gift for a young athlete in your family. There are no victims in the kingdom. Regardless of circumstances and appearances, you can always be victorious in your heart and mind. Be grateful for those who set you free from a marriage or from a dead-end job, because no one wins the waiting game, especially if they're your dreams on hold. I know we have covered this in previous chapters, but it is the simple truth that is hardest to accept. How many times are we really surprised or shocked by the unfolding of appearances, negative or otherwise? The universe is always providing divine direction. Puppy love. Denise and I had a dog named Alex. Alex was a beautiful black Cocker Spaniel who had most likely come from a puppy mill. The pet store owner admitted later to us that the reason he was older than most of the puppies at the store was that he'd snapped at all the people who had wanted to buy him. We probably should have returned Alex to the store, but by this time, we'd fallen in love with him. As the months went by, his nips became bites, and the bites began to draw blood. You never knew when Alex was going to attack. I saw him tear through a door one time like a cartoon beaver, chips flying everywhere. But we loved Alex. One day while I was walking him in the neighborhood, a little girl ran up to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. It was a miracle that Alex didn't bite her face. He could have. He growled slightly. A few days later, while I was petting Alex, he bit me so hard that I thought my hand was broken. Alex was showing us that he was not well. He was telling us, in his way, that something terrible was going to happen if we didn't act divinely. The incident with the little girl could have been horrific. We made the decision to put Alex down with divine direction from the universe. The veterinarian assured us we were doing the right and moral thing. There was no dog whisperer to call in 1989. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to let go. You've got a friend. You are God's best idea. Could it be you are God's best friend? Noah and Moses were simply normal people who listened to God. There is no suggestion anywhere that the people we read about in the Bible were the only people God spoke to. They were the ones who listened and acted upon the calling of their inner and inherent divinity. Partner with God. Partner with your divinity. Accept divine directions. As you do this, others who are also in touch with truth will partner with you. Together, you can create a new business, a new church, and a new way of serving people. The Bible is very clear about the power of collective consciousness. Again, I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything you ask for, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven. Matthew 18:19. Partner with like-minded people. Open a coffee shop. Create a weekly gathering of people to discuss and implement ways to manifest a cleaner and greener community. Go in pairs to minister to the imprisoned. You are not limited or alone. Matthew 18:20 says, "For where two or three come together in my name, there am I with them." You've got the power. you've got a friend. Spirit has asked me to make this clear. This entire book is about your inherent divinity, but understand that this light is seen and attracted to others who also shine brightly. It is the gathering together in agreement with divinity where all things are possible. That's not fair. A few more words you'll never hear from the mouth of a victor. The next part of this book is written in first person by the Reverend Sandy Smith. Your life is calling. My name is Sandy Smith, the Reverend Sandy Smith. My basic philosophy in life is that you always end up where you are supposed to be, that everything in life happens for a reason, and that each new experience is a contributing chapter in the book of life. This philosophy is very evident in my life. My chapters include growing up in a poor but education-minded family, going through a divorce which opened the door to finding my spiritual home, finding a new soulmate, and discovering at age 49 that I had colon cancer. Each event was there to help me realize the greater victories of life through divine direction. The victory I will share with you in Doug's book is my experience with cancer. There I was at 49, newly married, studying to be a minister, about to go on my first cruise, and suddenly I was told I had colon cancer. I had been having symptoms that my friend, who was an operating room nurse, told me I should have checked out. I went in for the screening, and I got to watch the procedure on a small computer screen. I remember when I was 6 years old and got to go through the Museum of Science and Industry and walked through a larger scale of a heart. Walking through the arteries, I remembered how pink they were. Seeing the pink of the interior of my colon reminded me of that. It was all pink except for one grayish-white blob. I had cancer. In the next 2 weeks, I had every test imaginable, drank every imaginable medication to clean out my colon for its total inspection, and lost 10 pounds. I don't recommend the diet. In the meantime, during the weeks of waiting, I found out from WebMD everything I needed to know about the various stages of cancer. I read Louise Hay's You Can Heal Your Life, and I learned that in some types of cancer, a contributing factor might lie in not doing some of the things a person loves to do. I thought, what am I not doing that I love to do? The answer came: acting. I looked in the paper and saw there were tryouts for a play at a local community theater. I went to audition for the character Aunt Lulu, the comic relief in the murder mystery Love from a Stranger. The next day I received 2 phone calls, one inviting me to come for callbacks on Wednesday at the theater, and one telling me my surgery would be Friday of the same week. I went to the theater just to tell them why I wouldn't be able to be in the play. But before I had a chance to say anything, I was up on stage reading the part again. After I had read, the director called me out into the hall, offered me the part, and said I didn't need to stay for the rest of the tryouts. I told her about my upcoming surgery, and she said, "How long do you think you'll be out?" I told her about a week, and she said that I was so right for the part that they would wait for me. The surgery took place, and I had about 6 inches of my colon removed. 20 of the lymph nodes they had harvested during the surgery came back negative for cancer, and so I walked away with no need for chemo or radiation therapy. It was such a wonderful victory for me. I feel so blessed that my friend had given me the direction to have it checked out so that it was caught early enough to be taken care of so quickly and efficiently. 8 years later, I am still cancer-free. I was a big hit in the play and enjoyed getting back to one of the things I enjoy most in life, acting. My lesson in divine direction was to enjoy life and do the things that I really want and love to do. Reverend Sandy Smith. Reverend Sandy Smith is the pastor at the Center for Spiritual Living in Kennewick, Washington. She has been my teacher going on 3 years, a mentor, and a dear friend. Sandy, after her cancer diagnosis, chose victory over victimhood, doing what she needed to do on a medical and spiritual basis. When she met and fell in love with Gary, her future husband, she did not allow the pain of past relationships sour the joy of the new one. Sandy's soulmate, Gary, chose victory too. Gary's father was in the military, so his family was always on the move, living all over the world. As an African American, Gary was not subjected to racism while overseas, only at home. This was the 1950s and 1960s. In 1963, while living in the Deep South, Gary and 54 of the kids in his neighborhood were bused 22 miles to another school as a part of desegregation. Gary is a very bright guy. He is a computer consultant. The 49 black kids all failed the 5th grade. The 6 white kids were given D's. The message was clear. Gary recollects living in the world that most of us only saw in newsreels: segregated water fountains, bathrooms, diners, and hotels. Gary tells of the times when his grandfather was regularly called boy. If he and his father, who was serving our country in the armed forces, were walking down a street sidewalk, it was expected that they'd have to step down onto the street to let any white people walk by. This kind of humiliation and ungodliness created hate in the hearts of generations of young black men who paid for that hate in the form of hardened hearts and destructive actions. Gary admits that he harbored these kinds of feelings for decades himself, while managing to overcome real and imagined obstacles. It was when Gary met Sandy through divine direction and began taking classes and studying the concepts I am sharing with you, the idea that we are inherently divine, necessary, and loved, the beloved, he was able to let go of yesterday's pain and choose to accept today's divinity and victory. He, like me and you, must love them anyway. We are family, children of God. Some just don't know it yet. Your mission is to show divine direction for people by exhibiting you are God's best idea. Then they'll get the idea. By the way, Gary Smith can be seen in the movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. He plays the spy, Sam Smith, who, while dressed like a giant tomato, infiltrates the Killer Tomatoes camp and says, while eating around the campfire, "Hey, can somebody please pass the ketchup?" Like Reverend Sandy and her husband Gary, we have the free will to accept divine directions. Act lovingly with eyes toward victory when you accept and express your divinity and live the undeniable life. Until you fall in love, you will be mispositioned. Chapter 33. Divine Attractions. The train of thought brought you here. It will take you anywhere you want to go. The law of attraction, in one word: self-constructive. The concept of the law of attraction has been around not only for hundreds of years, but probably thousands of years. As a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Proverbs 23:7. You can't turn off the law of attraction any more than you can stop the law of gravity. The law of attraction is working in your life whether you like it or not. And you should like it. No, you should love it. You speak into the law, and it is done as you declare. Your word has a vibration and a frequency, and like attracts like. Don't wait or wish for God to intercede when you have been given God's power and law to intercede and change things yourself. Ben Franklin said, "God helps those who help themselves." You do this when you have an awareness or consciousness of well-being. You enter seeds of wellness and wealth by sowing the seeds of knowledge that they are so. What is in any given moment is an appearance or circumstance set in motion well before this now. Honor what is and honor your part in it. Then make that change. Throughout the book, I am threading the idea that you are divine and that you have access to the power of divinity. Either consciously or subconsciously, you have used a degree of this power to create your present circumstances. Let's put it this way. Even with just a little gas and a jalopy, you can drive off a cliff. Don't believe that just because you feel powerless, you haven't been painting the canvas of your life. That emotion of powerlessness paints the bleak picture in which you perceive you are framed. To change the course of your life, all you need is just enough energy to turn around, pivot, and take one step in the direction of light and love, and the heavens literally open up, for they were there all along. You just have to have the intention to see that you are God's best idea. The biggest stumbling block to manifesting your good is the law of distraction. Are you in the game or on the sidelines? Universal law honors contracts and agreements. What did you agree to today? When I was a child, I wanted to be a songwriter. Playing songs on the radio for 30 years distracted me from another possible divine expression. I'm writing song lyrics for the first time since I was in my teens. Examples are posted near the end of the book. I also wanted to be a screenwriter. I am working on a script about my life between the ages of 17 and 20. Dust off your dreams if you've laid them away. The time for distraction is over. The time for action and attraction is now. When something good shows up, even before you consciously know it is your desire, you have mastered the law of attraction, the great and grand law of cause and effect, the law of life. The universe receives your pitch. Waves of emotion reach the farthest shore, returning in time with a just reward. The law of attraction is powered by love. Even when the not so good arrives, it is out of love. Do you keep stepping in crap, stubbing your toe, getting the same boss or boyfriend? How many potholes or U-turn signs do you need to experience to have that V8 moment? These are divine nudges, or if you prefer, the minor consequences of missing the mark, making errant choices. Regardless, it is out of and from love that they arrive as helpful hints. Things have always turned out the way you thought they would. It is how it works. What you see today is a result of previous thinking, thoughts that you acted or reacted to, or not. The train of thought is only as strong as its weakest think. Don't judge what tomorrow will look like based on today's appearances, but rest assured, if nothing changes today, tomorrow will be just about the same. Change tomorrow today. To reject the life you have built is to reject the power you use to make it and the power you'll need to change it. You thought it, brought it, bought it, and own it. Does this clear it up? It isn't about blaming yourself for a present circumstance. Just accept your role in it and make changes. Those changes begin with your thoughts. The means that are meant will be met. Read that again. The means that are meant will be met. Your vibration is clear to the universe. If you truly mean to change for the better, the means will be provided. Get clear. Do the exercise on writing down dreams and goals. Do so removing all ideas of limitation from your mind. If there were no obstacles, if you had the time, if you had the money, and if you couldn't fail, what would you do and how would you live? In truth, you offer the time to the things you love. You offer the resources and remove obstacles for the things you love. Do you love your dream? If it is a divine dream, one that is an expression of your divinity, I bet you do offer it your time and resources. It's dream time. Don't dream it's over. Spirit is speaking to me. I want to make it clear that most of what I am writing about is simply an encouragement to take the wheel, choose a direction, chart a course, act through love and with love, and do so to serve. What I am not suggesting is that you are wholly responsible for any and all difficult circumstances and accidents that may occur. A person who smokes for 40 years may be responsible for their cancer. A child born with cancer is not. The word responsibility means that we are able and have the ability to respond, not to feel guilty. The raw subject of poverty, pain, and premature death is a controversial topic in many law of attraction classes. I will never trivialize the pain of a parent who has lost her child to disease or accident. Any attempt to explain the law of attraction when it comes to the innocent and the young is next to impossible. By the way, we are all innocent and young, for we are of God and eternal. The laws of the universe are impersonal. Under pressure. When I was around 11 years old, I tried to climb a tree and cross over the creek that ran behind many of our houses on Sawyer Drive. One of its mighty branches reached from one side of the creek to the other. This was an unusually large black walnut tree. Conquering that tree was a rite of passage in our neighborhood. I was the last kid my age who had not made the great crossover. I was not particularly well coordinated. I was chubby. No, I was fat. I think I was more scared to fail than to fall. As I got older and the younger kids on our street gallantly made the crossover, I was looking more and more like a loser. One day, when no one was around, I decided I was going to climb that tree and cross over the creek. You see, the larger I became, the harder the climb was going to be. Time was passing, pressure was building, and the time was now. It must have been July or August because the creek bed was practically dry. I would only be guessing as to the actual height of that branch, which was as big around as most normal tree trunks. Many kids would simply walk on top of the branch, but I was too tall to do that. I was going to have to crawl across, or more likely, scoot on my behind. The smaller branches protruding from the big branch made this idea seem potentially painful. I started to cross. Stuck on you. I got about halfway over and became stuck. I was frozen by fear and by the fact that one of the smaller branches had poked through my pants and introduced itself to my nether regions, which kept me from going forward or backward without consequences. I'm not sure how long I straddled the arm of that ancient walnut, contemplating who was going to be conquered, but the tree had survived numerous lightning strikes over the years, and now it had me by my walnuts. Advantage? Tree. Gravity did not care about the gravity of my situation. It did not matter that I was but a divine and overweight child trying his best to fit in and grow up. It did not care that I was attempting to overcome fear. When I finally tried to move forward again, the tree let me go, as if it had better things to do. My still very short life passed before me, and I fell, landing on my buttocks, deeply impressed into the softened earth of the creek bed. Feeling something coarse against my back and still stunned from the fall, I pulled myself around and saw the concrete cinder block I had missed striking by less than an inch. I am sure that had my 200-pound body fallen from 30 feet and landed on that concrete block, it would have resulted in nasty consequences. I purposely emphasize consequences. What did I get out of that experience? I learned that peer pressure is a dumb reason to put your life in danger. In truth, the kids never really pressured me to climb that tree and perform the crossover. It was more like encouragement. They could do it. It was fun for them, and they thought it would be fun for me. Peer pressure isn't always overt. Because of the innocent pleas of my childhood buddies, my feelings of inadequacy, and my desire to please, I almost killed myself. I didn't like climbing trees. There were many other ways I could have shown that I was worthy of respect. In spiritual truth, our divinity makes us worthy and respectful. Peer pressure at any age is not the most effective way to gain acceptance. The only card of acceptance you need to have and hold is your divinity. You never leave home without it. Crossroads. There have always been people who abuse alcohol. For most of human existence, that meant that people, at worst, fell off horses and wagons. The consequence of error in the age of heavy machinery is far more consequential. Far too many people have been killed in accidents involving intoxicated drivers. What about this? The law of attraction is impersonal. The driver who is drunk suffers the consequences of his actions. Their thoughts prior to the drinking were probably careless and negative. My father drank heavily from age 20 through his early 50s. It contributed to the downfall of his business and health. He never killed anyone, but it could have happened. Whose fault would it have been? He was the one who was going to have to stop drinking and driving, but I don't recall any serious interventions. I am of the belief that the further away from love we perceive ourselves to be, the less loving we are to ourselves and to everyone else. The alcoholic doesn't love himself enough to stop drinking. When you are drunk, you don't think correctly. When you don't think correctly, you do things like driving drunk. Does the person who gets hit by the driver under the influence deserve to be struck? Have they attracted the accident? We all benefit when even one person creates something valuable. A well-written book brings wisdom and joy to millions, although created by one. A handful of persons are involved in the development of the automobile, and the world changes forever. We accept these divine gifts even though we did not participate in their creation, although in universal and eternal mind maybe we did. The opposite is true as well. One person can create a means of destruction, and millions of people are negatively affected. One cough can eventually infect the globe. One insidious idea, accepted by a few, can numb an entire nation to divine truth. Whether an idea is ultimately good or bad, it takes agreement for it to go beyond the mind of its creator. Sometimes a problem becomes so commonplace that it is accepted as just the way things are. In 1982, there were nearly 44,000 traffic fatalities on American roads, over 26,000 related to alcohol. A long overdue recognition of this epidemic, combined with education, stricter laws, and the rejection by society that drinking and driving were socially acceptable, has reduced the number of alcohol-caused accidents and fatalities by half, according to statistics available for 2008. Despite the population of the country increasing by over 70 million persons over the same period. It took a higher consciousness to make this significant change. By the way, the number of fatal accidents is still close to 40,000 a year. There is still carelessness behind the wheel in the form of driving while exhausted and driving while distracted, such as texting and talking on cell phones. As I mentioned earlier in the chapter, there is the law of attraction and its metaphorical opposite, the law of distraction. In the case of highway fatalities, distraction is the root of the attraction. Thankfully, there is now a concerted effort to raise the consciousness of this contemporary issue. Just as we benefit from the divine expressions of a few, we can be negatively affected by the careless expressions of just one. It is why I implore you to love and lift up everyone. For every person you help recognize their inherent divinity, there is the potential that there will be one less intoxicated driver on the road. Like with most other aspects of life and living, it comes down to choices. The human brain isn't done growing and fully maturing until age 25. All the more reason to teach your children that they are divine, necessary, loved, the beloved, God's best idea. This won't guarantee they will never drink and drive or any other foolish and dangerous thing. However, it will be far less likely they are doing it because of peer pressure or believing they are not worthy beings. A person who is excited about how they are going to express their divinity tomorrow is going to be less likely to endanger herself tonight. A person who loves himself and is full of joy and peace is less likely to seek those things from a bottle or syringe. Having said all this, accidents happen. How many of us were conceived accidentally? I repeat that life is never tragic, no matter how it ends. The law of attraction is not a way to cheat death. It is a way to live life. We will all transition someday. You could stay in bed all day to avoid the bumps and bruises and miss the magic, but that would be unnecessarily tragic. Peace on earth. Peace Pilgrim was a woman who began walking across America championing peace in 1952 during the Korean War. This amazing child of God walked tens of thousands of miles speaking peace over 28 years. She vowed to remain a wanderer until mankind has learned the way of peace, walking until given shelter and fasting until given food. For nearly 3 full decades, Peace Pilgrim touched the hearts, minds, and lives of thousands of people all across North America. Her simple message was, "This is the way of peace. Overcome evil with good and falsehood with truth, and hatred with love." Considering that Peace Pilgrim walked 25,000 miles along roadways and highways, 7 complete cross-country journeys without ever being hit by a car, it is ironic that while being driven to a speaking engagement in Knox, Indiana, a car crossed the median and struck the vehicle she was a passenger in. She made her glorious transition on that day, July 7th, 1981, just 11 days short of what would have been her 73rd birthday. My birthday is also July 18th. I share this story not only to introduce you to a beautiful and divine soul, but to illustrate that no matter how and when we make our transition to whatever is next, it is the life we live and the legacy we leave that matters. I don't believe in tragic death. Life is not tragic. Lives begin and they end. Life is what is in between, and no matter the measurement in time, life is good. To learn more about Peace Pilgrim, go to www.peacepilgrim.com. God bless the child. We have medicines, machines, and medical procedures that were developed because of the untimely deaths of children. We have safer automobiles, cradles, and strollers. We have food safety, toy safety, car seats, and seatbelts because of the devastating losses of children. We have stricter DUI laws and designated driving practices because of the consequences of poor choices. In the lives of our parents and grandparents, infant mortality rates were much higher. Many diseases that killed millions over the span of human history are almost non-existent today, such as bubonic plague, smallpox, and tuberculosis. Industries used to pollute our water and air without care, but not without consequences. These consequences led to activism, and activism led to new laws, and these laws have made a huge positive difference. What about the poor in Africa? What have you done? What about the poor in America? What have you done? God gave us each other. No one has to go hungry tonight. No one has to fear for their safety tonight. Instead of looking for the pockets of poverty and illnesses that appear here and there, see the abundance of health and wealth in the world, and do your part in loving your neighbor and God as thyself. You are the boss of your thoughts. Hire the good ones, fire the bad ones. The thought sown in anger is a sour seed indeed. You allow your thoughts to be mostly negative or positive. You owe yourself a greater allowance. Your thoughts open the corresponding door. Put one thought in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking through the door of your dream. Your reward is the consequence of what you have thought. Think, I'm going to need a bigger bow. Imagine that new car, new house, or new girlfriend wrapped in a great big red ribbon. Just beyond the scene is the thing we all seek, shaping the invisible with the thoughts we think. You are the conductor. You become what you believe, but few believe what they've become. You can change what you've become by changing what you believe. The most important life you can change for the better is your own, and in doing so, you can change the world. Did I just write that? Not really. My divinity did. Yes, I am the writer, the pen, the instrument, but the words are authored by my inherent inner divinity, as is most of the book. I am being divinely directed and used to fulfill divine purpose and my promise. If divinity can do this through me, what miracles can be made manifest through you? The thought should excite you. It does me. Leaving Las Vegas. In April 2007, I was flown out west by 2 radio companies to interview for programming positions. One was in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. The other was a place I had never heard of, Tri-Cities, Washington. Guess which one I went to first? Las Vegas is everything you think it is and more. Bright lights, big city. I interviewed for the job, thought for sure I had the gig, spent another day imagining what it would be like to live there, and came back home. I waited for the phone to ring and the offer to come. It didn't. Soon I learned that another fellow with a couple of larger radio markets on his resume got the position instead. I congratulated him and took the flight to Pasco, Washington. The family's interest in Pasco, beyond the job, was Tri-Cities Prep High School. It is a very small, faith-based parochial school. The high school was less than a decade old in 2007. It had one hallway and fewer than a dozen rooms. The school's football team played the 8-man version, so I thought that might be a good way to get Daniel to play sports and be a part of the social circle. And it had a rock band, a school of rock. How cool is that? The entire enrollment was 131 students. I took the job, and Daniel became pupil 132. In Daniel's freshman year, he did indeed play football. There were fewer than 20 kids on the team, so he got to play in the very first game. He played most of the second half on the defensive line. He immediately picked up the nickname Danimal. I would like to tell you that Daniel became a football star. No, but he did become a bit of a folk hero from that night on. The kids rallied around him to make him feel at ease and at home. Eventually, they saw how smart he was in the classroom and marveled at his skills on the video game Guitar Hero and his performances with the No Name Band. You can heal your life. Meanwhile, I got a Netflix subscription and ordered a Louise Hay movie, You Can Heal Your Life. That was also the title of her best-selling book from the 1980s. I always thought it would be cool to attend a church that taught peace, love, and understanding. I was even thinking about starting one myself when, while watching You Can Heal Your Life, Louise referenced taking 3 years of spiritual classes, eventually leading her to a life of service, authorship, and her own publishing company. I immediately searched her bio on the internet and found that she had been a Science of Mind minister. This was the church founded by Ernest Holmes, who is often quoted by those who teach the law of attraction. I then looked for the nearest church, and wouldn't you know, there was one in Tri-Cities, no more than 5 miles from our house. I told my wife I had found a church that might meet my needs, told her the name, and then she pulled out of her purse a newspaper ad for the center that she'd clipped and saved. Seems I was going to the Center for Spiritual Living that Sunday morning one way or the other. At the first service, the pianist played John Lennon's Imagine and later Elton John's Your Song. We held hands, hugged, learned about how thoughts determine the level of love and peace you experience, and had some cookies and coffee. I had found a home. I have taken every Science of Mind class offered at our center over the last 3 years. I am on level 3 of 4 as of this writing and on my way to becoming a licensed practitioner of healing and possibly, in time, an ordained minister. In Las Vegas, the general manager I had interviewed with was terminated, and the program director they hired instead of me was let go shortly thereafter. The law of attraction put me in the right place at the right time. My desires and associated vibrations were first and foremost those emanating from the point of providing my son with a welcoming, happy, and secure place where he could live and learn. That was the Tri-Cities and Tri-Cities Prep. Everything desires unity with its creator. A harvest of thoughts finds its originator, along with the orphaned dreams of doubt. I found a place that has led me to a more enlightened spiritual awareness, as well as a new career as an author and healer. If my intentions had been solely to feed my ego, work in the bright light big city atmosphere of Las Vegas with commensurate salary, I'm sure I would have landed that job and been out of it in less than a year. I don't believe that we will always live in Pasco, but the Tri-Cities have been very good to us. I am open to wherever God wants me next. My will is divine will. Put God and family first and watch divine attractions unfold when you accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. What you see sees you. What you recognize recognizes you. You and the thing you hold dear draw near. Chapter 34. Divine Reflections. Expand your view, and you'll see the good that not only exists, but is taking form. It is God's view. Close your eyes and see. We need time to process before we can progress. Take time for reflection. For most of my professional life, I have been using audio and video equipment that has a pause button. In the radio business, we used to use reel-to-reel players and cassette recorders. Now it is all digital equipment, but they still have pause buttons. The pause button is used to suspend the moment, reflect on what you just did, and decide what you are going to record next. As human beings, it is important to pause and reflect. The law of life is a reflection that mirrors our imagination. There is a difference between what truth is and what a so-called fact is. It was a fact that people did not fly in airplanes prior to the Wright brothers, but it was not true that humans could not fly in machines. They always could, but it took the belief, commitment, and passion of the brothers Wright to manifest this truth. When a person says something about you that you deem negative, remember it simply may not be true. We are often mistaken. We perceive slights that are more reflective of our own state of mind than of the person in question. That is one reason to press pause and reflect. Getting upset about something you think you heard or think you know is simply thoughtless. Pause and reflect when you perceive something is amiss. Anger won't make it better anyway. Angry? You've just made what made you mad your master. Don't be a slave to your emotions. I speak from experience. When you have a built-in expectation that a person, especially one in a position of authority, is eventually going to find fault with you or your performance, guess what happens? Either they do, or you simply think they do as you press play on the reruns of your life. Pause and reflect. Erase old thought patterns that contribute to self-sabotage. Let me share a secret. People are not out to get you. They are usually too tied up with their own real or imagined dramas to spend a whole lot of time on you. God is with you. God is your partner and protection. Be at ease knowing that God is with you. So who could possibly be against you, except yourself? If someone disagrees with you, allow him to have his perceptions. As you allow, others will make allowances for your perceptions. Pause and reflect. Put time and space in between the hearing of a negative and your reaction. A proactive life is a life of choice. A reactive life is a life of manipulation. As Dr. Wayne Dyer says, pull your own strings. There is almost always something more to the story. Pause and reflect. Smile. Own the moment. See the lesson or gift. Have a laugh. Be as quick to offer forgiveness as you would have desired forgiveness had you been the one who got it wrong. What is most important after all? To be right or be happy? Pause, reflect, and relax. Be introspective. Speak from the peace that is God that resides in you, your divinity. Play that funky music. I got a job programming radio station WZMM in 1989. I had been performing primarily as an air personality between 1987 and 1989, and I wanted to get back to creating great radio stations as a program director. I had worked in Wheeling briefly in 1986 as an overnight personality at the same station. I thought it would be cool to return to a station I once worked for, only this time as the boss. During my first week on the job, I saw a fellow hanging out in one of the studios. He looked familiar, although I couldn't place the face. I mentioned this to an employee in the hallway who said, "Oh, you probably have seen him before on the Midnight Special. Maybe Dinah Shore. That's Rob Parisi of the group Wild Cherry." I couldn't believe it. The guy who created one of the biggest #1 hits in Top 40 history, Play That Funky Music, was one of my weekend air personalities. I won the Wild Cherry album from WCOL in 1976. They were spinning Play That Funky Music months before the rest of the country caught on. Wild Cherry was a group of musicians from the Steubenville, Ohio area, also home to Dean Martin. In the early 1970s, Rob Parisi had been close to success with his band, but like most who venture into show business, he set aside those rock and roll dreams after a few years for the security of a steady paycheck, managing a local steakhouse. Knowing Rob as I do, it is no surprise that he gave up grilling sizzling steaks to return to his musical chops. This was 1975. Rob was a rocker, but his band was playing some of the dance clubs that had been popping up since disco made its way across the country out of New York City. The danceable soul music was dubbed disco because clubs that played mostly dance music were called discotheques. The origin of the phrase, "Play that funky music, white boy," is interesting. Here's Rob's recollection. The phrase was first uttered by the drummer, Ron Beidel, in the dressing room of a disco where we were playing in Pittsburgh during a meeting I was having with the band about our having to do more dance music than rock if we wanted to survive and keep working. At the time, there were some nice black people who used to come to dance there and would always come up to the stage and say, "Hey, you white boys gonna play some funky music?" The guys were reluctant about the change I was suggesting, and finally Ron spoke up and said, "Well, it's like they're saying out there, play that funky music, white boys." I walked out of there, grabbed the pad they write drink orders on from the bar, borrowed a pen from the bartender, and had the first 2 verses written before I got back to the stage. I wrote the last verse on the way home with the light on in the back seat. Play That Funky Music was certified platinum for sales of over 2 million. Wild Cherry was named 1976 Best Pop Group of the Year by Billboard magazine, received an American Music Award for Best R&B Single of the Year, and 2 Grammy nominations for Best New Vocal Group and Best R&B Performance by a Group or Duo as well. Play That Funky Music is the 73rd biggest hit in the history of popular music, according to Billboard. America was celebrating its bicentennial in 1976 by getting funky with its bad self, thanks to Wild Cherry. Hold on. I spent an hour talking to Rob about those hit music days and the times that followed. There were recollections of private jets and Superdome performances in front of 70,000 cheering fans. There were 4 albums, tours, conflicts, ridiculous money, and as often happens, it was all over before Jimmy and Rosalind went back to Plains, Georgia. By 1980, disco, as we knew it, was dead, and Wild Cherry was too. Rob did some collaborative work with blue-eyed soul singer Bobby What You Won't Do for Love Caldwell, and produced the B-side of Gary U.S. Bond's hit single This Little Girl, eventually returning to his home in Mingo Junction, Ohio in 1982. Rob was very humble about the fame and notoriety, but was focused on his new career of being a radio DJ. Rob's house caught fire, and he still managed to make his weekend radio show on time. I was impressed. Rob has a rich voice with a lot of character. He's a character. He has a great sense of humor and is quick on his feet. I thought he'd make a great addition to the morning show Denise and I were going to do. Rob accepted the invitation. Snap, crackle, and pop. The first few months of doing the radio show as The Breakfast Flakes went well. We were laughing our butts off. We were having a great time and assumed the audience was too. The calls into the show were very supportive, and I thought we were on our way to great success. From time to time, I would mention Wild Cherry and play that funky music on the show. It was part of the cachet that Rob brought to the show. It would have been strange not to. There are not many radio air personalities who have written a contemporary music classic. Rob didn't like it when I did. Mixed emotions. As I recall, the play that funky music phenomenon had been a mixed blessing for Rob Parisi. As a radio programmer, I can't count the number of times I have spoken with music artists about the horror stories of being on a major record label. Music labels are notorious for doing deals that stack the deck in their own favor. The most noteworthy and questionable practice is charging the artists for the promotion of the label's product. Remember, a record label buys the work and owns it. The cost of the promotion and advertising of a product should be the onus on the entity that is going to reap the greatest profit from its sales. The artist gets only a few cents for every song, CD, MP3, LP, etc. sold, historically speaking. The creator of the music makes most of their money from radio airplay, if they've written the hits, and touring. The lady wants your money. I do not know what kind of record deal Wild Cherry had. It doesn't surprise me, however, following the mega success of the debut album and its less successful follow-ups. When all was said and done, Rob was in the color of those juicy lips that adorned the covers of those famous Wild Cherry albums. Blood red. Rob told me once that the money he owed the IRS was so large that he'd never get out from under it. I wondered to myself that he was probably doing radio mostly to get back at the IRS. Rob was making $6 an hour. The impression I got from Rob was that the Play That Funky Music experience and the aftermath were bittersweet. As he had done 15 years before when he temporarily managed a steakhouse, Rob had moved on and was trying his hand at doing something different. He wanted to be judged on the quality of his work, this time in radio. Whenever I referenced Wild Cherry on air, it was always out of endearment for Rob's contribution to my childhood. I wore that record out. I would be happy when I saw yet another compilation CD with Play That Funky Music on it at the record store. I would share that good news with him, but it seemed to hit Rob in the solar plexus. This led to a falling out that ultimately resulted in my leaving WZMM. Denise and I moved over to WKWK and spent the next 10 years as happy as could be. Rob continued to work at WZMM for a while longer, and then lightning struck. Nice Baby. Robert Matthew Van Winkle, better known as Vanilla Ice, released a song called Ice Ice Baby in 1990, a song that borrowed the familiar bass line of Queen's Under Pressure on a hip-hop album called To the Extreme. It sold 11 million copies. On the album was also a song called Play That Funky Music, which also borrowed heavily from Parisi's song of the same name, although Rob wasn't credited. In short order, Rob Parisi won a $500,000 lawsuit. The 1990s were very, very good to those with a vested interest in Play That Funky Music. More and more compilation CDs marketing to the tail end of the baby boomer generation who grew up in the 1970s included the track. Several movies used it in their soundtracks, including Evolution in 2001 and The New Guy in 2002. Savvy marketers knew Play That Funky Music spoke to people from my era, and younger folks were digging on our nostalgia as well. Intel used it in their advertising of the MMX line of processors. Craig Kilborn used it for 5 years as the opening theme for his CBS Late Late Show. Taylor Hicks sang Play That Funky Music the week before he won American Idol in 2006, and 2009 Idol runner-up Adam Lambert performed it as well. Starting all over again. While writing this book, I found Rob Parisi on Facebook. Considering how our relationship soured and ended badly, I wasn't sure if he'd accept my friending. He did. I found out that, in addition to living happily in South Florida, he is also composing and recording a type of music that is a true expression of his heart, smooth jazz. You can visit Rob at www.robparisi.com. I sensed through Rob's Facebook updates that he was enjoying life, and I thought his story would work well in this book. I needed a story for the Divine Reflections chapter, and here is Rob's response to my inquiry. Anything to help people with humanity and relationships, I'm all for, as I'm sure you know. I not only got out of all those problems you mentioned, but I made a religious vow to myself to never be that much of a jerk again. Thus, I've made very good moves and investments as a result and was truly blessed to have a second chance to rectify. Sometimes you're your own worst enemy, and I truly was my own at one time. I had major IRS debt, and I owed money to my record company for all of Wild Cherry's debt, as they were taking all my personal royalties they could get hold of that came in against what was owed. As that song exploded again into what's now one of the biggest songs of all time, I methodically paid off all my debts and started to invest. I lived on my own from 1990 up until a few years ago when I met my fiancée. We live between a home here in Tampa and a beach home in St. Petersburg where we spend long weekends. Life is very good and secure at this point, and I'm very lucky and grateful for the second chance to turn it around. For 22 years, I did not know why Rob got so angry at me when I referenced Wild Cherry and played that funky music on the morning radio show. I know now that it was a reminder to him that he wasn't going to be seeing any of those royalties, as it stood in 1989, because of the debt mentioned above. I'm thrilled that Rob is experiencing divine new beginnings through divine reflections. One more note about Rob and our relationship. He was the first person who told me the truth of my propensity to self-sabotage. At the time he shared that with me, I was hurt and confused. He saw where I was tripping myself up, shooting myself in the foot. As Rob mentioned, he was his own worst enemy. We are all our own worst enemies when we fail to recognize, embrace, and accept the truth of our inherent divinity. You can't show people you care if you don't stop talking long enough for them to share. As someone who works with audio recorders, I can tell you I am able to erase mistakes and or rewind tracks. In life, it is much harder to rewind or erase words and emotions once they have been expressed. The universe moves and creates based on your vibrations, which come from your beliefs, actions, and reactions. Pressing your internal pause button will give you a chance to stay on the right track instead of throwing a verbal punch that could change the entire trajectory of your life. Whether you are pausing a moment or your life, take time to reflect and listen to the within. Accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Nothing you have ever said or done out of ignorance changes the fact of who you eternally are. Chapter 35. Divine Belief. I don't want to be told what you believe. I want to behold what you believe. What you believe about God is what you believe about yourself. If you believe God is unlimited, then you'll act accordingly. God doesn't tiptoe through the tulips, so why should you? Believe others are as unlimited as you, because what you desire will probably be delivered by another. Remember, life is a gift exchange, and you are God's best idea. Everything that has ever been done began with belief. Your beliefs influence your feelings that turn into emotions that result in action or inaction. It takes just as much energy to believe you can as it does to believe you can't. The really cool thing is that positive thoughts have so much more power behind them. A positive belief backed by a positive thought matches the nature of God, which is expression and expansion. Life is as complicated as Play-Doh and just as fun. Life takes the shape of our beliefs, intentions, and just a little emotion. You may not know as much as you believe, which is why you should always believe more than you know. Go beyond your uncertainty, and you'll find the things that are certain. Set a date for what you contemplate, and you'll find that it is never too late. The universe is always on time. It is just as important that you not believe in the illusions that are present. I believe we touched upon this earlier. The best thing anyone can do who believes he is inside an impoverished situation is to become disillusioned as quickly as possible. Believe in God. Believe that God is in. Believe and accept your divinity and express accordingly. As I have been writing this book, from time to time, old thought patterns that were impressed upon me as a child pop up like a latent virus. The devil, or as I call him, doubt, is a liar. Great realizations begin with great pretensions. Was Marilyn Monroe really the sexiest woman on the face of the earth in the 1950s? She thought she was, and more importantly, acted like she was. Most people decided to believe in her pretension. The word pretension gets a lousy rap. It can mean false claim, but it is also defined as an assertion of importance, aspiration, declaration, and title. Why not assert your importance? You are as important as anyone else, or you wouldn't be here. Why not declare your title as a divine child of God? You already are as important as they come. Do you think anyone is going to care if you add lesser titles like CEO or superstar to your resume? Danimal. When my son Daniel was contemplating playing on the Tri-Cities Prep football team as a freshman, he was very hesitant. We all knew that Dan was not going to make his living playing football. I did believe, however, that being on the team that first year would be socially helpful. You get credit for trying at that age. Kids rally around students who step out and do something that doesn't come easy for them. I asked Daniel to go beyond his uncertainty. I told him it didn't matter if he got to play. I suggested that he would be embraced by the student body by giving it a go. He did. In the first game of the 2007 season, the TC Prep football team was way out in front of their opponent. In the second half, Coach Dan Wissett played the second and third team players. There were only 20 kids on the entire squad. Daniel played on the defensive line the whole second half. He was out there, going beyond his belief, chasing after running backs with the encouragement of his teammates and cheers of the crowd. He was so tenacious in his attempts to tackle players that he was given the nickname Danimal. Daniel decided not to play ball after that year. He said he needed to concentrate on his academics. Smart kid. The legend he created by going beyond his uncertainty has positively followed him through the rest of his high school years, as he has tackled parts in no less than 3 Shakespeare plays, and as a junior, he and the No Name Band performed the entire Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon album for an appreciative audience. Daniel expresses his divinity in so many wonderful ways. It took me 49 years to find and express my divinity fully. I had to stumble and fumble my way to the light. Everyone must find God for himself. I meditate regularly listening to God. It is said that when we pray, we are talking to God. When we meditate, we are listening for God. I just realized you can interpret that last sentence in 2 ways. We listen for God, and we listen for God. God is doing things through us that God could not do through the eyes of the eagle or the heart of the lion. God is doing things through you that are different than the things God is doing through me. You see how necessary you are. You are God's best idea. I know that there is more to know, but the truth of our divinity is worth sharing now. This book is not meant to be an exhaustive study of spirit and metaphysics. When I was filling out the publisher's submission form, it asked what category this book should be filed under. I could only choose one. Among the choices were inspiration, philosophy, religion, spirituality, science, self-improvement, new thought, and 20 more. This book is about all of the aforementioned and more. This is an exercise in the truth of divinity, getting in touch with it with a capital I, and letting it, with a capital I, express through you, for you, and me. We didn't get all of the Beatles' divinity with the first album or 2, but it sure was divine. Yeah. Be open to revelation. Be open at the top. In the meantime, let your divine belief shine brightly now. That's my job. Donald, my father, never said much about his past. The stories I have are the ones I observed firsthand or those shared by those who knew him. He was one of 2 children my grandparents, Paul and Elsie, had. The first boy died before my dad was born. Mom says Dad's father rode him hard, made him accomplish twice as much. He earned his engineering degree and began building his family. Dad was good at designing and building things. That was his job. He designed and built our first house in Belleville. He worked for years as an engineer for truck manufacturing companies in Illinois and then in Ohio. The family lived in the house my father built until 1964. There had been an issue of disrespect at Dad's plant, so he took his skills and pride to a new job in Columbus. This was an idea my mother didn't like and never really got over. In 1972, my father built his own company. There was only one story my father regularly told. It was the one where he went to the doctor regarding an ulcer. The doctor told him he needed to reduce his stress levels or he was going to die a very young man. He took the doc's advice and began drinking regularly from that point forward. That was my dad. The thing I remember most about my father in my early years is that I don't remember him. There was a birthday party and Dad was sitting in a chair, acting very uninterested, considering that it was his party. I looked up and clearly saw his face for the first time. I asked him how old he was. He answered 36. I was 6. My father took a great interest in the sports my older brothers played. He took them hunting, father and son things. He'd take me along to see Dennis and David wrestle. When I played Little League, he did come to one game. I didn't pitch well that day. I think my dad was all fathered out by the time it was my turn. He did take an interest in my younger sister Dana's cross-country activities. I know I've gone to just about everything my son has been in. Something tells me Daniel wishes I hadn't. Life really is the way you look at it. Whether a parent is absent or overbearing, the child chooses to label what was by comparing what wasn't. Does that make sense? I'm sure my son Daniel will always wonder what it would have been like to have had other brothers and sisters, just like I wondered what it would have been like to have been an only child. We are family. I truly believe my father's goal was to build the very best life he possibly could for his family. He believed in family and wanted the big family that neither he nor mother experienced growing up. I got the impression that his purpose in life was to build our lives. I never heard him complain about not being able to do anything because of us kids. Mom and Dad went to Hawaii in 1974 and toured the East Coast a few years later. That was the extent of their vacations. This satisfied my father. Donald Eugene Holzmeyer's legacy is not in his accomplishments. They're in the accomplishments of his family. Is this the way of divinity? God's idea too? I believe Dad knew and understood that the manifestations of his gifts would be seen and experienced well after his transition, which is why he worked and lived so hard, passing at 55. Life is measured by the love we leave. Live your bliss. Just believe. My father was never interested in the past. He believed in the present and its potential. He believed in the love of family. There is no question he gave us his divinity, which in part is expressed through my divinity, which you hold in your hands. And it helps you, someone my father never knew, live the undeniable life. The person who thinks he is smarter than he is smarter than you thought. Chapter 36. Divine Faith. When you wish upon a star, you remain exactly where you are. When you know who you are, you go anywhere you wish. Doubt is the hesitation that disheartens the angels. When you live a life of faith, there is far less room for fear. Fear is the opposite of love. The raised voice or fist speaks from fear, not faith. Doubt is why we never heard the beautiful voice of Susan Boyle until 2009. Doubt contributed to the silencing of Karen Carpenter's voice in 1982. Let's put doubt out forever. As I mentioned in earlier chapters, who cares whether this time or next time you will reach your goal or fulfill your dream? The journey is just as important as the destination. As long as you have stepped off the hamster wheel that goes nowhere onto the path that unfolds from your inner divinity, you will arrive at your purpose, your promise, your divine reason for being. I know what it is like to experience doubt without the recognition of inherent divinity. It is a dark and lonely place, but the light is on. It is always on, anticipating your acceptance, ready to illuminate the way. Remember who you are. You are God's best idea. Fear of what's next is determined by the faith in what's now. If you are fearful of the present, how could what's next be better? The quality of your life depends on the faith in your answer to the question, what's it all about? As mentioned earlier, you show faith in the things you choose, and the things you choose faithfully show. I can tell you that life is about love. But if you choose another answer, that life is about fear, lack, attack, illness, and desperation, then that is what you have shown faith in, and it will be the way you believe. Hope and faith are the casings of truth, while doubt and despair hastens decline and decay. Some suggest our brains are hardwired to think and react negatively, hearkening back to the days when our ancestors were far less likely to make it out of adolescence. We were dying from many diseases, all the while developing the immunity our bodies enjoy today. Danger lurked around every corner in the forms of tribal warfare, drought, famine, predator wildlife, and community conflict. What was true then, as it is today, you are far more likely to be harmed by someone you know, even live with, than a so-called stranger. Whoomp, there it is. Faith in one good idea is worth more than doubt in 100 great ones. Doubt is the digging up of the seed sown. You had enough faith to sow the seed of your idea, but doubt dug it up. Follow through. Dreams are not meant to be followed. They are meant to be followed through. You can be your perfect weight, find your perfect job, live your perfect life, sprinkled with the imperfections which make it all the more perfect when you believe in the truth of your divinity. Some people will spend a lot of time trying to pry you away from your faith instead of loving and living theirs. My love of the colors orange, red, or blue doesn't diminish your acceptance of green, brown, or yellow. Your divinity doesn't belong to a political party. Your divinity doesn't belong to a particular religious denomination. When sharing your faith, do so as an addition to, not a subtraction from, the belief of another. And I am not just referring to church affiliation. There are good folks who are simply more familiar with poverty. They show faith in appearances, which doesn't require faith at all. What you label your divinity is no concern of mine. Just embrace it and express it. Expressions of divinity will always be of love, peace, joy, and understanding. Anything less than this is a misrepresentation of the divine. I believe God is good. There is lots of evidence God is good. My faith, therefore, is that God is good. Anything presented to me that suggests God is not good, not kind, not loving, not peaceful, not perfect, whole, and complete, I reject. This affords me the opportunity to live a love-filled and faith-filled life as opposed to a fearful one. A little bit of soul. If you ever find yourself confused by religious terms like divinity, spirit, and soul, you're not alone. The answers vary. Whenever I am referring to divinity or divine, I am writing about the peace of God that resides in you and seeks expression for the benefit of mankind. Spirit is the self-conscious universe. As Ernest Holmes writes, Spirit is the Father, Mother, God because it, with a capital I, is the principle of unity back of all things. I have seen soul defined in many ways. In my practice, soul is the creative medium of spirit. Soul is subjective. Soul is reflective. I'm sure you have heard the phrase dark night of the soul. It comes from a poem written by the 16th century poet and Roman Catholic mystic St. John of the Cross. The dark night of the soul is often referred to as the troubled or trying times in the life of the spiritual seeker. In the papers of Mother Teresa of Calcutta, she says her dark night of the soul started in 1948, and lasted through the time of her death in 1997. However you define soul, I can tell you without reservation that you are not meant to suffer. Soul may stir within and desire to express itself, and by doing so cause unsettling feelings. But these discomforts, however they present themselves, are only taps on the shoulder. The sting of the bee is meant to create respect for this being, not to keep you from its honey. I don't believe a child of God is designed for or meant to suffer unnecessarily. The passing of our parents and other loved ones contains enough pain and sorrow. God is present and within. God does not need you to suffer and sacrifice for God's sake. God needs you for divine expression. Self-imposed pain and suffering will last until you decide you have had enough of it. All human suffering comes from believing we are less than we are. That is not to say that in service to others, you may delay or forego the lavishness of normal life, but that is not suffering. It is choosing to love others in a dedicated and committed way. Soul deep. My suffering was unnecessary, yet at the same time, this book is the result of it. That may sound contradictory, and maybe it is. I would have much rather been told and shown I was divine, loved, and the beloved. No one should have to go through so much hell that he or she contemplates suicide to escape it in order to cleanse the soul and gain favor from a jealous God out there somewhere. By the way, jealous can be defined as protective and watchful, which is a positive attribute. There are also Bible translations where jealous is read zealous. A zealous God would be an interested God who is enthusiastic about us. That's my God. I believe there has been enough suffering. There doesn't need to be any more hunger and hopelessness. The message has been received. The beginning of love marks the end of suffering. If your soul is aching, it is because you do not love yourself. And if you do not love yourself, you are not fully loving God and your brother. The miracle, as I have shared previously, is you can use the love of God to love yourself, your neighbor, and God. You are God's best idea. Faith. My mother, Joan Faith Sanford, was born March 2nd, 1932. Her family resided in East St. Louis, Illinois. They were poor. The 1937 flood that caused over $500 million in 1937 dollars in property damages and left 1 million people homeless and 385 dead also made the Sanfords poorer. Mother was an only child, and neither her mother nor father was known for displays of affection. She never saw her father shed a tear or show her any affection until the day he gave her away to my dad. She surmised he never got close to her because he'd lost one boy already, and he couldn't stand the idea of losing another child. 8 is enough. My parents met, married, and began a family. This was 1950. My sister Donna, the oldest sibling, came along in 1951, followed by Dennis, David, Doris, and Diane in succession. There was a miscarriage of twins between Diane and me, then came Drew, and then Dana. There were 8 children in 16 years. My mother, because of her height, nearly 6 feet tall, size, and 9 pregnancies, developed a very bad back. The family once spent a day at a museum in Chicago where she had to carry me around, something to do with stairs and strollers. That night, her back locked up. She spent several days in traction at a hospital. In 1968, she had back surgery that left a huge scar from the back of her neck down. My mother was often in pain. 9 to 5. Joan went into the workforce in the late 1960s, as many former housewives did as inflation increased, and continued to work until she was into her early 70s. She raised 8 children, all of whom have had personal and professional successes. She managed to stay on her feet during an often tumultuous 35-year marriage to my alcoholic father. Following his sudden passing in 1986, She remarried a few years later to a man who offered her companionship, but in few ways resembled our father. My mom, like so many other women of her era and faith, married and started families shortly after high school. Having children, and lots of them, were the directives of the church. You should be directed by your inner divinity. There were times in our childhood when Mom would lament, "I could have been somebody." Saint Joan. My father would often call my mother Saint Joan, and not always affectionately. The truth is, she was a saint. I have never known another woman who did as much as she did, loving little of it. It isn't something I would recommend, but by God, literally, she raised 8 children with all of the normal childhood dramas and traumas. There was Dennis's cancer scare, my pneumonia. There were tonsil, appendix, and gallbladder surgeries. There were car accidents, cavities, broken bones, and broken hearts. We were all blind as bats. There were sibling rivalries, yelling, screaming, and cursing. There were thousands of meals, diapers, runny noses, barking dogs, and flea-infested cats. There were good and bad grades, science projects and ball games, football, baseball, softball, and wrestling. There were clothes, tons of smelly clothes, and she washed most of them. There were dirty rooms, dishes, and magazines. There were plays and concerts, Boy Scouts, Brownies, Bluebirds, and Cub Scouts. There were blasting radios and stereos and televisions, oh my. My mother would complain about money and finances all the time. There were the constantly rising expenses. The food, the clothes, the cars, the repairs, the doctors, the dentists, the schools, the birthdays, and Christmas. There were tornado warnings, ice storms, and blizzards. There were the celebrations, 8 births, 9 weddings, and a funeral. Beginnings and endings, tears of joy and heartache, life. Saint Joan went through it all for all of us. I choose to remember the mother who took me on a bus to Mount Carmel Hospital for my speech therapy, stopping for a grilled cheese sandwich, fries, and a chocolate milkshake before we came home. I choose to remember the mama who was the best cook in the entire world. You've never eaten cheesecake the way my mom makes it. I choose to remember the mother who picked up my albums from WCOL, all 100 of them. I remember the friend who would watch Merv Griffin with me and tell me who Frankie Lane was, while I tried to explain to her what the Village People were. I remember the wife who praised and even worshipped her brilliant husband while he sat on a kitchen chair in a drunken stupor. I remember a mother who watched and applauded her children while simultaneously imagining it was her on that stage. Dear Mother, the angels in heaven have been applauding you all along. You heard them in the baby cry, the toddler sigh, the backyard brawl, and the late night call. You are somebody divine, somebody extraordinarily necessary. You could have been a shooting star, but you chose to be our blessed mother. Even if you didn't love every minute of it, we love you for it. You put your faith in your faith. You lived the life that was suggested, if not expected. Only faith could have put you on that path, and only faith could have brought you through it. Thank you for being the somebody we needed. You are God's best idea. You've embodied divine acceptance, accepting the call of divine faith to live and give us the opportunity to live the undeniable life. Faith is the instrument in which all of divine imagination takes form. Chapter 37. Divine Light. Loving the unlovable and forgiving the unforgivable is the light that illuminates your hour of darkness. When negativity knocks, It may be the cry of a lost soul looking for directions. In the previous chapter, I wrote about the soul. Our souls will do whatever they need to do in order to be cared for, according to Thomas More's book, Care of the Soul. It may very well be the aching of our souls that leads us to the discovery of our inner divinity. A troubled person who shows up on your front porch, figuratively or literally, might be there because you are the light of positivity that has acted as a beacon for her. Isn't this a wonderful idea? Maybe you came to this book lost, seeking light and an affirmation of worthiness and divinity, and you have accepted it, and soon, if not already, your inner light, your divinity, can help another. I find over and over again that people just want to love. They want to serve and help. Accepting that you are God's best idea and that you are needed just as much as anyone is usually very comforting. 1,000 lightless candles are illuminated by the Enlightened One. This book has mostly been about you. You need to be self-centered enough so your inner light can be seen by all who seek light. It is why you are here. Shine. This is the way of the enlightened. It is the way of Christ's consciousness. We are here for each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here at all. Even in the Dickens classic A Christmas Carol, Ebenezer Scrooge had not always been sour and stingy. He loved and cared for his sister, fiancé, and friends. These divine rays of light and love from his divinity were the seeds of illumination he sees on the night of his rebirth. Feed the hungry, clothe the naked, shelter the homeless, visit the imprisoned. We have all donated money to charities that feed, clothe, and house the underprivileged. How many of us have actually gone to the local jails and prisons and shined a light of divinity into the broken hearts of the incarcerated? Jailhouse Rock. When I was living and working in Wheeling, I was invited to tour the infamous state penitentiary in Moundsville. Originally built in 1876, it was closed in 1995. The prison was built using prison labor. The conditions at the West Virginia Penitentiary were so bad that the United States Department of Justice placed it on its list of top 10 most violent correctional facilities. In 1983, Charles Manson requested that he be transferred to the facility. During the mid-1980s, because of disintegrating plumbing and insects, disease was rampant at the West Virginia State Penitentiary. A New Year's Day riot in 1986 resulted in the mutilation deaths of several inmates, which made national headlines. 94 men were executed there, most by hanging, 9 by the electric chair. My tour was arranged by a prison official who wanted to keep the penitentiary open. In 1986, the West Virginia Supreme Court had ruled that the 5x7 cells were cruel and unusual punishment. My tour guide wanted me to see for myself that the penitentiary was just fine, at least for the kind of persons who were imprisoned there. Don't be cruel. The exploration was enlightening. The cells were indeed small. Some of the cells were covered almost completely with only a small slit near the bottom through which food was passed. It was a low-tech version of what you saw in the movie Silence of the Lambs. I was proudly shown the razor wire atop the walls of this fortress. I was taken to the area where prisoners were making license plates. One fellow looked like Elvis, with his pompadour hairdo and cold, gray, lifeless eyes that said, "You better move along, boy. You don't belong here among the living dead." Near the end of the tour, my guide showed me Old Sparky, the electric chair that was used to execute 9 people from 1949 through 1965. It replaced the less humane way of killing people, hanging. He opined, "We don't use Old Sparky anymore," as if that made all the other inhumanity I'd been gleefully introduced to meritorious. I'm sure the prison official wasn't thrilled when the next day on my morning radio show, I wholeheartedly endorsed the long overdue closing of this hell on earth. This was, after all, 1995, nearly a decade after the courts had ruled that inmates were being subjected to cruel and unusual punishment there. Redemption Song. Our penal institutions are filled with people who were never introduced to the idea of an inherent worthiness called divinity. Our prisons and penitentiaries are inhabited by the poor, the impoverished of spirit and mind, and the mentally ill. We put them away, often to brood and stew until they are released back into society more dangerous than they were when they went in. I understand the necessity of jails and prisons. Separating violent people from the general population is correct. But how many of these institutions truly qualify as correctional facilities? Of the instructions that Jesus shares through the gospel according to Matthew, visiting our brothers in prison is, however daunting it may seem, among the least things we can do. These are the persons who most need to know that, despite the circumstances of their incarceration, they are still God's best idea. They are inherently divine. In Seattle, the Center for Spiritual Living has a prison ministry. Their mission statement is the following: the prison ministry is committed to making the world a better place by working with men and women who are incarcerated or have returned from prison, along with their families and friends. We honor the sacred in all life. No matter what your denomination or practicing faith is, most likely they have a prison ministry. Participate in it. And when you get the chance, look one of these divine children in the eyes and say, "You are God's best idea." As you do, it is done. Every light illuminates. The light of your divinity can be the difference. Light a way home. If you go into the darkness to fight darkness with more darkness, it's going to be awfully hard to see. We must live consciously aware that in the moment of incivility, we are called upon to be the civil ones. If we are not aware, we can forget our divinity and join in the noise, the anger, and the ugliness, which is not representative of our Creator. If you are going to join in the noise, make it a joyful noise. Do all things with and through love. The lost souls who cry in the night have come to you this time, because it is you who can show them that the light in you they have recognized is also within them. This is what it is all about. It is telling a friend or a stranger that everything is all right now. Light a way home. Take me home. Denise's mother, Rose, visited us in Rockford in May 2004. We'd bought a beautiful house in a great neighborhood. She stayed in the spare room. Rose lived in Columbus with Denise's brother, Dutchie. Since she was approaching 70, we asked her to consider moving in with us. She said she would at the end of the summer. Rose took the bus back to Columbus with plans to see her oldest daughter, Cindy, in North Carolina in early June. She made that trip as well, happy she'd spent so much time with family over the previous 2 months. The evening Rose returned from North Carolina, she suffered a heart attack. It was determined that she needed a triple bypass. Rose expressed reluctance to having the surgery. She had lived with the effects of diabetes and Graves' disease for years, and she was willing to live the rest of her days knowing that another heart attack was likely. She went through with the operation at the urging of the family. The initial procedure resulted in one valve not working properly. A second procedure fixed it, but there were other complications. The surgeon had taken a vein from her leg. Blood was not circulating in the lower extremities. Her legs began to turn blue, then black. The doctor said they had to amputate her legs to save her life. Rose was medicated during the ordeal, which now was going on 3 weeks, with tubes down her throat. There had been no communication since the first surgery. The family asked if the care providers could reduce Rose's medication enough so that the children could ask her what she wanted. Rose was clear. She was given a pad and pen and wrote, "Kill for me. Now, can I eat?" She always had a sense of humor. Her wish was to transition. She had suffered enough. Naturally, there was much discussion among the children about their mother's wishes. Was this what she really wanted? Her children wanted their mother. It mattered not to them that Mom was going to be without legs, but it mattered to Rose. Rose was taken off all the life support equipment and moved to hospice. While watching Red, White, and Boom, the giant annual fireworks display in downtown Columbus, Rose shared with Denise, "Now I can go up with the fireworks." Daniel and I arrived at the hospital from Rockford late Sunday afternoon. By this time, Rose was unconscious, breathing deeply every few seconds or so. Rose's children were there, Denise, James, Dutchie, and Cindy. They would whisper words of love and caress her hands and brow in ways that Rose surely had done when they were babes. Her breaths became labored and less frequent. Exhale. There was no audible exhale when Rosalie Ann Rudder passed, ever so peacefully, on Sunday evening, July 3rd, 2004, surrounded by earthly and heavenly angels. She had lived long enough. Her job was done. She survived the first half of her life dominated by poverty and abuse, to live the second half divinely, full of happiness, love, and joy. A life well lived is a life well loved. Rose died the way she lived, with courage and dignity. The light that triumphed over bigotry shines in the eyes of my wife and child, who brighten the lives of all they meet. All this because the girl with but one school dress was determined to show up at the ball anyway, accept her divinity, and live the undeniable life. The rose unfolds amidst the thorns, made all the more beautiful for having done so. Chapter 38. Divine Truth. Imagined wrongs occupy the average mind to the point where there is little room for the beautiful truths. God is the sweet and gentle truth that whispers from within, that gives me my words, my voice, my peace. The song of truth is sung with accompanying harmony. There is nothing quite like the sound of truth. When two or more members from one family sing together in harmony, the sound is unlike any other. The harmonics are so close that the truth of their relationship resonates to the one listening. My sister, Dana, and I would often go in a corner and sing notes close together to experience our voices harmonizing. You feel the good vibrations from head to toe. It is the sound of the Beach Boys, the Everly Brothers, and the Osmonds. You can hear it in the combined voices of people who love each other, like Simon and Garfunkel, and most notably on the Beatles' I Want to Hold Your Hand. This divine truth comes through in country music, and especially bluegrass. The family gospel groups like the Gaither Vocal Band and the Winans create a harmonic sound that is almost otherworldly. There is a beautiful unity and love that creates a vibration of truth that lifts you up. Understand that I am not speaking of any doctrinal truth or religious practice. I am writing about the only truth there is: love. Freedom outside of truth is an exercise in futility. As mentioned earlier, your level of happiness is equal to the level of truth you are living. Truth existed before there was speech and written language. Truth is obvious. Truth is love. You are participating in the great unfolding of truth. How cool is that? Truth is shared and told, never bought and sold. Humility and kindness are the vessels truth sails. Every lie we tell is a truth withheld. As I wrote earlier in the book, where I suggested you substitute the word love for God whenever you are reading something purported to be about what God desires. If love doesn't work in the passage, it isn't spiritual truth. You can also do that with the word truth. For example, using my epigrams above, humility and kindness are the vessel's love sails. Love is shared and told, never bought and sold. And the song of love is sung with accompanying harmony. Your job is to deliver truth. In doing so, truth delivers you. I use word substitution when I am reading or hearing something that is not resonating and harmonizing with truth as I know it. I know truth as God, and God is love. You have heard words like harmonizing and resonation. A vibration resonates. Put your hands up to your ears and hum a note. You can feel the vibration. Words not only vibrate, but the meanings, thoughts, and beliefs behind the words do as well. When you hear a preacher or politician speak, and you hear yourself saying, "His message doesn't resonate with me," whether you are conscious of it or not, you are making a scientific statement. Now, that doesn't mean the person isn't telling the truth. If you believe in a lie, for example, that God is not love, the truth may not resonate with you. The truth, with a capital T, may not resonate with the truth, lowercase t, you were sold or indoctrinated in. Lies travel on the highways of hate, swaying, staggering, with fingers wagging and tongues lashing, while silence trumpets truth. Truth will never satisfy one who hungers not for it. Defending what you want to believe is like defending what you want to wear. Until you live your faith, your truth is threadbare. I can always tell when somebody lacks faith in the story they are trying to get me to buy. The more peaceful and comfortable I am in the bosom of truth, that God is love and love is God, the angrier the agent gets. I love them anyway. I won't convince her by selling my truth, only by living my truth and loving life. I hear very often people using terminology such as, "I want to believe this," and "I'd like to believe that," as if they have made a choice. What you want or like to believe doesn't move the universe, only what you choose to believe. "I'd like to feel well" won't help you be well. "I wouldn't mind being wealthy" won't get you one step closer to abundance. Affirm your truth. You are well. You are abundant. You are love. You are God's best idea. Live your affections, not your resentments. I often hear people refer to what ifs. What if this and what if that? Imagining a danger around the corner or down the street, or worse, inside the house. What about the beautiful truths? I see the beauty of peace, joy, happiness, abundance, light, love, and truth. It is hard to miss unless you're not looking for it. Are the things you resent more important than the things and people you love? I find that I have all but turned the news networks off. They used to be bad enough when they were simply reporting waves of bad news that was factual. Now, some networks do nothing but specialize in convincing us the good news is bad. If you want to hear good news, be still and know that God is. It must have been the mistletoe. Earlier in the book, Divine Expectations, I told you how Denise and I met. Here's the rest of the story. In order to save money, Denise and another radio personality, Cheryl, invited me to live with them and share expenses. Minimum wage was $3.35 an hour in 1981. It was Three's Company, without the nosy neighbors and the addition of Cheryl's smelly cat, the one she wouldn't buy kitty litter for. Christmas was approaching. Denise had bought a little plastic mistletoe. For a couple of weeks, she offered up her mistletoe to everyone on the staff and puckered up. She's very friendly. I passed. I was her boss and didn't think it was appropriate. I wasn't aware at the time that a very large percentage of people simply do meet their future spouses this way. Still do. She tried again a few days later. I again said no. The week of Christmas, Cheryl went home to Terre Haute, Indiana. We were alone. Denise looks like a cross between Belinda Carlisle and Valerie Bertinelli. I was smitten from the start. It killed me to not accept her invitation to smooch via the magical mistletoe. Again, she waves it in front of me at work, and for a third time I wave her off like I was telling the lunch lady to skip the spinach. I was performing the morning show, and Denise was doing the 5 p.m. news and evening show. WXIZ was a top 40 station, just like the radio stations we both loved to listen to in Columbus, 92X and WNCI. I was a contest player, and so was she. I won most of my stuff from WCOL and 92X. She was a WNCI partisan. We found out after our relationship began that we both had won tickets to the unveiling of, at the time, the world's largest and most spectacular roller coaster, the Beast, at Kings Island near Cincinnati. We were two of the first 500 people ever to ride the now legendary coaster on April 29, 1979. I was sleeping on the couch. Once I opened my eyes and Denise was staring down at me. I closed my eyes, and when they reopened, she was gone. This was getting interesting. I bought a card for her and expressed that I was beginning to care for her a little. That was about as poetic as I got at age 20. On Christmas Eve, Denise asked me to undo the barrettes in her hair. She sat as close as she could with her back to me. They were stuck. Was this a ploy? I wondered. We wrapped some presents, and she asked for a fourth time, "Do you want to mistletoe?" Like the idiot I was, I said, "I'd rather kiss the cat." "What is wrong with me?" Denise took a shower. I sat there on that couch, knowing I was madly in love with the girl of my dreams, and I had just told her that the cat, the one who didn't have a proper litter box and crapped on the newspaper smelling up the whole apartment, was more likely to get a Christmas Eve lip lock than she. You know how people say when they have a near-death experience, they see their whole life flash before their eyes? Well, in my case, I saw my future life dissolve in vivid colored flashes. Of course, that could have been the Christmas tree lights. I had to buck up, gather my courage, embrace truth, or lose my true love. Denise was dressed and headed for the door. It was nearing 5 p.m. I swear, she actually opened the door and was walking out of my life when I blurted out, "Hey, what about the mistletoe?" She said, "I thought you'd rather kiss the cat." I replied, "Yeah, well, I changed my mind," grinning like the goof I was. I took her hesitation to call me a blockhead as an opening. I put one foot in front of the other and walked toward my Christmas angel. Our lips are sealed. I stood above Denise in the doorway. She fumbled in her coat pocket for the mistletoe. She reached as high as she could, barely above the curly mop at the top of my rather large head. I took my hand and softly cupped her chin, looked into her eyes, knowing this was the person I was going to love the rest of my life. And we kissed for a very, very, very long time. The 5 p.m. news started at about 5:10 that magical Christmas Eve, December 24th, 1981. Tupelo honey. Why is this story listed under the chapter on truth? Because I have known hundreds of couples over the years, many married ones, who end their relationship in divorce or experience perpetual problems because they are not living truth. When I listen to the litany of issues, I can't help but wonder and sometimes even say, "And you didn't know this before you married?" The reply is usually affirmative. She did know he drank, gambled, stayed out late, spent money frivolously, was a mama's boy, lacked common sense, used drugs, and couldn't hold a job. "Yeah, but he's so sweet." Everyone understands honey is sweet, but it is sticky too. How often do you mind washing your hands? You are supposed to be recognizing and unifying with the divinity in your partner, soulmates. I repeat, your level of happiness is equal to the truth you are living. A poor relationship, marital or otherwise, is simply where one or both parties are not living their truth. Through the years, Denise and I have certainly had our fair share of dips and ditches, but I have never once called her a nasty name, nor she me. She knows I watch college football on Saturdays in the fall, so I'm not going to get booed for not raking the leaves. I know that she likes network television reality shows, so I leave her alone so she can dance with the stars. This is what partners do. They love each other. Sometimes loving someone is allowing them to simply be the person you knew they were when you decided to love them in the first place. I'm going to say that again. Sometimes loving someone is allowing them to simply be the person you knew they were when you decided to love them in the first place. Don't do someone a favor by thinking you can ramp them up or down to your speed. Don't be mad at the carrot for giving you orange-colored juice when you really wanted orange juice. Denise and I agree we are God's best idea. Accept the divine truth of your and your lover's divinity and live the undeniable life. I don't know why truth is true, other than it has led me to loving you. Chapter 39, Divine Peace. When the world seems to be drowning in madness, immerse yourself in peace. The peace that resides within has never known unrest. Speak this peace. It will bring you itself. There are 100 babies in a room. 99 are sleeping, peaceful and content. One is crying. Just because you can't hear the peace doesn't mean it isn't there. Peace is always right where you leave it. Peace, joy, happiness, power, beauty, light, truth, and love, like a lost set of keys, are always right where we leave them. God is always present. God is our inherent divinity. You are inside what is inside you. You can remove your attention, thoughts, recognition, and acceptance of the divine attributes, but they never leave you. Keep the peace that is inherently yours, your divinity. You can experience living as a tug of war or a hug of peace. Stop tugging and start hugging. Attack is an admission of fear. Peace is a confession of love. I'd rather wake up every day confessing love than admitting fear. Think of the word admission or admitting. You literally welcome fear in your life when there is an absence of love. Fear cannot occupy the space that love fills. I like how that sounds. I'm going to write that again. Fear cannot occupy the space that love fills. Spirit wants me to share the following. Be very careful with ideas that suggest it is perfectly fine to embrace the darkness sometimes. It is true that while in the dark we seek light, but do you need to purposely explore the dark to appreciate light? I touched an iron one time and burned the tip of my finger. I don't need to purposely burn my finger in order to remind myself that a hot surface burns. Yes, blessings and directions come from mistakes and errors, but once you have learned the lesson from the consequence, you are not obligated to take that course again. Some might use the refresher course analogy, and I guess reading material in a book like this is a way to remind oneself of truth, but jumping off a cliff to remind yourself of the law of gravity is wholly unnecessary. Where peaceful waters flow. Beware of the idea that a bit of melancholy is good for the soul. If you have suffered from depression and have had bouts with suicidal thoughts, as I have, testing how well you are by immersing yourself in the pain of the past is not recommended. Our brains have neural pathways that are formed like grooves on a vinyl record from habitual thoughts. New thoughts, positive thoughts, enlightened ideas combined with an acceptance of divinity that lead to divine behavior create new neural pathways, new grooves that play a happier tune. Placing the needle back on the old grooves in order to experience the disharmony of darker times is dangerous. Assuming you have forgiven those who hurt you, and assuming you have forgiven yourself too, there is little need to relive the horrific events of the past, unless you are totally at peace with them and can retell those events, like I am in this book, without reliving the actual pain. There is a fine line between retelling, reliving, relishing, and then falling back into repeating negative behavior. Delight in the eternal being. Await no toll or day of ringing. Know that you can have peace, because discontent and resentment do not reside in God, and God resides in you. You are a representative of God, God's best idea, no less. Therefore, a representative of peace. Anything less is a misrepresentation. I have no time for misrepresentation. My day is full, reflecting my divinity. I have no time for anything less than the good things, the God things in life. There is so much good. Why waste your time on the bad? Watch a good movie, a good TV show. Read the good books. There are more than you could ever read. Better yet, create a good book for others to read. I did. We drink first from the chalice we prepare for others. Prepare peace. God cares about what you are for, not what you are against. Be for peace. Be for love. Be for joy. Be for light. Be the divinity you are. Be an example. Jesus was. Bad case of loving you. My wife had a protruding abdominal hernia just above her navel. In 2009, she decided to have it surgically repaired. Not all went well. The initial surgery was a success, but it took 3 times as long to wake her post-op than was typical. What was supposed to have been a 45-minute recovery took close to 3 hours. They didn't take Denise to the area where I could see her until about 5 p.m. The surgery was around 1 p.m. She was still rather groggy. The attendants told me they had trouble waking Denise from the anesthesia. She was in pain, and it was very difficult for her to move her body. Considering the nature of the operation, that was to be expected. By 6 p.m. or so, she was released. We went home. We were given instructions to keep Denise moving in order to avoid blood clots in the legs. This was problematic as the additional direction was not to move too much while the repaired area was healing. We tried our best, but it wasn't good enough. Legs. On the night that the Tri-Cities Prep basketball team won the Washington State Basketball Championship in their division, Denise complained of a pain in her upper chest area. She called one of the physicians associated with her care and was told that it probably wasn't anything serious, but if she wanted to, she could seek medical attention. She didn't. Over the next couple of days, the pain worsened and her breathing became labored. On several occasions, I asked her if she wanted me to take her to the hospital. She declined. She thought she had just pulled a muscle. She also thought she had just pulled a muscle when she had her emergency appendectomy in 2006. On Sunday afternoon, I insisted we go to the hospital. It was clear that something was terribly wrong. I hadn't seen such labored breathing since the passing of her mother. The hospital admitted her immediately, took tests, and determined she had blood clots in her lungs. The clots had formed in her leg, broken loose, and traveled miraculously through her heart and lodged in her lungs. While the nurse was about to inject Denise with a blood thinner, saying, "I am obligated to tell you that this could cause the clots to disengage and result in instant death," or something to that effect, I was at peace. I needed to be at peace in order for Denise to be at peace. The shot was administered. No death. So far, so good. Hurt so bad. The pain my wife was in that night, only she could accurately share. In fact, she just told me as I write this chapter that to have escaped from that pain, even through death, would have not been unwelcomed. There were 2 clots in her lungs. She says it felt like knives going through her chest with every breath she took. No matter how much morphine she received, it was not enough to relieve the agony. The hospital attendants did their best to make her comfortable. She did not sleep. The plan was to give her a variety of blood-thinning, clot-dissolving agents, rat poison, hoping that at no point the clots broke free. I sat for hours in the hospital, watching what, for some, would have been horror. I looked through the eyes of divinity, knowing that all was well. I placed in divine mind the image of the clots and watched them dissolve. My knowing was her knowing. My peace was her peace. Let it be. In times of trouble, we must accept what is in order to move on to what we'd rather have. There were no why me words expressed. The reality of the situation was that Denise had never managed her excess weight. Over the years, she had become increasingly less active as well. There comes that time for people with weight management problems where the solution to the situation, exercise, is far more difficult to do because of the excess weight. The hernia was at least partially associated with her obesity. The difficult recovery, not being able to walk around enough to avoid the clot development, may have also been related to being overweight. We made peace with the circumstances that brought us to this point. Then, we were able to work toward healing. As one day faded into the next, the blood clots dissolved. There was the new news that there were more clots in her leg, and she had to take rather expensive medicine for the next 6 months in order to ensure this wouldn't happen again. I thought peace, felt peace, was peace. You are welcomed by the things you've invited. Welcome peace. Part of the peace I exhibited through Denise's episode was because I know life is eternal and that all is well. As the waitress told me hours before my son suffered his seizure, we are not alone. and everything is all right, even if that means an ending becomes a new beginning. Living life fearing our eventual transition is a disservice to our divinity. Let there be peace on earth as we accept our divinity and live the undeniable life. It only takes one person to remain in tune to bring harmony to the group. Stay tuned. Chapter 40. Divine Love. Your life will not be measured by treasures acquired, but by the love you've inspired. Some people support the things they love. Some fight the things they hate. Only one of these groups lives a life of love and support. Those who truly love people will never find themselves alone. We surrender to what we adore. Surrender to love. Love has surrendered to us. Refer to the chapter on the divine. God adores you and me. God has surrendered to us. That means that God eternally cares for us, not in a distant way, but in an inherent way, through the peace, P-I-E-C-E, and peace, P-E-A-C-E, of divinity that resides in us, for us, in order to express God. This is good stuff. This is God stuff. This is the stuff we are made of. Every parent, I pray, knows what it is like to surrender to the child they adore. We postpone vacations in order to pay for college. We give up the sports car for the minivan. One of the definitions for the word sacrifice is simply the thing that is surrendered or devoted to. I'm talking about adoration. God adores you because you are God's best idea. You can consciously express God on earth like no other living being. To suggest that this infinite intelligence would be small enough to punish, hurt, or discard its best idea, its beloved, is unimaginable and is not truth. Do everything with and through love, and love is the thing that comes through. Love is always present. The degree to which it is expressed by and through you determines how much you experience. Love is never lost. It is just the faces that reveal love to us that change. I cannot count the number of people I have deeply loved. There were many who were never told just how much I loved them, but they experienced this love through my divinity nonetheless. I am sure there will be thousands more before I transition. It is their divinity I connect with. God receives your love when you use the love of God to love yourself. This is the miracle. God makes things God loves. How could we not love the things of God? And it is all God. Love yourself the way you are. God does the unconditional part. Bliss is the kiss received by those who are touched by unconditional love. The system is foolproof. You are divine. You're not getting out of this unloved. When the things you must do and love to do are one in the same, you have found where bliss abides. It's a love thing. I am aware now that my vocation has always been to heal. For 30 years in radio, I healed internal office relations everywhere I worked. Between 1996 and 2010, I did not have to fire a single employee. I don't discard human beings. If you are firing large numbers of people, it is a comment on your poor hiring practices or training program. The best part of my job was making lives better. I tried to accomplish that, not only with employees, but listeners too. On air, I did this through the kind of observations found in this book: humor, introducing great new songs, or playing old favorites. I created fun promotions. I lifted lives by executing public affairs programs and supporting food drives. Sometimes I was just the calm and reassuring voice on the radio during floods, tornadoes, blizzards, and on 9/11. I loved doing these things during my radio career. It was my bliss. Now, it is sharing the truth of your divinity. Higher love. There is always at least one thing you can do in any situation to make it better. Love. What we love, we allow time for. Think about your average day. How much time are you allowing for the expression of divinity compared to the time wasted on triviality? You can make a divine breakfast, help divinely with your child's homework, and even make divine love. Allow time for the expressions of love through you, and there'll be more divine love-making expressed with you. Hubba hubba. Who has time for anguish and anxiety when there is so much joy and love to manage? When all you have is love, you possess all there is to have. Love story. My oldest brother, Dennis, married his college sweetheart, Mary Michaela. They met and fell in love while at Dayton University in 1972. Kayla, as we know her, is from a large Irish Catholic family. They resemble the Osmonds with large, toothy smiles. Kayla looked like Marie. Dennis has movie star looks, a cross between Tom Selleck and William Hurt, with Bill Murray's Midwestern sense of humor and charm. Kayla is one of the sweetest people you could ever know, childlike in tone and manner. I have told my wife, Denise, that I was initially attracted to her because she reminded me so much of Kayla. Before I gaze at you again. To the surprise of all of us, Kayla ended her relationship with Dennis and moved to New York after a few years of courting. She explained to me once that she didn't feel good enough to marry my brother and that he deserved better. Dennis waited for his love's return. After a couple of years, Kayla moved back to Ohio and their love affair resumed, although it had never ended for Dennis. They married in 1979. Children arrived, Austin, followed by Brittany. They moved to Houston when Dennis took a job with a major cable television operation. They bought a beautiful house for their beautiful family. Slippin' into darkness. Kayla, while she was in Columbus, had been showing signs of paranoia, often acting suspicious of whoever might be around the corner or just outside the door. The behavior became stranger following the birth of each of the first two children. In 1987, the third child, Courtney, arrived. The displays of paranoia worsened. It was around this time that Kayla began attending a church that induced religious hysteria as a form of worship. Not good for a person who was slipping into darkness as her once manageable bipolar condition evolved into mild schizophrenia. One day, Dennis was driving home from work and saw a woman with 3 children walking along the busy Houston Metropolitan Interstate. He pulled over to see if he could help. It was his wife and kids. Kayla was placed in the hospital for the first of what would be many times. If ever I would leave you. There were more traumatic episodes that included not eating, refusing to use electricity to cook, or indoor showers to bathe. She'd wait until rain fell, and shutting herself into a room for many days at a time. Dennis would wait patiently for his love's return. In 1991, my brother brought the family back to Ohio, specifically Cincinnati. My sister Donna lived there. She could help. There were more hospital stays and more medications to take. Sometimes the pharmaceuticals would help. Sometimes they would not. Sometimes Kayla would take the pills. Sometimes she would not. Mental illness takes its toll on all who are touched by it. Temporary expressions become permanent features. Children don't know when mom is going to be present or the stranger who would impersonate her poorly for days at a time. Dennis would wait each time for his love's return. Happy together. All three of the children made it through the often overcast days of their mother's mental illness, exhibiting the same devotion to their mother as their father. Austin is married with a newborn. Brittany graduated from the University of Cincinnati College Conservatory of Music and lives in New York City, where she is pursuing a career in music and theater. And Courtney graduated from The Ohio State University. Dennis was able to keep the family together and functioning, even though his wife often wasn't, while juggling a demanding career through divine love. When I approached Dennis about sharing his story in the book, he said, "I made a commitment. I took a vow. This is still the woman I love, my wife, my children's mother, and you don't throw people away. Love is loyal." Kayla has her good days and her bad days. She probably always will. But when darkness falls and she seeks to find her way back home, she'll never have to worry about her prince. He'll be providing the illumination, always and forever, waiting for his love's return. Divine love is waiting patiently for you to accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Love is loyal. God is loyal. Chapter 41. Divine Understanding. Sometimes I think the beauty in the world surpasses all comprehension. Right where you are is the very presence of peace, love, and understanding. Ring anytime. It's a local call. Happiness, joy, peace, love, and understanding are found in happiness, love, joy, peace, love, and understanding. These are some of the attributes of God. They are the attributes of you when you express God divinely. Be possessed by peace, love, and understanding, and you will possess peace, love, and understanding. Understand? Understanding is always present. To the degree it is expressed by and through you determines how much you experience. My understanding. What I know for sure is that truth must have been self-evident from day one for human beings. Truth has to be existent and present without the aid of language. There are over 80,000 words in this book, nearly 800,000 in the King James Version of the Bible. None of these words were used by the beginners. Truth and love had to be inherent and easily understood through our very being, by our very being. Truth is love, divinity, and the billions of ways it has been expressed over what we call and perceive as time. When the expressions are with and through love, we have beautiful expressions, divine expressions. When human beings express with and through fear, we have misrepresentations that range from the humorous to catastrophic. The point is, expressions of truth have little to do with symbols and language, religions and doctrine. The divinity I have written about that is inherent in you and that you expressed naturally as a child, which may have been altered over time as well-meaning people try to prepare you for rough roads ahead, has always been there. And you can consciously begin to use your divinity to accept God's abundance and live the undeniable life. Truth is often interwoven with untruths. The motives of those who choose to do that, I cannot judge. When you read any text that purports to be true, all you have to do is replace the word God with the word love. If the message or verse still makes sense, you have truth. If it doesn't work, you have a misrepresentation of truth. I have done enough study of the sacred books to know a little about language translation issues and cultural traditions to easily understand why some things read oddly. Again, all you have to do is place love where God is. If it makes sense, you have truth. Where it doesn't, you have something less than true, less than love, and less than God divinely expressed. It happens all the time. Don't worry about it. Try again. You are not being judged. You are being loved. You are a divine being. You are God's best idea. As a child, I was told I was too fat, too shy, too ugly, too slow, too dumb, too odd, too loud, too mean, too rough, too angry, too sad, too dirty, too much, and too little. I was never told the whole truth. I was never told I was divine. I was never told I was love and was loved. But somehow, I knew this truth. How? Because I knew that all of the aforementioned negative proclamations were not true. Truth is not screamed through distorted faces. Truth is not accompanied by wagging fingers and sharpened tongues. My divinity was telling me that these people are lying about me and you because they don't know the truth about themselves. Please read what I just wrote, because I did not know I was going to write that until it came forth through my inner divinity. My divinity was telling me that these people are lying about me because they don't know the truth about themselves. How can someone tell you the truth about you when they do not know the truth of themselves? I understand now that my childhood shaped my adulthood. I understand the reason I am compelled to write this book, to share these messages, stories, and truths, so you, wherever you are right now, can immediately understand and embrace the best you, your divinity. The part of you that is always perfect, whole, and complete. The part of you that cannot be negatively altered and is always available to light the way out of the darkness is love, is God. Dawn. There is one last story to share. This is hard to hear. It is the kind of story that you don't want to know about. I know now. It was shared with me 25 years ago in order to share it with you today. In 1985, there was a girl around the age of 23 who would call me in the middle of the night when I was working at a country music station in Columbus. I'll call her Dawn. She'd call and talk about her love of music and radio. I was teaching at a broadcasting school during the daytime, so I told her I could give her a tour of the school in case she was serious about pursuing her radio dream. One early morning, Dawn decided to tell me about her childhood. This wasn't the first time a woman would call me telling me of childhood terrors. I once heard talk show host Sally Jessy Raphael suggest that one of the signs of an abused woman is that her voice remains frozen in time by the trauma of the event. After a while, it wasn't too hard to surmise that the woman, who called at 3 a.m. in the morning with the childlike voice, would soon be telling me about her fear-filled past. But nothing prepared me for Dawn's story. Pennies. Dawn's father was murdered when she was about 5 years old. She witnessed the killing, crouched behind the television, seeing the man with the familiar face slay her father. Not long after the murder, her mother remarried. Dawn's new stepfather began molesting her in short order. The molestations would take every unimaginable form, including the extinguishing of cigarettes on various parts of her body as exclamation points. When she was age 10, Dawn's serial rapist brought in a jar filled with 365 shiny new pennies. Starting that evening, and for the ensuing 364 nights he would violate Dawn while her mother was but a room away. Following the attacks, the monster would delightfully take a penny out of the jar, show it to Dawn, and gingerly place it in his shirt pocket. As the days, weeks, and months passed, the pennies were withdrawn while the suffering compounded. After the 365th consecutive criminal act concluded, he took the last penny from the jar, slipped it in his pocket, held the jar upside down, and said, "See this empty jar? This is what you mean to me." I'd like to tell you that the nightmare ended there, but it didn't. Dawn's mother had walked in on more than one incident, but, like many mothers in these situations, was in denial, or the circumstances surrounding the murder of her husband required silence. When Dawn was 14, she did go to the police. Dawn's parents denied the accusations, and it was she who was placed in a mental institution where she was promptly molested by a patient. Free at last. One evening, when Dawn was 16, she grabbed one of her stepfather's hunting guns and waited for him to return from a bar. When he walked through the door that night, he was greeted by a double-barrel shotgun. Dawn pulled the trigger. Daddy Dearest fainted and hit the floor like the coward he really was. The gun was not loaded. That was the end of the nightmare. Dawn awakened to a new day. Not long afterwards, the 14-year-old neighbor girl claimed she had been molested by Dawn's stepfather. Of course, the police referenced the new claim with Dawn's accusation from 2 years previously, and an arrest was made. I eventually met Dawn at the broadcasting school and gave her a tour as promised. Dawn had very large facial features, still delicate despite a decade of torture. She showed me some of the scars from the cigarette burns. Those were not the only scars that had healed. She was strong and confident. She found an inner strength, an inner light, her divinity, to survive this unimaginable darkness. She was not a worthless person symbolized by an empty jar. She is a child of God, illuminated by the light of divinity that shines brightly through her for all who know her. I hope that sharing Dawn's story and her choice to not allow an experience of hell keep her from realizing the kingdom of heaven at hand will move you toward the acceptance of your divinity and living the undeniable life. Us. This book is written for you and me. For some, it is the first time the truth of inherent divinity has been received. For others, it is a joyful reminder. There are entities that prefer that you believe you are powerless. A powerless person needs. A powerless person is dependent. There are organizations that profit by filling your needs just enough so you return the following day for more. But you are already more than you need. The truth is, they need you. They need you to attend their meetings and echo their ideas. They need you to buy their products. They want you to need and need you to want. Earlier in the book I wrote, "The day you need absolutely nothing is the day you will have absolutely everything you need." I highly recommend reading Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay on self-reliance. It is in the public domain and easily found on the internet. And them. Who are them? The obvious monsters that are the villains in our Dawn stories are easy to point to. I bet you can name a dozen or so bad people who have played a role in your life. I can come up with a few in mind. What causes a divine child to grow up and act unlike itself? I doubt that the children who grew into the hellions in our horror stories were ever told they were divine, that they were loved and the beloved. What about the person who, having heard they are divine, still acts unlike himself? They are still responsible for the acceptance or denial of their divinity. Doubt is the hesitation that disheartens the angels. Would anyone have blamed Dawn in our story above for pulling the trigger on a loaded gun or retreating into the darkness? But, as I've written, if you go into the darkness to fight darkness with more darkness, it's going to be awfully hard to see. There is a reason the subtitle for this book is Divine Acceptations and Living the Undeniable Life. The gifts are free. You are free-willed to accept or reject. Acceptance is heaven at hand. Rejection is a restlessness that most of us know all too well. I know you understand. Love God and your neighbor as thyself. You are God's best idea. Accept your divinity and live the undeniable life. Beloved by love, loved by the beloved. Understand this, and you understand all that is worth understanding. Chapter 42, Epilogue. What would you do if the breaking news all over the media outlets today announced that God was in your town right now walking the streets in the form of a divine human being? Furthermore, that anyone who meets God in this form with a smile and a nod of acknowledgement would be instantly blessed and experience heaven on earth. What would you do? My guess is that everyone in town, and I mean everyone, would leave their comfortable houses and meet and greet every person they see with a nod and a smile. I believe that the desire to discover God would be so great that most people would be knocking on doors. So strong is the inherent desire to close the gap between themselves and God, between themselves and love. Then go out and do it. Everyone you see every day is an individualized expression of the divine, here to express God in ways only divine human beings can. You are the envy of the angels. Take a look in the mirror. You are God's best idea. Love God and your neighbor as yourself. Do you even know your neighbors? I confess, I can tell you the last name of every neighbor in my childhood neighborhood, but know only one neighbor's name where I live today. I've got some work to do. You can share the gift of love with a simple nod of divine acknowledgement and a reverent smile. Can you imagine sharing the good news of inherent divinity with your family? Place your hand on their shoulder and say, "You are God's best idea." What a gift! The truly successful person knows that the best reason in life to get ahead is to show the way. Now that you have read this book, you know the truth of your divinity. Light a way for others. You can send the message of divinity and love to the entire planet from where you are sitting. Let's do it right now. Say with me, I acknowledge my family, my divine brothers and sisters. I love you. You are God's best idea. All right, let's do it together. I acknowledge my family, my divine brothers and sisters. I love you. You are God's best idea. 7 billion brethren have just been blessed by you and your divinity. You have acknowledged their divinity, and they are recognizing yours right now. You are bathed in unconditional love. Soak it in. You are love. You are loved, and you are the beloved. You are important and necessary. You are the plan. You are the purpose. You are the promise. Can I get a hallelujah? This book was written organically. There was no outline, just divine direction. I could have written another 30 acceptations, but none of them would be as vital as accepting who you are, a divine child of God, who is beautiful and worthy as you are right now. Inherent divinity is grace. Most people think of grace as being something we need because we are inherently sinners. You experience grace because you are inherently divine. This message needs to be shared now so you can share now. As you accept, embrace, and embody the divine acceptations and live the undeniable life, I would love to hear about the divine changes in your life. Share your stories of newfound peace, love, and understanding with me at www.youaregodsbestidea.com. Chapter 43. I wrote a letter from my divinity to the person people know as Doug to remind me who I am. I share this here as an example of how you can think of yourself. By writing it down, it creates an energy that vibrates 24/7. Dear Doug, I see you as being a better man, a better father, a better husband, a better citizen, and a better representative of the divine that resides in and stands beside you. I see you as more giving, more forgiving, more allowing, and more open to receiving all your good. I see you wealthier, healthier, happier, and ever more peaceful and comfortable in your skin. I see you as more helpful, less cynical, more joyous, and less stressful. I see you immersed in your fulfilled dreams of being an inspirational writer. I see you full of love and overflowing from within. I see you more respected in all the things that truly matter and having let go of all that doesn't. I see you being the leader for those who need leadership and following those who know the way. I see you standing tall to reach the highest point of cosmic view and lying low where the fallen seek counsel. I see this. I accept this. You are God's best idea. Doug. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the people who have been instrumental in my life. My late father, Donald, and my mother, Joan. My siblings, Donna, Dennis, David, Doris, Diane, Drew, and Dana, and the rest of the extended Holzmeyer family. Thank you to my spiritual family, the Reverend Sandy Smith, Gary Smith, Debbie Ferre, Maggie Covarrubias, Jim Chaffin, Jody Wilson, and everybody at the Center for Spiritual Living in Kennewick. Blessings to my friends forever, Mary Segrist Mulvaney, Catherine Mountain, Steve Harmon, Mary Beth Vincent Ganem, all the great families on Sawyer Drive, and the too numerous to mention kids I grew up with in Grove City, Ohio. Thanks to my broadcasting school teacher, Earl Bailey, B.E. Taylor and Veronica Taylor, Mike McVeigh, Dave Robbins, Jennifer Denson Harris, Mike Elodie, Leanne Owen Spencer, Nikki O'Grady Fleming, Mark Lawrenson, Daniel Karen, and Patty Banner. Thank you to the thousands of radio listeners and Twitter and Facebook followers who, through their feedback and encouragement, inspired me to write this book, including Phoenix Rector and Glendy Avera. Thank you to the persons who are the subjects of the stories of triumph I share here. Rose and Rusty Rudder, Jim Connor, Rob Parisi, Billy Mann, Brad Paisley, Linda, Reed, Sue, and Dawn. Thank you to my book editors, Meg Chaffin, Marlene McCauley, and Reverend Barbara Adams, who have taught me that commas and semicolons are to be used only when absolutely necessary. Thanks to my dog Davy and my cat Kitty, who kept me company while I wrote the book and kept it fairly quiet while I recorded the book. I also acknowledge these persons of faith and philosophy who have inspired my journey. Ernest Holmes, Louise Hay, Michael Bernard Beckwith, Jack Canfield, Bob Proctor, Mary Ann Williamson, John Assaraf, Thomas Troward, Deepak Chopra, Raymond Charles Barker, Don Miguel Ruiz, Jim Tressel, Jill Bolte Taylor, Florence Scoville Chin, Wayne Dyer, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Joel Goldsmith, Neville Goddard, Wallace Waddles, James Allen, Lao Tzu, Rumi, and the New Testament message of Jesus the Christ. I'll close the book with the poem that's at the beginning of the book entitled Rumi's Field. New thoughts, ancient wisdom, the beacon of a beneficent kingdom. Messianic mariners sailing on the waves of universal mind, dispatched with divinity on the sunship infinity. Love, the gentle wind that parts seas, the spirit of creation that launched eternity, anchored in truth, our manifest destiny. The mind mirrors, the soul delivers, consciousness knows, thoughts are things, shepherd them well. There's a place beyond ideas of right and wrong, near the sea of tranquility, a field of consciousness, ripe with truth, where you are, I am, and God is, as one. I'll meet you there.